Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Red Eagle Politics. And today is the big day, or as I should say, tonight is the big night. And we have a lot to cover tonight in tonight's video. Oh, wait, my microphone is off. There we go. Fix the microphone. Had to do it before we had people talking about it in chat. But I'm back, and we are ready to go. And we are going to be covering the elections tonight out of Arizona, which is the big one, Michigan, my home state, one of my home states, the state of Missouri, which has a big primary, the state of Washington State, which has some House primaries with some impeachment Republicans that are trying, we'll see if they get primaried out. And the final state that we have to discuss is the state of Kansas, where there's not really any big primaries, but there is a big referendum on abortion. Will abortion be codified or banned in the state? Will it be banned or not? We'll have to wait and see. So hopefully it will be banned. Tonight is the night where we really decide, or Kansas voters will decide, and the polls have already closed out of the states of Michigan, out of the state of Kansas, and we're waiting on the first results. We don't have any results yet. Oh, we have some out of Missouri, though, and we are going to get to this in a minute. We have results out of Missouri right here, right now. So we're going to pull this up because we have some results out of Missouri. And already Eric Schmidt is in the lead, but there's two counties in. It's just 2,000 votes. Deshaun Porter is 0.4%. We'll see how we'll do the Porter vote count watch as the night goes on for those who understand the meme surrounding Porter. But I actually think the over-under for Porter is like 1,000 votes. Hopefully he gets over. But Jackson County, there's some votes in there, some votes out of Lincoln County. Schmidt's in the lead. Trump endorsed Eric. He did not endorse a specific Eric. There's also a third Eric in this race, Eric McElroy, or McElroy, or however you pronounce it. He's at 10 votes right now. So apparently the Trump endorsement of Eric technically extended to him, but so far it's not exactly doing him any favors. So we'll wait and see as the results pour in. Michigan, nothing yet. Tudor Dixon is supposed to win that primary big. I think that she's the most viable candidate to defeat Whitmer. She's pretty solid on the issues, too. I think she'd be a pretty good fit overall. So we'll see what happens there. And then you have the impeachment Republican Peter Meyer. You have that primary. You have Paul Jung in the 8th District. We'll monitor that as well. And there's some other House primaries. Will Moulinar underperform against Tom Norton, who is a nice guy, America First candidate? We'll have to wait and see there. There's also some other primaries. John James is in his primary. He's expected to win. He's got a lot of name recognition. Is facing very minimal opposition. So we'll wait and see as the results start to pour in here. Kansas, do we have any results out of Kansas? We do not have any results out of Kansas, but we're waiting to see if abortion will be either protected or removed from the state's constitution. So we'll be looking into that as well, and hopefully yes wins. Yes would essentially ban abortion in the state of Kansas, or allow abortion to be restricted and or banned in the state of Kansas. So we'll see. Democrats have been really hammering this home, trying to drum up turnout on that issue as well. Also, will Chris Kobach be able to win the Attorney General primary? We'll have to wait and see regarding that as well. And Jerry Moran has very minimal opposition in his primary. It really wasn't even worth targeting Moran, because even though he's kind of weak, he's a popular senator. It's going to be very hard to get rid of him. You know, there's some other primary targets that are probably more viable for Republicans to take on. But sadly, it seems like the only senator that they're going to be able to pick off is none other than maybe Lisa Murkowski. And that really comes down to a weird voting system. But in all the polls, it's very close when you take in the ranked choice four-way voting into account. So Arizona, that's the big one. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because polls are going to close at, I believe, 9 Eastern, which is 8 Central Time, and that's the big one. Will Kari Lake be able to own the neocons and the GOP establishment? We'll have to wait and see as time goes on. She has faced a lot of opposition from Koch brothers-funded gold digger Karen Robson, who is reaching into her 95-year-old husband's wallet and pulling out millions upon millions of dollars, trying to go out of the way
and defeat Kerry Lake, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Blake Masters, the ultimate Chad, the reincarnation of Caesar. He is going to be in his Senate primary, expected to win. If he wins the primary and wins the general, which I believe he will by far be the best senator, in my opinion, in the Senate. Maybe not by far, because we're having a lot of new epic people that are also going to the Senate, but he will be up there. He will be probably the best senator by a little bit. I think he will be. I'm most excited for Blake Masters. He's really solid on every single issue. And he's facing a greasy man and a cultural leftist, essentially, in Brnovich and Lehman. And I call Lehman a cultural leftist because of the way that he's been attacking Blake Masters in a very disingenuous way. You would think it's coming from like an Antifa person or a Bernie Sanders supporter, the way that he's doing it. And we'll also monitor the Secretary of State race as well as the Attorney General's race. Hopefully Abe Hamadeh, or however you pronounce his name, ends up winning there as well. So we'll keep watching the results as they pour in. Michigan, still nothing out of Michigan, but Missouri. Any more votes out of Missouri? No, there are no votes. But Lucas Kuntz or Kuntz or whoever you pronounce his name, he was supposed to be the candidate to go on, and he could beat Greitens in a general. The neocons were saying this. Greitens, exonerated Eric, is what I call him because he's been exonerated from his bogus allegations of sexual misconduct. Kuntz or Kuntz, he's like out there touting the alphabet community endorsement, the Bernie Sanders endorsement. It's like, you think this guy is somebody that's going to be a viable like candidate at all against anyone? Of course not. And I don't even know who Trudy Valentine is, but she's pounding him right now. It's crazy. Other than that, I mean, we'll wait and see what happens in some of these other primaries. I'm not entirely certain who a lot of these candidates are. These were some very low profile, not really talked about primaries, so we'll definitely have to see as we get closer. But yeah, Washington State polls close later. I don't know how long the stream is going to go on for. Hopefully it's shorter than like 6 or 7 hours, because I want to know the results. I want to know the winner out of Arizona pretty quickly, and I think we'll be able to tell based off of the, some returns that come in out of Washington, who the front runner is going to be there. So we'll monitor the situation as we get closer. But no votes are in, so we'll talk about Super Chats, and hopefully when I'm done reading Super Chats, we'll have more votes that have been tabulated and more votes that have come in. So let's see. Not all the Super Chats are showing, so we'll read them backwards. We'll read them on the back way up. Stephen Kanizik says, I'm so sad about tonight. Trump's endorsement of Eric succeeded, but his endorsement of Eric failed. Is this a win and a loss for Trump? It's a win because both Erics are a massive upgrade over Roy Blunt, but I will say this. Hopefully he wins in some capacity and Vicky Hartzler is not the nominee. And even if she's better than Roy Blunt, she's, her foreign policy is pretty awful, and we could do better. Sam Madsen said prediction on the Kansas amendment. I think it's going to be very close either way. I'll leave it at that. I can't make a prediction because I haven't seen any polling. I mean, I've looked at how it's worded on the ballot. It really could go either way. Depends on which group really has the biggest showing tonight. Jack9298 says, great to have you back. And it's great to be back. For those of you who didn't know, I spent about 40 hours in YouTube jail. Probably would have rather spent 40 hours in real jail for a crime that I didn't commit, because this is basically the same thing. I had 40 hours. I lost my YouTube channel for scams, spam, or deceptive practices, of which I engaged in none of it. But thankfully, they reinstated it. It was restored, which again, I did nothing wrong. They restored it, which was the right thing to do. But it is what it is, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But follow the Rumble, follow the Odyssey. Follow everything just in case it happens again, because you never know what's going to happen. You really don't know. But hopefully, since we won the first appeal and we are still in relatively good standing, that we're going to be able to hold on for as long as possible. The Great MAGA King says Teflon Rep. We will see tonight. Hopefully Teflon Rep is back, and Teflon Rep actually has a Teflon prediction streak where I get everything right. I did a Twitter thread about my vague predictions earlier today, but I think everything is coming together. Shout out to Rule Americana. Preston Broadster says thoughts on Wisconsin and Illinois. Okay, that's actually last stream super chat. Okay. Well, We already covered that. So, all right. Here we go. Nothing new. Oh, Michigan. We have results out of Michigan. This is not a drill. Oakland County is coming in, and Tudor Dixon has a decent lead over Kevin Rinke. Rinke's the establishment pick. He's the choice of the uniparty. He's somebody that would probably end up being like a Mike DeWine. There's past statements that he's made where he's basically indicated that he is pro-choice. And the fact that he's only at 31 in Oakland County, which is arguably the most neoliberal establishment county in Michigan, at least in terms of, some of the voters there, a lot of voters there that are kind of like the, I guess you would say, for Michigan. I mean, there's still a lot of base parts of Oakland County, but there's a lot of these, Romney, Clinton, Biden type of voters there. And those voters are the type that are going to go for Rinke in a primary like this. But Dixon's winning Oakland County, and she's probably going to win the state. But we'll wait and see as rural Michigan does pour in. But if she also has a strong showing in Oakland in the primary, maybe it could indicate that she'll do decent there against Whitmer in the general, because you're going to need to do well there, or at least crack 43, 44 in a general in Oakland if you want to be the favorite against somebody like Gretchen Whitmer. So keep that in mind. There's really no votes out of contested primaries otherwise in the state. So we'll go back to Missouri, and there's nothing in Missouri. Kansas, nothing in Kansas. So we'll have to see. Let's see. More super chats. We'll get to more super chats. Kaminsky says, thoughts on Jake Paul? Kind of like Jake Paul, actually. I'm not actually anti-Jake Paul. Jake Paul, he's definitely somebody I used to not like, 5 years ago, but he's gotten less cringe over time. I'll leave it at that. I mean, he's definitely a very good boxer as well. I know that he's got that fight going on, but yeah, maybe he'll be the guy. He'll be the guy to succeed Sherrod Brown in the U.S. Senate in Ohio. Why not Jake Paul? We love Jake Paul. He's a cultural icon. I mean, is he perfect? No, but he's a cultural icon, and he's vaguely right-wing, so I think he's a net positive at this point. Toddy Terrence is rocking the hat. Love from UK. Well, thank you. Glad to have support from all around the world, basically. We started out this channel, and then we've had how many people? 133,000 almost, which, again, if you have not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. But we have people in, I think, 130 plus counties or so. It's crazy. Jesse Hughes has heard an interesting theory that Walker's poll numbers in Georgia will go up as the college football season goes along. Thoughts? It's an interesting proposition, and I think that it's very possible that is the chance. I think that a lot of people are underestimating the impact of his college football career and his just legacy in the state as a viable candidate. I think he is vastly underestimating it. Beyond that point, I really feel as if, you'll see the same thing in Arizona with Kari Lake. She's been in media for quite some time in the Phoenix metro area. She's been somebody that a lot of people have known and learned to like over the years, kind of like Trump in a way, except maybe a lot less baggage than Donald Trump. But that's the way that it is. So Jeremy G says, I voted Kari Lake for governor and Blake Masters for senator. That is the right way to vote, the correct way. Jonathan Govia says, who's better on the issues, Lake or DeSantis? Why? Lake, just read her border plan. It's really effective, and she's, I think, a lot more of a fighter than DeSantis. I like DeSantis, don't get me wrong, but Dixon's up big now. You have votes in out of Saginaw County. Oakland is 15% in. She's expanding the lead in Oakland over Rinke. And again, Rinke, Oakland is his strong county. Maybe Washtenaw, Ingham, he might do a little bit better than Oakland in. But as more votes pour in, 22%, that's crazy. We're going to Kansas because I see people talking about it in chat. Derek Schmidt up big. He's that guy. Shawnee County is in. No is winning big in Shawnee County, although that, again, is early vote. A lot of those voters are Democrat. Laura Kelly has a lot more votes than the Republican side, and it's a very liberal county, so I wouldn't pounce on Kansas is definitely going to vote to keep abortion just yet. They could, but I'm just saying that's early vote out of Topeka. that you're dealing with. It's the most liberal vote dump you'll probably see in the state tonight. So we have a little bit out of Kansas, but more votes are just pouring in out of Michigan. And Dixon's at 22%. Dixon's at 47.5. That's a near majority in Oakland County. That's my home county, one of my home counties, I should say. Don't live there anymore, but I've spent some time in Oakland in the past. Definitely. Saginaw County, that's definitely up north. Soldano's doing better there. Again, a little bit more blue collar. Soldano has a big grassroots operation going, but is it going to be enough for him to go and beat Whitmer with it? I don't know. Whitmer is just a very strong candidate. I like Garrett Soldano. Don't get me wrong. I like Soldano. I want to see him run for public office again at some point. He's definitely a fighter, but it just seems like this time he never really got the traction necessary to fully succeed in the primary, and I'm not even sure that if he was the nominee that he would be super viable. That's not me sounding like an electabro. That's just talking about the whole metrics of how politics works here in the state. Dixon is somebody that has been called unelectable for being too far right by some of the electabros. Some of them have bent the knee because they have no choice, but that's the way it is. But even so, Dixon's not a shoe-in, but it's not because of her ideology. It's just because of the Whitmer operation. It's just a very large operation to overcome in the state. But we'll have to see. So any more vote dumps out of Kansas? No. Still Topeka. How much of Topeka's in? That's 40% of Topeka's in, by the way. And if we want to look at the 2020 election results out of Topeka, they came in. Actually, Biden didn't do that well in Topeka. He only won that county by 2 or 3. So interesting. All right, going back to Missouri. No new votes out of Missouri. Michigan. We'll see. Michigan has, okay, that's just Oakland County that's being reported. And a little bit of Saginaw. So we'll read the super chats. Wholesome DJ Aftershocks is waiting for Rufus. HDX Chris and Arizona Politico Meltdown. Yeah, I know the Chris guy I think is honestly might even be the worst of the three, the most unhinged. I mean, they're all unhinged. AZ Politico, I just laugh at him more so than believe that he's unhinged because he's just being paid off to be cringe. And it's sad that he sells out and he sells his soul to the Koch brothers to shill for the woman that he literally called the devil less than 3 months ago on Twitter. Of course, the tweet's deleted, but still. He called her the devil and was a soft Lake supporter. But that's changed. Now Lake is evil, according to him. Yeah, we'll see. He'll change and bend the knee when it's convenient for him to do so in about 4 hours. And in 2 days, I'll be laughing. I'll walk up to him at CPAC. I'll be friendly. I'll just make fun of him a little bit. But that's just the way it is. He deserves it. It's like, haha, look, you lost. You lost. What are you doing here, buddy? What are you doing here? Nah, it is what it is. Christopher Laurie says Fox News called AZ already. Not true, but funny. Honestly, would not be shocked if... Well, I mean, if they call it at poll closings, I wouldn't be surprised. It's like the memes. Fox already calls Arizona in 2024 for Kamala Harris. Nobody knows if she'll actually be the nominee, but they've already called it because that's what Fox News does. And I remember they said that Democrats would hold the House and gain 5 to 15 seats at 7 p.m., on election night 2020. And Republicans ended up gaining 10 seats. So it is what it is. Fox needs to really chill out with the early calls. They're a network that's dying. Now they're banning Trump from going on. It's laughable. Besides Tucker Carlson, I don't see why Fox News is really a network worth watching. And if you are conservative, you should probably not watch it and watch alternative media. Ronald Reagan says, do you think China will collapse before 2050? I don't know. I doubt it. I'm not a geopolitics expert, and I'm not really going to claim to be, but it doesn't really seem like they will. I think they'll have to peak at some point, though. We'll have to wait and see. Good Logics has been a huge fan of your work for over a year. Your knowledge is overwhelming. I host a popular nightly live stream and would love to have you on as a guest. If interested, DM me at NearmanJoe. DM my Instagram if you have it, or send me an email. Definitely. I might not be able to remember that, but I do go on shows if people want me on. So Sam Madsen says, can Trump flip Genesee County in 24? I think it'll get closer. I don't know if he will, but we'll see. Mumtaz Shamsi says, Libs getting tons of money, spending hundreds of millions to help GOP candidates they want to go up against. Already propaganda is that Dems doing better and barely lose the House and may even gain seats in the Senate. Yeah, it's not going to happen. They're not going to gain. They're not going to barely lose the House, and they're not gaining seats in the Senate. Worst case is Republicans get below 53, and I don't see that happening right now. And they're spending their money on their quote-unquote weak GOP candidates, and it's backfiring. They're doing it for Arizona with Lake. That's going to backfire. They're doing it. They did it in Pennsylvania regarding Mastriano, and now they're completely backfiring right now. So let them keep doing it. I really hope that they keep on doing it, because they're just acting like electabros on the right now, and they keep nominating or wanting to nominate candidates they think are going to lose, and then those candidates end up winning. This is 2022. It's a new era. New era. We're in a new time of politics right now. This is not 2010. This is not 1980. This is 2022. And that I can tell you. So Benson X says Kansas Secretary of State could be interesting. Incumbents is only in low 60s with only Topeka. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I want to get back to the results here. More votes are in. Van Buren County, Dixon has a big lead. Dixon is winning in the UP so far. In Houghton County, but that's just 1% of the vote, one vote dump. Yeah, Dixon's pretty much got this. I really didn't believe that she would lose, and I literally said she'd get a near a majority. Not a majority, but close to it. And as of right now, that seems about accurate. So Teflon Rep strikes again. Don't ever try to cross me. You already know that I called this from the get-go, okay? So the people that are like, oh, well, Lake's gonna go down because of the Emerson poll. We'll see what happens, but let's be real. I don't see any evidence of that happening whatsoever. We don't have any new results in out of Michigan. We don't have any new results in out of, okay, we have more results in. So far, no is winning big everywhere. So I don't know if that's just the mail-in vote, but it's a little disappointing if that holds up. I really can't see it being 75-25, no. I really can't see it holding up at that. But the good news is Chris Kobach is winning the Attorney General's race so far. Very good on immigration. Very good on immigration whatsoever. He's very solid regarding election integrity as well, his whole entire career. People will talk about his electability because of what happened in 2018, but like I said, there's a lot of things going on, and they need to be looked into 100% there, because you talk about the fact that you had a large third party, you had a blue wave year, you had the Brownback administration on the outs. Kobach didn't really run the best campaign in terms of, actually getting things done and getting out there, and he was caught off guard. But I firmly believe he's by far the best attorney general in the race, so we'll have to see. But Jerry Moran's actually not doing as good as I would have thought he would. He's only at 80% so far there, so we'll see. Going back to Michigan, Dixon, 47.1%. There we go, 47.1. That's about the same as she was before, so keep that in mind. Missouri, we'll go back to Missouri. Nothing out of Missouri. They don't really update it. We're still waiting. Deshaun Porter's only at 10 votes right now. We got to get that up there. I know he's probably going to end up with 1,000 votes. It'd be pretty funny if he did. The meme candidate. We always have to cheer on the meme candidate to see how well they could actually do. But hopefully Greitens doesn't end up in a distant third, but it's just a very early vote. All right, we'll have to see. It's nothing new. We'll get back to Super Chats, because if there's nothing new, I'll go over Super Chats, because that's all we can really talk about right now. Charlie Snyder says, is there any chance at all to save Illinois? No, probably best to just leave Illinois at this point. There's really no chance to save it. Slayer Sigma Zeta says, other than DeSantis, who do you think would be a good candidate for the Don's VP? Like I said, You want somebody that's not exactly going to be a front runner in 2028, but you also want somebody that is going to be relatively solid and fill a similar role to what Pence did without the, pure cuckery and establishmentarianism of Mike Pence. You want somebody that's just going to be that backup for 4 years that could just sit there and hold Trump's clipboard and not cause any problems. So I don't exactly know who that person's going to be, but it's not going to be somebody that's really or that's running to be in office in 2022, because they're not going to turn around less than a year later and join Trump's team. But you want somebody that's going to be solid and fill that role. I mean, people have talked about Tucker the last few days. I would support that. That'd be the only exception for like the Trump successor. If he actually does pick Tucker as VP, that would be epic, and I would love to see it. I just don't believe he's going to do it. I really don't believe he'll do it. So Jackson Roll says Teflon Rep. So true. Teflon Rep is back, and he's here to stay. He's gonna keep fighting. You cannot stop Teflon Rep. You can't. Tonight will be proof of it when we declare victory in Arizona. That's going to be epic. We fought these people, for the past year, tooth and nail, just over what? Over the fact that they can't get over simping for the establishment, basically. Well, it's collapsing all around them, and we love to see it. So Dallas Sucks 69, thanks for the super chat. Joseph Vol says, when will the Silvers and Wassermans eat crow? Well, I don't think they ever eat crow. They just move goalposts. That's what they do. I mean, the fact that they have a job right now is laughable. A hot take, Wasserman's not even that bad. It's mainly Silver that's the problem. Which, again, you could buy your Election Mafia merchandise at shop.redeaglepolitics.com. The link is in the pinned chat. And I say that because if you were thinking about buying merch, you have to buy it now because the store is closing in a couple of days. And it might be brought back in a couple of months or so, but it's not guaranteed. So you have to get the merchandise now. We've got great designs, great deals at shop.redeaglepolitics.com. The link is in the pinned chat. So that's the way that it is. The Great MAGA King says, liberal family from Topeka campaign for the current governor. Well, that's sad. What can I say? Dallas Sucks 69 says, are there books, podcasts you recommend to learn more about America First or populist policies? Well, I wouldn't really recommend podcasts for policies. I think there's a lot of books that you could get, accustomed to. Just basically, if you're talking about like introduction to paleoconservatism or national populism, you could read books by Pat Buchanan. He's, aggregated a lot of the policies in Death of the West, among some other books. There's just, you could look it up. There's a lot of them. It really depends on the issue. There are books on immigration. Mike Krikorian, or however you pronounce his name, he did a good book on the issue of immigration. A guy that works for the Center of Immigration Studies. But I hate to say it, I think I'm the most influential Armenian conservative in politics now. At least in terms of current relevancy, but it is what it is. But either way, there's a lot of good authors that have written a lot of good books. I could probably put together a book recommendation list or something for people. But Doomsday Machine says, as Eric, I'm humbled and proud to accept Trump's endorsement, and I look forward to serving on the U.S. Senate. In all seriousness, I did my part and voted Greitens. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, hopefully Greitens, you never know. Like I said, I think Schmidt's going to win, but I hope Greitens pulls off the upset because nobody was more harshly treated in politics than Eric Greitens. The guy literally had scandals that were thrown at him out of thin air because he decided to gut the establishment in Jefferson City. Now, the good news is that he was exonerated, which further proves that the allegations were nonsense, especially in this justice system that he got exonerated from. So all the attacks on Eric Greitens are mainly just out of fear that he'd lose a general, and you think he's really going to lose a general to Lucas Kuntz, of all people, who touts the Bernie Sanders endorsement left and right? Like, are you kidding me? I really think that Greitens, if he wins the nomination, which I really think is a long shot at this point, I think that he's probably going to win the general by over 10 points or so. I will say that. So, go back to Michigan. Yeah, Dixon's still in the lead. Do we have any votes out of the third? We're waiting on the third district. That's the most important district for primaries. We need Peter Meyer to lose to John Gibbs. John Gibbs is actually really solid on all the issues. Read his platform. He hits on all the right cylinders regarding immigration, crime, education, just everything you need to talk about. He's hitting on all the right cylinders, and he's somebody that went out there and said, you know what? A lot of these people say that America is an idea. America is not an idea. America is a homeland for the American people. And that's true. And the fact that the Overton window has shifted so much to the point where you couldn't even get away with saying that in any capacity in 2019, to the point where now that that's being talked about by candidates that are not only just endorsed by Trump, but favored to win in these, lean Biden districts, shows how we're shifting the Overton window in politics super fast in real time back to where it needs to be. Okay, what happened? My camera. Okay, my camera went off. Okay, I don't know what happened there. I have to reset the camera. I don't know what's going on with the camera, but the browser lost connection to it. I don't know. All right, there we go. Sort of, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Trying to make sure that everything's fine. Why am I red? I'm red for some reason. I literally became Red Eagle Politics. It's crazy what's going on with the camera. But, okay, let's see. Trying to adjust it. I don't know. Maybe it'll adjust itself as the night goes on. Who knows? But, yeah, I don't know what happened. Seriously, the camera. Let me make sure and see if it could. Okay, there we go. That's better. That's better. Sometimes you have to adjust it manually. But what can I say? Anti-establishment says, Moulinar outsources campaign calls to India. Can't even have people make calls inside Michigan. District vote Tom Norton. Yeah, Tom Norton would call me himself. Like, that kind of tells you the differential between the two. I didn't get a call from India for Moulinar, thank God. But what can I say? Because I donated to Norton. So Ryan says, what's your take on Meyer v. Gibbs? We're kind of covering that now. Saga Fraga says, Gibbs for 2024 VP. Wouldn't oppose it. I would not oppose it. But I think that it's impractical to expect somebody to become a congressman and instantly join Trump's ticket. Maybe that's just extended pragmatism, but we'll have to see. But I would not be opposed to John Gibbs on the ticket whatsoever. But I want him to run for Senate. I want him to be the next senator out of Michigan, not put him in some figurehead position. So Sam Madsen says, if the amendment fails, why do you think the reason is? Dem scare tactics and the way they word these things, basically. That's why. Ronald Garcia says, are you checking the Ohio State legislation races? Not really. There's too many of them. It's not something that people are really thinking about too much today. We might, gloss over it once or twice. Daniel Krieger says, hey, Rep, congrats on winning your appeal. I didn't find out about your ban until tonight. It's glad to see you're okay. Yeah, well, either way, we're back and we're here, so I'm really thankful for that. The Great MAGA King says, wearing my Dawn of the Election Mafia shirt right now. That's epic to hear. Go buy it, guys. Buy the merch before the merch goes away. It's going to be on for 24 or 48 hours longer. You want to get it before it goes away. If you want to buy it, now's your time. You get something in return. We get a lot of super chats, but it's like a super chat, but you get something in return, so... why not head over and get some merch? William Kilroy says, very glad you're back on. Congratulations. What happened was ridiculous. Have a great evening and welcome to Texas. Well, thank you. Been here for over a year, but still, thank you. The Willie D says, Utah send 2024 Chaffetz v. Romney. Yeah, Chaffetz would probably beat him at this point. Hopefully. There's so many cucked Utah Republicans. It's crazy, but at least Trump will win the primaries there. He won them in 2020. He got like 90% of the vote over the former Romney friend and acolyte Bill Weld. So who knows? Caleb Andrews has had an argument with a lefty friend today. I don't hate non-believers or leftists, but I sure do pity them. Yeah, exactly. Also, who is the based AZ Secretary of State candidate? I like Fincham, and I like Bollock as well. There are people that are questioning Fincham's viability for the general election. I think that he probably would get by with Lake on the ticket, assuming Lake would pound Hobbs, which I think that she's going to be in the driver's seat right now. But either way, we'll wait and see what happens. Either one of those I'm fine with. We don't want the other one. What's the woman's name in Arizona? What's her name? I forgot her name. Yeah, Ujjinti Rita. She got booed out of events for good reason because she's weak on the issues. We want her to lose. Adrian Fonts is on the Dem side. That guy, very corrupt guy. So hopefully he, goes down in the general as well. I'm hoping, so we'll see. Fincham got Trump's endorsement, but I like Bollock a decent amount as well. I just want somebody that can get in there and change the laws back to what they should be. That's what I want. So we'll see. All right, let's go back to Kansas. There's nothing new out of Kansas. Missouri, nothing. I think we have more votes out of Missouri, but not too many more votes. And Greitens is still down at 17. Hopefully Schmidt beats Hartzler. If it's Schmidt v. Hartzler, we need Schmidt to beat Hartzler. Billy Long is in 5th. He's only at 3%. And Trump gave him a nod back in the day, but he didn't endorse him. I think he was testing the waters. He was saying people need to consider this guy. But Trump wasn't going to endorse him because obviously Trump doesn't endorse candidates he doesn't think can win a primary. He's kind of like an electobro, but not for a general election, but for a primary where he's like, hey, if this guy's at 5%, I'm not going to endorse him. I think the reason why he endorsed Eric is because he liked Greitens. He liked Schmidt, but he liked him a little bit less. And I think that he just wanted to be able to claim his endorsement victory and did so in a very funny, trolling way. So, yeah, Greitens is now gained a little bit, but it is what it is. Porter's at 19. Come on, we need Porter to get to 1%. Come on, we need. I don't know a lot of people know the lore behind Porter, but we got to get Porter to at least 1% by the end of the night. So, Kansas, nothing out of Kansas. We'll go back to Michigan. Any votes out of the 3rd district? No. We need Meyer to lose. That's what we need. The weirdo, leprechaun, soy-filled individual, Peter Meyer. We need him to go down big time. That's all I can say. Thankfully, Rinke is in 2nd. He's not. Hopefully, Rinke falls to 3rd when the rural counties pour in. Oh, we have more votes. Grand Rapids released some votes. But for some reason, Meyer and Gibbs' race didn't move. So I don't know what the deal is. Maybe they're not done tabulating there. But either way, yeah, Kent County, that's a big GOP establishment stronghold, and even Dixon's winning that. So, yeah, Livingston is in. Dixon's up in Livingston. Yeah, I don't even know if Rinke's going to carry a single county at this point. It's crazy. So we'll go back to Missouri. Nothing is new out of Missouri. So let's finish the Super Chats. Ryan says, I'm from the 3rd district and see Gibbs signs everywhere. People are pissed at Meyer for the impeachment. Gibbs for the win. Hopefully. Kai Cummings says, thoughts on Tom Emmer. Rhino, total cringe con, and he should not be able to spearhead any effort the GOP has moving forward because he's part of the old guard that needs to go. A says, will Andrew Garbarino lose his primary? I haven't seen any indication that he would, but we'll wait and see. I don't know who's challenging him. That's the thing. John Cordisco says, thoughts on Judge in Pennsylvania letting the universal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania? Well, we just need Mastriano in there to change the laws. I mean, the fact they're upholding it is awful, but it probably was not going to change before the election anyways, and we could still win with the current laws. It just might be a little bit more difficult. Jonathan Cox says the lead Democrat candidate in Florida might be Charlie Crist. He's moderate, but I doubt he'll win via the I'm not DeSantis route. Yeah, he'll lose by a sizable margin. They say moderate. The guy's like your average Democrat. How is that moderate? The average Democrat is a social Marxist on the issues. So let's stop pretending like they're not. Maybe they're like corporate friendly. I think corporate Democrat is the right term. I don't think that they're really moderate in any way, shape, or form. If I'm going to be real with you, these people aren't moderates whatsoever. I'm sorry, they're just not. I'm trying to adjust the camera. Hopefully I'm not going to remain as red as I currently am right now. See if we could adjust it again. Want to make sure. Yeah, see, there we go. It's not as red. The more you try to adjust it, the less red it gets. But what can I say? Doomsday Machine says people freaking out about Trumpian candidates in the Rust Belt are funny. Did they see 2016 also black pillars or rhinos? Yeah, and I agree that a lot of them are. Even if they're actually not bad on the issues, they're just very counterproductive, and they kind of just lead the party down a dark pathway and lead the discourse down a path that it shouldn't be going down. Trumpian candidates are what win the Rust Belt. And of course, you need some sort of viable backing to do it. You can't just take some guy off the street and expect them to beat Gretchen Whitmer, although in this wave year, you might be able to do that, but we'll see. I know Whitmer's hard, but I mean, in terms of like Josh Shapiro and PA, people were freaking out about Mastriano. Even if Mastriano never like pivoted to the general election, he would still probably beat Josh Shapiro. Let's be real. Imperium Magistrates' his favorite non-president Democrat, past or present. I don't really even have one off the top of my head. Maybe Grover Cleveland. I don't know. Polk, James K. Polk, actually. Polk was really good. We wouldn't have this country if it wasn't for that guy. You know how Manifest Destiny, he got it done. That is like the biggest accomplishment, arguably one of them in our nation's history, and nobody ever talks about it. So yeah, James K. Polk, or Grover Cleveland, Donald Trump before 2009. Like there are some Democrats in the past that I like, but obviously not anymore, because any decent person's not going to align themselves with that party, and very few decent people actually are aligning themselves with the Republican Party. But there's a lot of decent people that are at least trying to infiltrate and change the Republican Party and make it a home for actual conservatism. So we do love to see that. Sam Madsen says, I think you're underestimating how embarrassing it will be for pro-lifers if it loses. I mean, we'll have to wait and see when the final results are tabulated. It's already gone up to 60. It's already 67-32. And some of these counties that have their votes in are voting heavily for yes. Phillips County right here in Kansas is 65-35. But at the end of the day, that county voted for Trump 90-10. So it depends on where the votes are coming in, and if they are the early votes, if they are the mail-in votes. Of course, those votes are going to come in and they're going to be more pro-abortion. But there have been measures that have passed across the country over the past that have restricted abortion as well. It's like the same, like, why did this weed referendum fail in 2016 in Arizona, but why did it pass in 2018 in Michigan? I mean, it's like you have questions there, and it's because of how the money was spent. It's also about how they campaigned on it. Did they try to make it a palatable amendment to pass or not? Or what happened? Did people even know what they were voting on? These are all questions that need to be taken into consideration, and this is why I don't really like these forms of amendments, especially because people are told certain things about these amendments, and they really will say that's going to restrict reproductive rights and it's going to take away birth control. And if they run ads like that, it's like, okay, most people are pro-birth control, even on the right, so of course it's going to pass that way. It's not exactly something that I'm really a fan of, even trying to rationalize, because I don't want it to pass. But, if it passes, I don't think it means, the pro-life movement is over. We won either way in regards to Roe v. Wade. We have a long way to go. Obviously, it's not going to change overnight, but we got to keep fighting for sure. So we'll wait and see when the votes are finalized, but Michigan's 8% in. There's no votes in out of the Meyer-Gibbs race, despite Kent County having some votes in for the primary for the governorship. Apparently, Rinke is leading in Huron County. Again, that's very early, 15% though. Rinke is the literal establishment choice. He is pro-choice, or has been in the past. He has been very pro-establishment his entire career. Soldano and Kelly seem decent. Kelly got arrested by the FBI, which I really think that he's doing something right if he got arrested by the FBI. I don't really know exactly why he was arrested by the FBI, probably over some bogus charges, but he's down there in 4th place and probably not really going to have a shot tonight. But Rinke, he's going down. That's a good thing. That's the way I see it. Rinke's going down. Soldano, I like Soldano. But he just doesn't really have much of a chance. It never really did. He's kind of like the Colbeck of this election, one could say. A lot of grassroots support behind him. But Rinke is that, character who's kind of like, I guess you would compare him to Cali, who ran in 2018 for the governorship, was the establishment pick and got completely decimated in every single county outside of the Lansing area. So it's important to take into consideration. We'll see what happens there. But all right, let's see. It's Cool Guy Rice says, how do you interact with the New York Times county map? You got to click on the counties, or if you're on your computer, you could like just circle it with your mouse or whatever. Nobody says, should I vote third party in Ohio 6th for Congress and governor? I mean, I don't really care if you do or not. I mean, is that the district that Ohio 6? Is that Jesse Yodo's district? Because she's awful. I don't know. I don't know who the nominees are going to be for that district. The 6th district. I know it's Bill Johnson. I don't know much about Bill Johnson or what he did that was wrong, but yeah, I mean, vote if you want to vote third party for governor. I don't care. DeWine's probably going to win anyways, so you know, it might just be a good middle finger because DeWine sucks. So yeah, I mean, go for it. I don't really care. Either way, he'll only be in there for 4 years because he's term limited. Ultra Maga says Barris Locals live chat says Meyer at 27, Gibbs at 73. Well, was that the poll that they did, or is that the votes that have been tabulated so far? Because I really haven't seen anything at all in regards to that. But Arizona's closing in 10 minutes. Yeah, St. Louis, or what is it? Yeah, St. Louis County's pouring in. Schmidt is a big lead. Greitens is kind of collapsing a little bit here all around, from what I can tell. But that's 5% of the vote there in St. Louis County. I think Schmidt is probably going to win this primary, which, again, he's not as good as Greitens, but, like, he is still decent. Like, I'm not going to, shed tears over Eric Schmidt being the nominee. Hartzler is a neocon. She's good on domestic policy, but she is a neocon. I really don't want to check Decision Desk. I hate Decision Desk. Everyone's saying check Decision Desk. Decision Desk is awful. Nobody says Johnson voted for the visa bill. Oh, that thing? Yeah, I mean, it's awful. I mean, he's not going to lose. I don't think voting third party is really going to change much. Like, the thing is like, if people are saying we need to throw these elections or whatever because the Republicans are weak and they'll learn the lesson, it's like, do you really think they'll learn the lesson? They'll be like, no. When Romney lost in 2012, they said he was too far right. That's why he lost. He was alienating Hispanic voters. And then Trump comes along and talks about cutting legal immigration in half, building a wall, deporting every single illegal alien, and then he wins a higher share of the Hispanic vote and also a much higher share of the white working class vote, which is why he won the election, by the way. So it kind of tells you everything you need to know. DM Productions, his thoughts on Wisconsin primary candidates. Michaels is the outsider. He's much better, in my opinion. Like, Kleefisch is, I mean, she's not like a DeWine type. She's not going to be an awful governor if she wins the primary, but Michaels is much better on the issues. He's much more of like an outsider, a more proven product than somebody that's just like an establishment figure that's blowing the way the wind does. Prez Brandon 46 says, do you think Beto has a realistic shot for Texas governor? Yeah, he has a realistic shot to lose by 20. Yeah, that's his realistic shot. All right, Kansas, Kobach still in the lead. Other than that, Schwab is actually at 60. He's facing a grassroots challenger named Mike Brown. Not the guy that got shot by the police, Mike Brown, but yeah, not that Mike Brown, not BLM Mike Brown, but some guy Mike Brown from who like really wants to eliminate drop boxes, which is probably a good I mean, it's a good strategy, but it's Kansas. It's not like Kansas is going to go blue anytime soon, but kind of proves that Schwab may be weak if he's only at 60 right now, and a lot of the rural counties haven't exactly reported their full votes. Brown might have a shot there. It might have a shot. And also, Yes is now at 35% as more votes pour in. So we'll see. I think that it doesn't pass at this point, but I'm hoping that it can get a lot closer. So we'll see. So nothing out of Michigan's third, according to this. I guess we'll pull up Decision Desk, but I don't know. DS Cuber says, what do you think about the growing split between pro-Trump and DeSantis 2024? I think a lot of it is just manufactured. The straw polls that we've seen at CPACs, at large conservative conferences, which tend to be a little bit more establishment, by the way, they back Trump like 80-20 even in Florida. So that should tell you everything you need to know. The DeSantis phenomenon it's basically overrated. I will say it's overrated. Let's see. And the media is trying to really spark this divide because they know if DeSantis primaries Trump, he'll lose big time, but it might weaken the party in the general, and they want that to happen. So they're gaslighting both sides, basically. And it will never happen. I think DeSantis likely is not going to be Trump's VP, but I think it's more likely that Trump changes his residency and DeSantis does become the VP than it is likely that DeSantis primaries out Trump, let alone successfully. Because it's political suicide. He's not going to do it. He's not stupid. The guy's like 40, 45. And if Trump wasn't running for president, DeSantis likely would, but that's neither here nor there. And I did a whole video on this. It's like, how long was the video? 43, 44 minutes long? Come on. Yeah, Kansas is now at 9% total reporting still. We'll go back to Missouri. They have it at 3%. Okay, St. Louis City, St. Louis City's not in. I don't know any other votes that have been reported here. Deshaun's to 98. He's at 98 votes. He's gonna get 3,000 votes or so. It's all said and done. The Porter train will never leave the station. Will never leave the station. What can I say? He was literally in my Discord server for a little while. By the way, somebody invited him. It was pretty funny. Shane Stacy says, why does 538 think Dems will take the Senate? Because 538 is just dumb. That's why. Like, literally the lowest IQ of them all, basically. Oh, Porter got another vote. There you go. 3% of the vote is in. Schmidt is at, again, 45%. Hartzler is at 24%. Greitens is at 17%. So Eric apparently has won, or will win. So Trump was right about Eric. Eric will take the W more likely than not. Let's see. Chumley73 says Town Hall Gibbs is at 62. Doomsday Machine says, what are your thoughts on Sam Graves? Don't know. Olivia Williams says, why do you use the left's terminology for TOS, like when you say pro-choice instead of abortion? And I never say Caitlyn Jenner. I never say that terminology. That may be the first time I said it. And if I say it ironically. So no, that's not true. And I do say pro-abortion. Pro-choice, it's just like a thing of habit, and I probably shouldn't use it. You're right about it. That it's like not really something that is true, there. But we know we use Bruce more than not, do we not? I don't really talk about that individual. I don't want to give them the time of day. Claim to be conservative, yeah, okay. What percentage did it get? What, like 0.3% of the vote in the recall among people that wanted to recall? I mean, come on. It's laughable. But no votes in out of St. Louis City yet. So, not like there's a lot of votes in St. Louis City. No votes out of, Jackson County. I think that's where Kansas City is. 100%. So, yeah, we have new votes in out of Michigan. John Gibbs is up over Peter Meyer, 63-37. There you go. There you go. And hopefully that stays. That's 3% of the vote, but that's huge. And Paul Young is up big. He was a solid candidate. I didn't even know Candace Miller was running for that district. Really? Is that a different Candace Miller? I don't even know. But that's crazy. They're tabulating the votes as we speak. But yeah, Rinke's winning upstate counties. It's sus. I guess he just put a lot of energy up there. The great MAGA king says Jenner can't even conserve his pride. It's true. It's true. It's technically true. Actually, I think it's still there. Is it not? I don't know. So maybe they are being conserved. I really don't know. I've heard conflicting evidence about that, but it's it's some interesting stuff that's going on that I really don't honestly want to think about. The DM production says, I'm worried about the Senate. I've heard Democrats might keep it. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're not going to keep the Senate. Where's their pathway? They're not going to hold Nevada. They're not going to flip Pennsylvania. They're not going to flip Wisconsin or North Carolina or Florida. They're probably not going to hold Arizona. There's no pathway for them at all. I mean, that doesn't even take into consideration like a state like New Hampshire that Republicans could pick off. And now we're talking about Washington State and Colorado being in play, which I don't really think that those are going to get within 5. Maybe Colorado could if O'Day runs a good campaign or something like that, but it's very unlikely. And I think that Warnock is going to go down in Georgia as well, even if it's by a closer margin than originally expected, because it'll only take just a little bit of a shift back. And Kelly Loeffler was the worst candidate possible. I mean, Herschel Walker, is he the most talented orator? Not necessarily, but at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. He's still Herschel Walker. His name's on the ballot. People know he's running. He doesn't have to debate to win. He doesn't have to do anything. He has to oppose the Biden administration, which has an approval rating below 40% and will likely still have an approval rating below 40, despite the fact that gas prices are decreasing thanks to Saudi Arabia, to the point where Walker's going to have no problem winning. So there's no reason why anyone should be worried about Democrats winning the Senate. Even if they get 47 or 48 seats, they're still not going to win it. So we'll see as we get closer. Olivia Williams says, how can one income support a family without high minimum wage? Because it's not exactly going to have to be on minimum wage. And this is not exactly something that is really a binary type of thing. We need to get people better jobs. We need to be able to give people, better sources of income than, I don't know, working at McDonald's, right? We need to bring jobs back into this country. There's so many jobs that we could have had in this country that we outsourced that are not necessarily like jobs that are going the way of the dinosaur. Read the book, Free Trade Doesn't Work by Ian Fletcher. He talks about this at length, explicitly. There's a lot of nuance to this subject. 100%. Dustin Shame sent 20. Please remind us who Trump endorses more often tonight. Love your channel. Yeah, I mean, I've already talked about this. Trump basically made all the right endorsements, besides maybe not specifying which Eric in Missouri, but either way, it is what it is. But Trump in Arizona, which the polls I believe just closed, were waiting, or actually no, they close in an hour. So everybody that was talking about, Carrie Lake said the polls closed at, what was it, 7 Arizona time, she's wrong. Well, apparently no, she was right. So the polls do close in an hour, which gives us more time to talk about these elections in the meantime that are taking place in Michigan, Missouri. Washington polls don't close until 10 Central, but we'll get to that when we get there. But Kansas, we'll go back to Kansas. I don't think anything is new. Yeah, 12%. Sadly, no is winning pretty big, so we'll wait and see when the results are final. But what's going on in Kansas? Not good. Not good, Kansas. More like Cuxis right now, at least. So the Videomaker 2341 says Young lost to Slotkin in 2020 in a Trump district. Yeah, but Slotkin is very well established. She was always going to be very difficult to defeat. That's neither here nor there. I mean, he's all right. He's all right. So the DM production says, can someone give me role in Discord server? Well, I ask one of the moderators. I'm not going to be giving roles when I'm on a stream, but join the website, by the way. I encourage people to join the website, redeaglepolitics.com. I'll put the link in chat. If you want to join the Discord server, you can. And you could also get my exclusive content and videos and articles from the newsletter. redeaglepolitics.com. Let's go. And buy the merch, by the way. We have 2 days left. You want to get the merch now. Otherwise, you won't get it at all. The Potato Guy says, Bongino disputed the claim that Trump was banned from Fox News, saying he was on Fox Nation most recently. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is they've been like trying to have him on less. Like they probably have memos going around saying, don't invite Trump on your show. I don't think he's fully blacklisted, but they're trying to pivot away from Trump and try to egg DeSantis into running because they are a part of the GOP establishment. They want to move on from Trump. They'll talk about Trumpism without Trump, but that never usually ends up including the Trumpism to begin with. It just dissipates as time goes by. So let's see. Gibbs is up. Still, they haven't added any more votes, but I think Gibbs is going to win. Where are the votes coming in from? Ottawa County, which is kind of a GOP establishment county, and even they're voting for Gibbs 2-1. Yeah. I mean, Meyer might do better in the Grand Rapids area, but there's still Muskegon County, and this is only 22%, so I think Gibbs is the favorite. He might not win 2-1, but I think he is the favorite. 100%. Jeremy G says MSNBC made a projection for the Kansas governor primary. Yeah, I mean, the Kansas, we always knew that Derek Schmidt was going to win that. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. DM Productions says the only Fox News contributor I like is Levin and Tucker. I hate Levin now, especially. The past year has been awful for him. Tucker I like. Levin is somebody that's just a neocon. The guy was saying, if you're not a total shill for Ukraine, then you basically are an awful person. You're not a conservative, and only neoconservatism's the way forward. He was trashing people that called themselves America First, and it's like, yeah, based off of that fact alone, I can't really support the guy in any capacity because that's like the non-starter for me, basically. That's why I'm in politics to begin with. It's to put the people of this country first more so than anything else, but that's the way it is. He's not on our side. I'll tell you that much. He's not America First. Nick H says, do you agree the GOP has more long-term potential in Michigan than in Pennsylvania? I'd say they're about the same. I'd say there's more similar states than people give them credit for politically, despite the fact that, the industries there are somewhat different. Michigan has more of the auto industry. It's more industrial to a certain capacity, whereas the state of Pennsylvania, there's more focus on, coal, steel, fracking, not really a lot of oil at all in Michigan. But yeah, Michigan and Wisconsin are kind of similar industrial-wise. I think Michigan's kind of a mix of the two in a way, but they kind of got their own thing going on. So yeah, we have another hour before Arizona. I thought the polls were going to close a little bit earlier, but apparently not. So we'll monitor Missouri, which is now 5% in. More votes are being tabulated as we speak. St. Louis City has some votes in, which again, it's not a very Republican area, but it's still a population center of some sorts, but Schmidt is basically going to win this thing. Hartzler's winning a few counties, presumably kind of where her district is. So we have 5,000 live viewers. Hit that subscribe button, by the way. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you guys sub to the channel. Make sure you guys like the stream. Like, if you gotta subscribe. We gotta hit 133,000 tonight. And if you can't use the live chat, it's because you're not subscribed, and you have to subscribe to use the live chat, which I would encourage people to do in chat. So, all right. YG says, happy to see you back from the YouTube gulag. Do you think Zeldin has a realistic chance in New York? Well, thanks for congratulating me on the appeal, I should say, but I don't think Zeldin has much of a chance. I think he could get it closer than past Republicans, but I don't think that he really has a chance. So, DM Production says, I may sound like an idiot asking, but what's the difference between neocon and conservative? Well, a neocon is a specific type of conservatism. It's not exactly conservatism. In fact, a lot of the neocons came out of the I guess you would say, disaffected left from the communist Russia back in the day. This is true. A lot of the Trotskyites left. They came to America, and they were disaffected liberals who just liked war and thought the left had gone too far on social issues. So they became neoconservatism, which again is not really that conservative at all. They're globalists. They care about foreign wars. They support globalism at face value. They support mass immigration. They support just all of these policies that are now attributed to the Democrat Party today, one could say. And the truth is we need to reduce the amount of neoconservative values and policies and institute more authentic conservative policies in the Republican Party. Hence the term paleoconservatism, which is just basically authentic conservatism. People use the term paleocon. Personally, I don't think it's a necessary term. I think it's just authentic conservatism. I think it's kind of redundant because neoconservatism, it's the Bushes basically. It's George Bush. It's, I guess you'd say Mitt Romney to an extent. Bill Kristol is an example of a neocon. The aforementioned Levin has, delved into neoconservatism lately with his massive simping for Ukraine. It's just establishment conservatism, and we need to repeal and replace the current establishment in the Republican Party. And we've done it to an extent. We have a long way to go with a more authentic form of conservatism, which is essentially a mix of paleoconservatism and what I like to call national populism, which is just American nationalism and an economic policy that is not rabidly pro-corporate and doesn't just shill for these woke corporations. That doesn't mean that I'm anti-capitalist or that I'm anti-free market in any capacity. It's just that I view it as a tool instead of a religion, and we need to focus more on Main Street and what's good for Main Street than what's good for Wall Street. Sometimes what's good for Wall Street is good for Main Street. There are some caveats. We like a strong stock market. There's many other things that we like, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, this whole just like we have to have this like autistic worldview. Oh, if we use the government to do this, or this, then we're doing something wrong. And it's like that's not what conservatism is really about. So let's see. Okay, here we go. More super chat. Stephen Nizek sent 21 way to improve the minimum wage is to eliminate illegal immigration. If employers can choose between citizens with their benefit packets and illegal immigrants who cost employers less, employers will choose illegals. I mean, just immigration in general, really, one could say. But yeah, I think that that's one way to do it. Obviously, you're not pro-worker if you're pro-mass immigration. That is true. But at the end of the day, it's important to understand that there are other ways to raise the minimum wage, maybe incentivize it through the corporate tax structure. That's a much more effective way of doing it than mandate that corporations have to pay a certain percentage. You could have a $0 minimum wage, but if you incentivize your corporate tax structure properly to incentivize that, the ratio of the workers to the CEO, et cetera, has to be a certain amount, then you're probably going to end up having a much more successful, strong economy than you would if you just do something that's going to automatically lead to a ridiculous amount of inflation. Okay, now we're at 6% reporting right here in Missouri. So we'll go back to Kansas. No is at 66%. That's sad. Sedgwick County is halfway in. It's up by like 21. Sedgwick County actually voted for Donald Trump by 12 points. So again, like I said, this could very well just be the way that it was worded. It could very well just be Democrat turnout being higher because of the House primaries or whatever, but still not really very good, especially in the state of Kansas of all states, by the way. But the no campaign really did drop, or not the no campaign, the yes campaign really did drop the ball as well. But we'll see. It's not over yet. I think it'll get closer, but it's still very disappointing. And I didn't even say it would pass, but I said it'd be like 50-50 either way. So we'll see. Kansas, you can never count on Kansas to do anything. It really is the worst state in the union. It really is the worst state in the union. Kansas. Like, who wants to live in Kansas of all places? Like, who would want to live in Kansas? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to insult the Kansans in chat. I'm sure we have a decent amount, but seriously. Cuxus. Literal Cuxus. It's just flat and there's nothing there. Like, at least Nebraska has a good, like, college football operation going on in terms of, like, the strength of the fandom. They have corn. Kansas just has wheat and nothing. Like, Oklahoma, you have more there. You have, more going on. You have casinos. You have the Thunder. Whatever. Not really the biggest fan of the Oklahoma City Thunder or really casinos in general. Rather use Predicted if you want to bet on something, right? Which we'll be monitoring Predicted throughout the night as well. But, either way, it's like I'm not opposed to gambling on the surface level, but probably shouldn't do it too much. But either way, they have something is my point. Kansas has nothing. There's nothing in Kansas. So Nathaniel Hyde says Decision Desk has called Michigan for Dixon. I called Michigan for Dixon. Dixon's going to win big in the primary, and hopefully we'll defeat Whitmer in December. We'll have to see. Hunter San Angelo says Bob Lorenzer is the only Dem running for Congress in Michigan 1. Okay, thanks for the tidbit, I guess. Go Boy says, welcome back. Sent 50. Thank you. Thank you for the largest super chat of the night. The bots are in chat. Get rid of the bots. No, we don't want the bots. Where are the moderators? Got to have the mods in chat do their job. Jesse Smallwood says, what do you see for the political prospects in Indiana? Jim Banks as senator in the future. Banks is kind of cucked on a few things. I mean, we'll see. But the Indiana GOP is underratedly awful. Flapjacks, thanks for the super chat. Richard says, you like Michael Savage. I love his Trump interviews. I'm not opposed to him entirely. I just don't know him that well. Didn't he say something about Limbaugh before he died that was like in really poor taste, though? Like, it is what it is. Zach says, will you be attending CPAC Dallas? Yes, I will be. At least for a couple days. But I'll be attending. Videomaker2341 says, many left-leaning polls recently, like Siena and Data for Progress, has the New York governor's race being D plus 15. I say Hochul wins by under 10 as of now. Yeah, I could see it being within 10. I just don't think it's going to be like within 5. Unless Zeldin like really just kills it in terms of his campaigning strategy from here on out. So we'll see. A lot of chats rolling in. I'm trying to get to all the super chats, guys. Nick H says, do you buy in the theory that Fetterman can win back ancestral Dems who voted for Trump? Not in any meaningful capacity, no. The guy's very far left. And technically, Oz is not the strongest candidate that the right nominated, but at least he's trying to win, and he's going out there and campaigning and meeting people. All Fetterman does is tweet about how Oz is from New Jersey. It's not even from New Jersey. It's from Ohio, actually. It's ironic because Mastriano is from New Jersey, which, again, there's nothing wrong with. But Shapiro, even though his campaign isn't being run the best way, he's not, like, using that because even he knows, like, how awful it would be for a campaign strategy. Like, what is your campaign strategy, John Fetterman? Oh, I'm going to get high for the 90,000th time today, and I'm going to tweet about New Jersey. Yeah, I don't think that's going to win over voters. It might win over some very stupid people on Twitter.com that are going to support him anyways that don't even live in Pennsylvania. Half of them probably live in New Jersey. But Fetterman, it's not a winning campaign strategy, and Fetterman is not a winner. He's a loser, and he'll be a big loser come November. Olivia Williams says Derek and Eric Schmidt, both AGs for statewide office and in bordering states as well. This is true. Nobody says difference between neocons and Tea Party Republicans. Well, Tea Party Republicans are more like anti-establishment generally. They might agree with neocons on some like economic things though, but they tend to be a little bit more like non-interventionist. They tend to be more libertarian. Tea Party is like the step in between neocons and like, I guess you would say, like paleoconservatism or like Trumpian populism or something like that. DS Cuber says, how would you differentiate neolib from neocon? They're two sides of the same coin. Neocons might sometimes like vaguely take social conservative stances on things, like they might be pro-life or something like that. But either way, that's pretty much what it is. Jesse Hughes says, thoughts on the Freedom Caucus? I mean, that's kind of, it depends. There are some base people like Gosar, Biggs, etc. I would have said Scott Perry, but that vote on the codifying the gay marriage thing was awful. But I don't know where it came from. It came out of left field. But I don't know. It's like the Freedom Caucus. I like a lot of people in the Freedom Caucus. I would say not every Tea Party person is bad. A lot of good people came out of the Tea Party, and a lot of them are like the America First crowd now, like Gosar. Gosar was originally a part of the Tea Party movement. So a lot of the Tea Party was disorganized. They ran a lot of zany candidates. There's a little interesting characters that were just like running, and a lot like O'Donnell in Delaware, which again, she didn't lose because she was too far right necessarily. She lost because it's Delaware. And she was just like running a very strange campaign, talking about being a witch or whatever. I don't know, it was crazy stuff. But I like the Tea Party movement for like a building block, but it's not the be all and end all. Like, it was a good step in the right direction because that energy was channeled in part to Trump in 2016. But the America First conservative crowd, like building off of Trumpism, like that's the future. It's not like this, Tea Party, like diet, paleo-libertarianism type of stuff. But a lot of them have assimilated like into the actual authentic conservatism side, which is good. The Great MAGA King says Lucas Dunce is done in Kansas. Well, he's running in Missouri, but yeah. Yeah, Dixon fell to 42, but so Soldano's the one that's gained quite a bit. So it's not like Rinke fell as well, and Huron County's now in Dixon's column. The counties that Rinke's winning are very small. So there you go. Let's go down and see the, okay, nothing's new out of the Gibbs-Meyer race. Go to Kansas. Nothing's really new out of Kansas. Brown is at 40.7, but he's not really gaining anything right now. And Kobach is still in the lead, so, I mean, that's kind of a bonus, I guess. Which, again, like I said, he'll win this time. He will. He'll win without an issue this time. Is he the best campaigner? Not necessarily, but he'll win no problem in this environment. Especially with Derek Schmidt spearheading everything. He'll beat Laura Kelly for sure. I would also just look at the turnout in total. Like, if the abortion thing passes and Dems and reps are like evenly split in terms of turnout, then you would just know that it's more of the energy factor on the left that is like the post-Roe backlash. That's kind of what's pulling this, because you wouldn't really anticipate it to be that close. But what can I say? Arizona polls close in how many minutes do we have until the day of reckoning really begins? 37 minutes. Okay, new votes in. Gibbs is still in the lead. Ottawa County is almost all the way in, and Gibbs has won it by 19. We're waiting on Kent County. It's all going to come down to Kent County. We need Gibbs to hold the line. We need it to happen. There's 12,000 votes in Muskegon County. I have no qualms about Muskegon going in Gibbs's column. We need Kent County to break for Gibbs, or break for Meyer very narrowly, in order for Gibbs to hold on. I think Gibbs is going to, I think he's got this, but we'll see. 6,000 votes remaining in Ottawa County. But the polls that we saw went very heavily in Gibbs's column. So we'll see. Hopefully it stays the same. All right. Back to Michigan. Okay, we did that. Missouri, 11% of the vote is in. Deshaun Porter, he's at 250. He might get 2,500 votes when it's all said and done. Who knows? But either way, Eric Schmidt is the front runner. Let's check out Ohio State Legislature. I don't think anything is like really new there. No results that. Yeah, the bots are so annoying. I just don't get it. Like every single chat, they're in every single chat. I don't know. It's a YouTube issue. Spend less time banning me and spend more time taking care of the bots in chat. That's my message. I think everybody can agree with that. But make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. We're almost to 133,000, so let's make sure we get there. This is a stream that we're almost to 5,000 viewers as well. Which again, I think we're probably going to hit it when we could hit it when the AZ results start pouring in, but that's not going to happen for about another hour, I guess you would say. Like if I'm looking at the chat like thing, like at 8 o'clock, was it Central? We saw a big spike up to 5, and it kind of like just went down a little bit because people were anticipating the results, but they're going to be out in approximately 35 minutes. So that's what we're waiting for. That's what we're waiting for. So we'll see. The other Eric is only at 400 votes. Didn't really help him very much, but what can I say? Again, more bots. I did put subscriber mode on, didn't I? Yeah, I put subscriber mode on. I always have to. I always make sure of it. That incentivizes people to stick around. You know? So true. Epic Apes says this is the Return of the Jedi stream. This is the second Return of the Jedi stream. I already did that one. But yeah, just Stinger says thoughts on Rep Arrington. I'm moving to Lubbock from LA and I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about him either, and I live in Texas, so he doesn't really make a lot of waves, I guess you would say. Benson X says Johnson is not in, might doom the abortion thing. Johnson County's been moving to the left lately, so I don't know. J.R. Garcia says thoughts on Rothschilds and Marx being, because I don't know. I actually never heard that before, so I don't know. John Waffle H2P says Kansas is unfortunately turning. Yeah, I mean, it's moved to the left a little bit because of the growth in like the Kansas City metro area on the Kansas side, but I don't know. I don't really think it's going to go blue anytime soon, but it definitely is a state like, yeah, we're going to get Rhode Island and Delaware in 2036 and we're going to give them Kansas. Okay, why not? Jake from State says, damn shame about the Kansas referendum. Was really hoping it would go our way, but proves we need to continue the pro-life movement on the ground. This is true. Yehuda Berger says, welcome back. Is it looking good so far? Is there hope tonight? Looking good besides the abortion referendum. That's all I can tell you, and we don't have anything out of Arizona yet, so we'll see. DS Cuber says, Coxus, a Luke did a dem in 2018 with tonight's results seeming more like they're going to keep abortion. What are the odds Coxus trends blue long term? Like I said, I think it is, but I don't think it's going to flip anytime soon. I'll say that. Nobody's moving there, really. Like, that's the thing. Like, conservatives will leave California for Texas, even like Utah, Idaho, etc. But they're not moving to Kansas because nobody wants to move to Kansas. Who's moving to Kansas? Like, seriously, Kansas? I just don't see the appeal. It's not like as bad as Maryland or anything like that, but I would never set foot in Kansas unless I didn't have to because there's just nothing there. Like, even like for the rural states, like I'm not somebody that is like anti-rural, as most people know, but like there are better states to live in for that than Kansas. Like even the Midwest, I'd love to live in the rural Midwest. I would never want to live in Kansas. I'm sorry. Tulip says, how the hell are R plus 40 counties voting for abortion? I have no idea. The votes aren't all the way in yet, so we'll see. Restored Data says, thoughts on all 50 states doing electoral split instead of winner take all? Would it help GOP in blue states? It could, but I prefer the current system. Nebraska and Maine, I'm fine with them as exceptions. Maybe we could do that to Georgia. We could Maine rule Georgia, but Kemp doesn't have the balls to do it. And Republicans are going to be so naive and they'll be like, no, we're going to keep Georgia in our column. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, look at the way Atlanta's growing. Look at the way it's changed its voting patterns over the past 40 years. It's not even just 2020. It's just all the way back from the 80s, 2004 to now. It's a mess. So who knows? Nathan Nidwitsky says Utah GOP makes the South Carolina GOP look competent. In a way, yes. At least they have some decent congressmen like Duncan and Norman. Sam Madsen says, what will it take to get these pro-choice Trump voters in line? Because evidently there's a lot of them. Keep winning the argument. Keep winning the argument. That's what we have to do. That's really all it comes down to. Joseph Vol says Russia's in the Missourian Hall of Fame. That's where most base people are from. That's why we got two great candidates. No rhinos. Yeah, I know. Yeah, more than two great candidates. I mean, Billy Long is decent. Nobody has anything on the legendary Deshaun Porter, though, of course. He's going to get a couple thousand votes tonight. Okay, seriously, the bots, they just keep popping up everywhere. It's crazy. They're not even trying to be subtle. Like the names of them are just crazy. It's just like disgusting. Like, you people need to find God, please. Just listen to me. Doomsday Machine says, have you thought about doing more collabs with other America First YouTubers? Like who is the real question. I've already done collabs with some of them. So who would you like to see me do a collab with? I mean, make sure to let me know. Johnny Cezanne says, thoughts on Congressman McCarthy as Speaker? I work for him. I think we could do better. Assuming you're talking about Kevin McCarthy. I know people. I have good friends that work for his campaign reluctantly. But, like, is he better than Paul Ryan? Yeah, but that's not saying anything. He's still like a part of the GOP establishment, and he's still somebody that I don't really trust whatsoever to do the right thing or to be an actual authentic conservative. And I know that we can't, like, realistically get enough votes to have, like, MTG be Speaker or something like that, but somebody like Andy Biggs or even Jordan in Ohio would be a massive upgrade, and hopefully they go for it. One of them does, and would defeat McCarthy, because McCarthy is still a part of the establishment. We could do better. At large 47, thanks for the super chat. Nathaniel Hyde says they also called Missouri for Eric Schmidt. I'm not surprised. All right, we have more super chats. They keep pouring in. I want to get to the results for a second, but yeah, Schmidt's basically got this. He'll be a decent senator. I look forward to him winning in November by probably 25 over whatever loser the Dems put up, probably this Trudy woman nobody's ever heard of until today. Kansas is now at 26%, and yes is now up to 36.7. Hopefully it gets in the 40s. I hope it does, but we'll see. Yeah, Dixon's now at 41 because Soldano's gaining. Bay County has an error. Ralph Repant is at 76.2%. I don't even know who that is. Yeah, that's got to be an error. Big time error there. But yeah, it's not going to hold up whatsoever. Gibbs is now ahead of Meyer. Kent is now in. Meyer is winning Kent sizably so far. That is early vote. But Meyer's winning Kent sizably. Hopefully Gibbs gains in the remainder of the votes they have there, but hopefully he gains a little bit more. We don't want Meyer to survive this. We really don't. But if that holds up, that's not good. That's not good at all. But what can I say? Missouri. Okay, let's go back to super chats. Charles Sapp's results in AZ won't show until the polls in Navajo reservation close at 11 Eastern. Really? Okay, well, that's... Okay, the bots, again, more bots, seriously. Okay, thankfully people are hiding them, but they keep popping up. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, if that's true, that's unfortunate, but we'll stick around for the results. They usually report a decent amount pretty fast, and then they don't report the remainder for a while. Nicholas Hausman says, Joco is the most educated part of the metro area. Platte and Clay on the Missouri are more white, working class, blue collar, and rural. I used to live in Platte County. This is true. I mean, it is definitely moving to the left. Let's see. Epic Ape says, I'd love to see a Rep Doyle vid or podcast. How about let's just see a Doyle anything on his channel within the past, I don't know, 4 months or so. How many months has it been? 4 months? 2 videos all year. It's a perfect upload schedule that he's got there. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be up for a collab, but if he can't even make his own content, it's like, if we collab on something, it'll end up like we're on like the same show with the Blaze or something, more so than, oh, we're going to do a collab on my channel or his channel. So Benson X says, seems to be a glitch with Bay County. Some guy with 1,000. Yeah, I already mentioned that. Politically, thanks for the super chat. Chris, thank you. Bruh says, just got home. Who won? Who won? We're still waiting. There's nothing out of Arizona yet, but Eric Schmidt and Tudor Dixon tend to be the big winners of the night so far. But hopefully John Gibbs is going to hold on. It's not looking too good right now, given what we have out of Kent County, but we don't really know where they're really from. And there are approximately 18,000 votes that are not in Kent County that are going to break heavily for Gibbs. But will it be enough? I don't know. Hopefully. Cesar Hurtado says, Mark Levin has always been a neocon like Hannity. They just shill for whoever the GOP direction blows. Still remember those two selling GW and Cheney's wars. Exactly. That's what I said. They blow the way the wind does when it's convenient. But now that Trump's out of office, Levin has no choice but to shill for Ukraine and say that we need to send all of our money to Ukraine. That's what they do. Politically says, make a collab with Real American Politics. We've been on streams together before, but I don't know. I don't do a lot of collabs. Like I've said, it's not a common thing, but I've done them in the past. So Daniel Krieger says, disappointing Greitens couldn't pull it out this time, but in my eyes, the Senate was like the Pennsylvania governor's race because that was another race we were guaranteed a solid candidate. Well, if McSwain or White won, that would not have been the case. But yeah, I mean, I tend to agree that overall Barletta would have been a decent governor. And the establishment really rallied behind Barletta because they just saw no other option. But the fact that we backed them into a corner and forced them to rally behind somebody like Barletta, who they hated and left out to dry in 2018, kind of shows you how the Overton window is moving in the correct direction. That's the way that I see it. Belfagor says, support Ukraine, robot emojis. Yeah, it's the current thing. It's the current thing. Caleb775 says, hey, Rep, I live in Nevada. What should I do about boomers who think our GOP primary was messed with or whatever? For Lombardo. Yeah, no, Gilbert just didn't win the election. Lombardo had a big name recognition and a big base in Clark County, which is where a majority of the population is. Now, let it be clear that Gilbert did a lot better than I thought that he would have, which again was good for him, I guess, but he probably should just concede. If we got to get rid of Sisolak in November. You can deal with, the fallout after the fact for sure. So John Waffle H2P says, would you ever go debate the Young Turks or other leftist YouTubers? Well, I mean, the Young Turks, how are you going to debate the Young Turks? I mean, the only people that have gotten the access to debate Schenck are like big, name established people and part of the conservative media sphere for a long time, people like Shapiro or people along the lines of that. Other leftist YouTubers, it's possible. I'm not like a debate me, bro. I don't go out there and challenge people to debates or whatever. But if somebody wanted to debate me on something, I'd gladly, sit in the ring with them and debate them. But that just doesn't usually happen, especially given the, type of content I produce. It's not always like the most confrontationally, policy oriented all the time. Even though we do stuff like that from time to time, it's not always the most, like, I guess you would say, policy-oriented type of thing. Usually if we debate leftists, it's always going to be just in like comment sections or something. But I tend not to engage with them nearly as much as I used to like a couple of years ago. So Sam Madsen said, I really wish Trump would have gotten involved with endorsing this measure, but he's not really a social conservative. Yeah, on a lot of issues, Trump is not a social conservative, which is a liability. And in terms of this measure, if he would have gotten involved, it probably would have done a lot better, but he doesn't care that much about abortion. He just doesn't, which again, like I said, I love Trump, but there's always going to be some weak spots, and that's kind of the main thing. So Susan Zalisco says, any updates from Arizona? We'll get the results in probably about, I don't know, an hour or so. Thomas Kellogg says, are you going to cover the New York August 23rd primary? Absolutely. Again, we only have, besides like Wisconsin on the 9th, we only have 2 more big primaries after this, and then technically New Hampshire in September, which I don't know why they do it so late, but it's kind of dumb. But yeah, I think that the New York primary, will definitely cover it. The Florida primary, we got to get Representative Sabatini in there at all costs, and hopefully he'll win. Great guy. He'll instantly be a fan favorite. Gosar 2, maybe Gosar 2 that'll be there for years to come. Be epic. A. Huffman 1984 says, disappointed in the value. Them both vote so far here in Kansas, but still have hope. I don't know what that exactly means, but it seems like the referendum failed, sadly. Rolf Cochran says, welcome back, my friend. Tell me what you think about the crazy Fox polls in Pennsylvania. Dr. Turley's going to have you on soon. Well, I'd be glad to come on soon. Definitely. I'm glad to be back. It was a 40-hour stint in the doghouse with YouTube for no reason, which is why I'm back. But I just think Fox polls are garbage in general. I mean, when are they ever accurate? They're always off by like 10 to 15 points in one direction or the other. That just seems to be the way that it is. So, yeah, I don't really put much stock into polls this early for these general elections. And for Fox, I put even less stock into them because their track record is awful. And it's like Fox is supposed to be this right-wing type of like network, they say, but their pollster is like run by a leftist and an ever-Trumper. So that kind of tells you how their polling operation works, and they're not the most accurate. But they'll have like a good grade at 538 or 527 because they pay off Nate Plastic to make them look good. But that's why I call it the election mafia. They are the election mafia. It's not a conspiracy. It's true. That's exactly what they are. Westfield 90 says, here we go again. Prager came out against Trump 2024. Elite conservatives live in a timid bubble and never want to take chances. Yeah, Prager he's a part of the establishment. I mean, he runs PragerU. That is a major establishment conservative think tank. And of course they're going to, do whatever they do to push the establishment candidates because they're a part of the establishment. Just because the leftists just trash them for inconsequential things does not necessarily mean that they're fully on our side. Now, some of these people and some of these, channels or networks have actually gotten better, admittedly, during the Trump era. I think there was a PragerU video I saw not too long ago that was actually really, really solid on something. I don't know if it was on like woke capitalism or was it, I don't know what it was, or if it was on immigration, but they're getting a little bit better. I'll say that because people are putting pressure on them and we got to continue to do so. But other than that, it's like there's, still a long way to go. Thomas Kellogg says New York also has a special election on the 19th. I'm aware. Sam Madsen said even Ron endorsing it might have helped. Yeah, but Ron is a hands-offish kind of guy. This is why I'm not sold on Ron as a future leader of the GOP even after Trump is gone, because the guy's not exactly like the biggest fighter that is going to take a big stand in a way, like against the establishment. Right. He might own the media. He might own the media in like Tallahassee or whatever. And fine. He's a good governor. But at the end of the day, if he's not willing to take a wrecking ball to the establishment, are we actually going to save this country with Ron DeSantis in charge? I don't know. That's why I still support Trump. So Ron, he has his role in the movement, but it's not going to be future president, in my opinion. Might be a VP, but that's about it. Moss and Hollowell says, do you think Ted Budd and Vance will be good senators? Yes. Also just curious, how old are you? Love your channel. I'm 22. 22. A.L. Jolie says, Jim Jordan for House Speaker. Willie D says, okay, Oklahoma special, Mark Wayne versus T.W. Shannon. Mullen's probably going to win it like 70-30. Moonlight says, a noticeable party voter change in Wyoming against Cheney. Yeah, Cheney's going to go down. Don't even worry about it. Nick H says, why do so few Republicans understand that DeSantis wouldn't be able to muster white working class turnout at anywhere near the level of Trump? Because they're naive. They'll say, oh, Youngkin outperformed Trump in some counties, therefore DeSantis will too. And they're comparing apples to oranges. I did a whole 43-minute video on it. Go watch it. It's a good video. Westfield 90 said, just joined. How are your predictions looking? Not entirely bad so far, but we have nothing out of the state of Arizona. Dixon, they called it in New York Times. That prediction upheld correctly. Gibbs, no new votes out of the 3rd District. Missouri is now 21% reporting. And Billy Long is only at 3%. For somebody that was talked about a lot, talked about by Trump, only to end up with 3.2%. McCloskey's another one who, he had a big media free advertising campaign basically because of the instance that he was put in back in 2020, but he's only at 3.2% of the vote right now. So Long and McCloskey not exactly doing that well. I could tell you guys that much, but Schmidt tends to be the favorite. Greitens is gaining a little bit, but Schmidt, I'll call it for Schmidt. Schmidt will win, which is not the end of the world, by the way. He's not really that bad, even though Greitens is better. And I'm glad that we have a primary where we're not picking the lesser of two evils like Pennsylvania. We're picking the, better of two goods like Missouri. So thankfully our bench held up. Okay, let's see. I don't want to miss any super chats. I don't think we did. Rubik's Cube says, Spinefish sent $3. Is didgeridoo nationalism inevitable? I don't know. Probably not, actually. I just don't know. Don't really know exactly what that is, honestly, if I'm going to be honest. Sam Matson said, then Tucker could have endorsed it, just anybody with high name ID. No, I agree with you 100%. Everybody should have been on board. Everybody should have been on board. So they were not on board, and as a result, well, what happened? It just depends on the campaigns that people run for these things, really. It doesn't mean, abortion is popular in Kansas and that people in Kansas just love to kill their unborn children. It's more just of the fact that the no campaign was run much better than the yes campaign, and the yes campaign didn't really try, among other things. So keep this in mind. Either way, these protections should be removed from the state constitution, but they're not. So it's sad, but what can I say? And probably in Michigan, you're going to see it again. You're going to see it again. Richard says, are you still predicting 54 seats? You saw my first chat. Yeah, I'm still thinking 53 or 54. I think 54 is running the table. 53, I don't know. Charles Sapp says, how do you like this for 2028? Red Lake for president, Mastriano for Senate, DeSantis for Senate, Thune for retirement. Why not just have Mastriano at the top of the ticket and have Lake be VP? I don't know what'll happen there, but yeah, DeSantis, if he primaried Rubio in 2028, that would prove that he's anti-establishment, for one, and for two, it would actually put a decent senator in power in Florida. Thune for retirement, absolutely, but I mean, he's hard to get rid of. Trump could have found a guy to do it, but he couldn't do it. So let's see. The Great MAGA King says, thoughts on Wyatt Tomlin. Wyatt Tomlin, that guy's like 12, 13 years old, and he just is like a diehard leftist. He'll probably be far right by the time he's 15. He's just not worth talking about. There is a cutoff age for politics, definitely. If you don't know what you're doing and you're getting involved and you're 12 or whatever, and you say all these crazy things, people are going to laugh at you, and it's not good. It's not a good look, especially as you get older. So you got to know what you're doing. I'm not saying that young people can't contribute to political campaigns, help out, etc. I'm just saying if you're making a fool out of yourself on the internet at age 12, you're probably doing something wrong. So Let's go back to Michigan. DS Cuber says, who do you want as Trump's VP and should it not be DeSantis? Like I said, I don't know. I really have no idea. We'll see who is on the short list. I don't want Elise Stefanik. She's been talked about a lot, and I really hope that he does not choose her. I can tell you guys that much because look at her record. She's very liberal on a lot of issues, and she still even has been, even in Cheney's old position that she's took over. And Trump likes her for some reason. I don't know what Trump's deal is with his, just like propping up women for the sake of them being women. And not really actually looking or caring about their policies. It's like the whole what is it, the Ortagus endorsement in Tennessee or the Jesse Odo endorsement in Ohio. It's the same concept. It really is. Westfield 90 says, with the worst inflation crime border in my lifetime, shouldn't the GOP be winning massively across the board? What is it? I think they are winning massively across the board, but the GOP does find a way to drop the ball too. So the wave, if it's R plus 7, it could have been R plus 15 or whatever. Maybe not 15, but 12. If it's R plus 10, it probably could have been R plus 15. So it's not necessarily that they're too divided or that they're not influential. I just think that they could be more maxed out if they had the right message. Jay Shuggs is still really scared for Pennsylvania. Oz is going to drown us. Yeah, I don't think so. I think if you look at these polls, they're trash for one. The early polls in Pennsylvania also had Trump down double digits. I think Oz is going to end up beating Fetterman. I think Fetterman is just awful. I think that Oz could lose to a competent candidate that's like a corporate Dem in a year that was not 2022. Yeah, I agree 100%. But I think Oz, despite his flaws, will end up winning easily. Christopher Laurie says Kansas is weird, a GOP state since the state's existence, but cringe in many ways. True. William Aguilar says Ben Carson would be the best Trump VP. He's picking another outsider. I don't know. I don't know about Carson on the ticket. I don't really know what he adds. He's also kind of getting old. I think people are going to want somebody a little bit younger. I like Ben Carson. I just don't think he'd be a Trump VP choice, really. Falco Kunze says, with the massive expansion of mail-in voting upheld by the PA Supreme Court today, doesn't that basically chalk up a loss for Oz? No, because we didn't know it was going to be overturned or that it was actually going to have a chance of being overturned to begin with. When I'm making my predictions, I'm not taking like the old or like the 2016 election laws into equation. I'm taking 2020 into equation. What we saw in Virginia into equation. What we will see in Pennsylvania is the same election legislation that oversaw the passage of the referendums that stopped Governor Wolf's powers last year. That was a statewide referendum. So either way, I don't really think that it's something that's very good. It's something that needs to be changed, but it's not like Republicans cannot win with the current election laws that are in place. That I will say. And you can't have that mindset. You have to be more energized to vote, so you can win the election, so you can change the laws to what they need to be. That has to be the winning mindset. And also, we hit 5,000 live viewers. So make sure you like the stream. Like up the stream. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not yet subscribed to the channel. And we're going to go from there, but we're going to have the results that are going to be pouring in. Oh yeah, we hit 133K. There we go. Make sure you guys subscribe. Let's get it up there. Let's get to 134. Maybe not tonight, but at some point in the future. We're getting up there. So okay. Let's see. Okay, Gibbs gained a little bit, not by much, because more votes poured in out of Ottawa. But it really depends on Kent County. That margin in Kent at the end of the day, for Gibbs to hold on, it's got to be like 5 or below. So, Missouri, what is it, at 30? 30% of the vote reporting so far? Yeah, we're still waiting on Michigan. I'll get to super chats. We'll finish some of the super chats here. The Great MAGA King says, Wyatt Tomlin be like Ryan will win by 10 in Ohio. Yeah, basically. Noah Bowdy says, how did abortion get in the Kansas Constitution in the first place? I have no clue. Sam Madsen said, will the pro-abortion amendment pass in Macomb? Probably, I would say. Sadly, probably. Aaron Ratliff said, could Trump avoid a blue wave year in 2026? No, but I don't think it'd be as bad as 2018 if he plays his cards right. Jacob Carter says, ban super chats that are just like, hey, Rep, what do you think about this random state senator? Who's Trump going to pick for VP? Well, I mean, people, if they watch by now, would understand they're not always going to get a clear answer if they're going to be asking very esoteric questions. But I mean, it is what it is. It's not as bad as the super chats we got before the 2020 election. Is AOC going to lose her seat? It's like, no, of course not. She sucks. She's not going to lose her seat. She's in like a D+80 district. So Liam Sheldon says, do you trust the elections if they're being cheated by the left? Disavow. Not just for TOS, disavow. I didn't notice I was reading that, such as pushing mail-in voting. Yeah, we disavow. It's a totally clear election. Total clear election. I will say that, but I'm not going to answer that question for obvious reasons. We just got the channel back. What are you trying to do to me, man? What are you trying to do here? Jared Sparks says, why do you support Michaels in the Wisconsin primary? He skipped out on the governor's debate, which covers 70% of the state. Because Rathman is not a viable candidate. He's not a viable candidate. He's not going to win the primary. He's at 5% in the polls. That's why. That's why I'm not going to support Rathman. Now, Rathman should stay in the state Senate and be a fighter for whatever he's fighting for. So seriously, that's why. DJ Aftershock says, ever been to or thoughts on Oakland Charter Township north of Rochester? Have family there. It's still relatively based compared to Rochester Township. I've driven through there. I haven't really spent that much time there, though. Noah Teeter says, how would you feel about a President Blake Masters in the next decade? If he keeps getting his charisma up, which he's gotten it up a decent amount, I think that there's a real chance there. I really do. Westfield 90 says, Carson, nice but old school, timid, need a fighter. Agreed. Yeah, people in chat saying, you sound like an elector, bro. No, you sound like an idiot. That's what you sound like, okay? There's a difference between being a complete and total moron who doesn't understand politics and saying, well, I can't nominate this candidate because they're too far right or whatever. So seriously, get it together. That's what I say. Understand how these things work a little bit more, and don't sit there and try to act like you know more than me, because you don't. Basically, you don't. If a candidate is polling at 5% in the primary and you're going to be like, well, why don't you support this guy? It's like, I don't know, maybe because the other choice that is fairly solid and capable of victory is actually going to lose if you spend more time supporting this other candidate that probably would lose to Tony Evers because of the fact that you're going to be throwing it to Cleefish. Yeah, I don't want Cleefish to win the primary. I want Michaels to win the primary. I want somebody that's going to go in there and get things done, not somebody that might even lose the general because they don't even know how to campaign in the primary because they're at 5%. That is why. So that's it. It's not about me being an elector, bro. It's about you knowing nothing. Okay? That's what it comes down to. So, yeah, exactly. If Rathman was polling at 30%, I would probably support him if he was over some of the establishment people. But he doesn't have a chance to win, and he doesn't know how to campaign. And honestly, he's a one-issue candidate. He's a one-issue candidate. Like I said, like I support, like people are going to be out here saying, well, you support Lake, and she talks about 2020, and you can't do that. It's like, no, they're idiots, for one, because just because you mention something that is a viable policy type of thing that people care about, you're not going to lose because it might be underwater statewide. But if you have somebody that's going to be a one-issue candidate and that's all they talk about, then they're probably not going to win if that issue is not an issue that a majority of the voters care about either, which is another thing. You have to be relatively well-rounded. Lake is well-rounded. Masters is very well-rounded. But somebody like Rathman, who I would support, obviously, if he is a viable candidate that just talks about one issue, is not necessarily going to be an automatic viable candidate. The guy's not even that based on everything from what I can gather either. So Iron Rider SLSM says, what's a good example of a good campaign run by an America First candidate? What does that exactly mean? You're seeing it right now with Mastriano, Masters. You're seeing it with Carrie Lake. Hopefully she wins tonight. I believe she will. I mean, there's plenty of examples over the years as well. Trump in 2016 is the biggest and most notable example, but we'll see. We'll see what happens this year. There's definitely examples over the years as well. But this America First campaign movement, you could say, is a relatively new phenomenon. Trump in 2016 spearheaded it. Of course, there are, examples since then of 2020. We saw it in a lot of congressional races, but it's something that is a little bit, it's something that's been tested. You could say like Jan Brewer in Arizona 2010 did a good job, but this new era of Trumpism running statewide, it is a relatively new phenomenon. But you have well-rounded candidates running this cycle that are likable, that are capable, and they are going to win. So that I can tell you. Nobody says, is it possible to have a situation where the woman's life is in danger but the baby can live? If so, which life is prioritized? I choose the baby. Yeah, I don't think that's really a viable thing, and usually the woman is going to be prioritized, obviously, in most cases like that. But even so, the life of the mother thing is vastly overblown. Like, that's very, very rare. And of course, they're going to save the mother every time. But either way, it would be a tragedy, But it's just it's a situation that doesn't matter. And usually if the woman is dying, the baby's going to die as well. So it basically would be sacrifice the baby to save the mother instead of sacrifice the mother to sacrifice the baby. It doesn't exactly make much sense. But it's such a rare thing, or a thing that just does not happen to the point where it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, that people are going to be whining about, well, we have to keep abortion legal because of this one exception. It's like that exception happens, like 2 times a year? Like, okay, it's a medical procedure at that point rather than an actual abortion. John Doe says, what are your thoughts on the reports coming out of AZ with a marker? Listen, I've heard about that. It's worth looking into. Let's see what the results are, and then we'll look into it. That's what I'll say. Let's wait and see the final results, and then we'll look into what comes out of it. MG says, how can Kemp lead Abrams and Warnock lead Walker? Because ticket splitting is a thing, but I think that both Republicans are going to end up winning at the end of the day in the state of Georgia. Jen R. sent the super chat, message retracted. Westfield 90 says, Limbaugh was the only true consistent conservative. Other media hosts like Prager, Levin Shapiro only care about selling books and their lecture circuit. Yeah, Limbaugh has been relatively real for the majority of his career. That is true. He's not a grifter. He just basically is, told it like it was, and it's sad that he's really not with us anymore. But Jacob Carter says, showing the eagle claws tonight, well, I'm showing the talons, But it's because you have stupid people that come in the live chat, act like they know everything, and say stupid things, and that claim to be like, oh, you're not actually a real conservative. Well, we've been fighting the fake conservatives this whole time, and we're doing it tactfully, and we're doing it effectively, and they act like they know everything, and they're the ones that just don't understand any ounce of pragmatism. Doesn't exactly mean that we're not fighters, but at the same time, understand what we're doing here. Oh, well, you're the people that are going to literally, support throwing the primary to Rebecca Kleefisch, and when you could obviously have a decent governor in Tim Michels, who's already an outsider. If this is basically all it comes down to. So Richard says, will Lake and Mastriano be able to certify something that we're not allowed to mention, but I think everybody knows what it is? I don't know. I don't think that it's really something that is anything other than a symbolic gesture. Get Trump elected in 2024. How about that? Is that such a hard thing to do? Because you could focus your energy on that. And honestly, it's a good symbolic measure. I'm not going to say that they shouldn't do it or try to do it or whatever. But at the end of the day, if they're going to try to go through with this, it's probably not going to go anywhere. It's probably not. What do you have? States that are going to say, oh, we declare this happened or whatever. Okay, what does it do? This is not December of 2020. This is 2022. It's not like Trump is going to magically reclaim the White House. He'll do that via 2024. He knows it. Everybody knows it. That's the way that it is. So Macintosh 1581 says, what are your thoughts on Grover Norquist and the large number of GOP candidates that sign? I don't know anything about that. I really don't. Hot Mike says, Senate GOP leader in 23. Also thoughts on Kent in Washington. Hopefully it's not McConnell, but I'm afraid that they're going to give it to somebody like Thune or Cornyn if it's not McConnell, and then it's like just a lateral move and nothing gets done. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But I think that in terms of Kent, he dropped the ball. First of all, his campaign manager is a total loser. Both of them, the old one and the new one. The new one supported Bernie Sanders in 2020. The old one was celebrating the fact that I got banned from YouTube because he's a piece of shit. And I have proof of it. I actually have proof of it. And maybe I shouldn't say that to implicate whoever sent it to me, but I have proof of it. So yeah, I hope Kent goes down tonight. He also said that Christianity was too divisive. That's what he said. He said Christianity was too divisive and that you couldn't talk about Christianity, and basically saying that listen to this guy. Who are you trying to appeal to? Like atheists or something? Like, are you kidding me? Like, no, I don't like Joe Kent. I don't like Kent at all. And he's a part of the CIA. He's literally a CIA agent. You think this guy's anti-establishment? He was a part of the CIA. He's a Fed. That's all he is. And he's somebody that's going to go out there and he's going to subvert the America First movement, subvert the MAGA movement. He's Dan Crenshaw with like less charisma somehow, with two eyes, who might throw out some like pro-worker rhetoric. And it's not coming from a place of genuine care of the workers. If anything, it's coming from the place of the fact that he's like actually a Marxist. So no, I hope he loses. He's a part of the CIA. And honestly, he may be worse than Butler. Butler voted to impeach, but Kent is a POS, and his campaign managers are both POSs. I don't care what people say. I really don't care. I know there's some good people that have supported Kent along the way and have liked Kent along the way, but I don't support Kent. And there's nothing anybody can do to change my mind about it. Especially what I heard from Matt Brainerd, who's a total piece of garbage, who celebrated the fact that my channel got banned off of YouTube for no apparent reason. That's the type of people that associate with Joe Kent, and those are the type of people that are total losers, that have zero place in conservatism. Exactly. That's what I'll say. I don't care if some good people support him or not. I don't support him, and that's all that really matters to me. Okay? Kent doesn't support really any form of like authentic like fighter type of rhetoric whatsoever, apparently, because he's the one caving to the left at every turn, saying, well, we can't talk about Christianity or whatever. It's like, dude, this is a Christian nation. Christianity and American conservatism are, if anything, synonymous with each other. And Kent is somebody that doesn't see any value in it. He just sits there in his like sweater or whatever and just, murmurs to himself. Like, seriously? No, I'm not a fan of Joe Kent. He's a part of the establishment through and through. So, and what the campaign managers of him have either said politically, like last year, or have said about me, it's completely a non-starter. It's completely a non-starter whatsoever. So that's what I have to say about Joe Kent. I'm not a fan of Joe Kent at all. And I'm not going to sit back here and like say, oh, well, I have to cave because there's some people that like Joe Kent. It's like, I don't care. I don't care if I lose. What if I lose some opportunities because I don't support a CIA agent who has said that Christ is too divisive and whose campaign managers have celebrated my YouTube channel being removed from YouTube for no good reason? I'm sorry. I don't support the guy. I'm not even like antagonizing him most of the time. I just pretend he doesn't exist. And that's what I encourage other people to do. Pretend he doesn't exist. So Christopher Laurie says, I like Cleafish, but turned to Michaels after she said she supported gay marriage. Exactly. Oh, but Rathman's at 3%, guys. We have to support Rathman. We have to have the pro gay marriage candidate win, or you're an elector, bro. You're just like the people that you hate. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works, buddy. I don't think that's how it works. The Gray MAGA King says, do you think we could control the White House for 12 years starting in 2024? Worried that the Trump victory in 2024 will limit a potentially more base candidate that might win after Trump 2028 to just one term. I think it's possible. It just depends. It depends on who runs. It depends on the national environments at the given time. History is something that can be looked at, but it's not always something that's going to basically be looked into. So, okay, 15% of the vote is in. John Gibbs. No, that's disappointing, man. That's disappointing for Gibbs. We don't have anything out of Arizona just yet. Eric Schmidt was declared the winner in Missouri. So that's something. Greitens is actually winning some counties in the southern or southeastern part of Missouri. Again, these are like legacy Dem counties that were very light red until very recently, if I'm not mistaken. And Trump did better in them in 2020 than 2016. So I'm not surprised that Greitens is actually doing pretty well there. I'm not surprised whatsoever. But yeah, Dixon's at 40. Dixon took a W tonight. Gibbs is barely holding on, and that's kind of disappointing because I really was anticipating Gibbs to win. Every indication said that he would, but it's unfortunate. And that answers the Hugh Paul super chat asking for my synopsis on Michigan's third. Nathaniel Hyde says, I don't know if you saw this because my phone died. The third Eric was helped by Trump. If it weren't for Trump, he would be at 0 votes. I mean, listen, like Deshaun Porter got 1,000 votes so far. He probably wouldn't be at 0 votes, but he might have been helped by like a couple hundred votes because of that for all we know. Exactly says, just got here. Please give me a sit rep, assuming that's like a summary. And, I mean, there's a lot to summarize, I will say. There's a lot to summarize. You look at Kansas, again, you saw the abortion referendum fail, sadly. Michigan, Dixon won. Gibbs is barely hanging on. I hope that some miracle will happen and he'll gain votes out of, nowhere, or Kent County. The votes that are in are all like mail or something and whatever. And then Greitens lost in Missouri, but Schmidt won. So that's pretty much it. Lifo Foley says, why are we losing in Kansas? Because Kansas is Kansas. And these referendums have a lot of, I guess you would say, caveats and nuances to why they come out certain ways. I don't think 65% of Kansas is pro-abortion. I think the number is much lesser than that. Maybe like 45%, but it's the way that the referendum was campaigned on, basically. Hot Mike says, thoughts on the Convention of States? Is it realistic? No, because the Republicans don't have the balls to do it. They just don't. It is something that could actually cause a big, like, I guess you would say a lot of people to rise up and actually do something for once, but it's not going to happen. John Cordisco says, say what you really think. Don't hold back. Just kidding. Keep doing what you're doing. God bless. Thanks for the super chat. Polite Rude Guy says, I called the cops on the homeless here in SA. The cop told me they can't do anything about it. Abbott needs to call the National Guard. Yeah, well, Abbott needs to do a lot of things. But it was so funny. Carrie Lake in the interview, she was like, grow a spine. And like the left-wing media freaked out. Just like, she's saying it because he's in a wheelchair. It's like, well, it's pretty funny, actually, if she did say that because of that. I don't think she knew that, that was like what she was getting at. But no, it's absolutely hilarious what was happening there. But what can I say? Paul says, chances Karen Robson wins a county. I'd say she wins a county. I just don't think that she'd win the primary. She might even win like 3 or 4 counties. But yeah. JV Leroy says, how do you think independents will vote in Arizona and Pennsylvania? They are the ones who often decide the outcome. I feel as though you underestimate that. Honestly, I think that, independents in Pennsylvania tend to be those voters who may have like voted for, Democrats in the past, but did vote for Donald Trump. And I think Mastriano will do very well with independents. I think Lake will also do well with independents, especially because of the fact that she has a big presence in the state for quite some time in the media. And Masters, from a lot of people, mentioned that he's doing very well with independents as well. So yeah, Washington polls don't close for 45 minutes. Arizona polls have already closed, but we're not going to get any results out of Arizona for probably 45 minutes because of their election laws being really low IQ, basically. There's no other way to put it. John Waffle H2P says, I have a family member who used to be America First, now want to join the feds and is talking like a liberal. Yeah, unsurprising. Joining the feds. You don't join the feds. Yo, is that Kai? We have Kai in chat. Let's go. We have Kai in chat. 07's for Kai. 07's for Kai. But yeah, people that join the feds, they are just like joining the enemy, basically. A lot of these intelligence agencies, we have no reason for them whatsoever, in my opinion, but that's basically all it comes down to. So the paternalist is, what's the reason for the beef between the Groypers and Sabatini? I know the guy quite well, and he's advocated for overturning Hart-Celler and the CRI. I didn't even know about the CRI thing. I don't know. I don't get involved in the E-drama. That's mainly like the whole, I think it's more of them attacking the whole AV thing than attacking Sabatini. But I like Sabatini. Sabatini's a great guy. He's going to be a star in Congress. So I'll say that much. I like Sabatini quite a bit. And Sabatini likes me quite a bit too, So it's pretty epic. Tucker Carlson fan says a bunch of boomers read the question wrong. Real. That's true. That is true. A lot of boomers likely did read the question wrong. That's not an excuse, but it is mainly the boomers. I will say that much. It is mainly the boomers. Valerie V says, have you watched 2000 Donkeys? Yeah, I did a review on my website. If you want my thoughts, go see it there. Can't really talk too much about it here. We just got the channel back, but we'll see. Jack Smirking Revenge says, know why all the trees in Missouri lean west? Because Kansas sucks. Ha 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 ha. Well, it is true. Kansas does suck, but it's a very, very mundane, like dad joke type of thing. Boomer joke or whatever. Nasty Mandy says, been working. How's primary night going? Well, we need John Gibbs to pull it off, but that's the one thing. Besides the old abortion thing, it's mainly the John Gibbs-Peter Meyer race that's really the one that there's question marks surrounding, and it's all Grand Rapids that's doing it. And is Gibbs doing well enough in Ottawa and Muskegon to offset it? The answer is right now he's not, but we still have a long way to go. But we'll see. Sam Madsen said those Greitens counties all voted for Bill Clinton big and voted over 80% for Trump, very based people. Yeah, well, those are the people that are changing what's going on in politics on a dime. They understand what's happening. It's the people that maybe didn't pay attention to politics and voted Democrat for years and years and years on end, but actually now started to get it and go from there. So Leonard 8.2 says Pima County turned people away. Well, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not going to make any assumptions until we see the final results. We'll see. There's a lot of people that were allegedly turned away, and it should be looked into and investigated 100%. But we're going to see what happens when the results come in. Either way, I'm still confident that Lake and Masters are going to win, but we're going to wait and see what goes on. So J Dub says, will you be streaming on August 23rd? Absolutely. Be streaming on the 9th, be streaming on the 23rd. I don't know what's going on in the 16th, but we'll have to wait and see. Wait and see 100%. So Sam Madsen said, I'm shocked Long didn't win, just figured he would eat all of his opponents. Yeah, I know. That's true. They're just too easy. The fat jokes are too easy. I mean, Billy Long is somebody that I would have highly anticipated would have at least had a chance because of the fact that he had grassroots energy behind him. He had like the blue collar optics with the auctioneer thing going on, but it just fell flat completely. And he got, how many votes did he actually end up getting? What percentage? Like 3.9. That's about as many Big Macs as he eats per minute, basically. Brandy Esterline says, would you support Steven Crowder for office? Crowder, his content, like it is like entry-level conservative, but there are people that are far more cringe than Steven Crowder. I will say that much. But in terms of supporting him for office, I don't really know if he would run for anything. It's like content creators and commentators running for office. I feel like if anybody does it successfully in the near future, probably going to be somebody like Tucker Carlson. Like we see people in news media like Lake, like Ronchetti, that end up running for Congress or Senate or governor, and they end up doing pretty well. But somebody like Crowder said a lot of controversial things, which is ironic because he's kind of like a normie con, one could say. But he's said a lot of controversial things that they'll try to use against him. And I don't necessarily think it would stick as well as people on like the left or whatever would really think, but is what it is. Christopher Laurie says, I think Citizens United needs to be overturned if we want populists like Gibbs and Cassidy to win. Yeah, I tend to agree to a certain extent. Big money in politics is a massive thing going on. So, big money in politics, you got to get it out of the way. And that, I think, is more important than term limits even. Term limits, everybody talks about term limits being something that we need or being something that's like super required in order for us to get rid of corruption in government. But I don't want somebody like Paul Gosar to be term limited. But I do want big money out of politics so we can get more Paul Gosars. And I don't know if that's going to be the most popular take, because a lot of people in the conservative sphere for many years have been talking about, we need term limits this, term limits that. But either way, big money in politics is the number one problem, far more so than term limits. I will say that much. So, yeah, Citizens United, I think it's going to be very difficult to overturn based off of the wording of it, but I think it's even deeper than Citizens United in terms of the problem of big money in politics. All right, let's see. We'll go check the results again. It's nothing new. Yeah, Gibbs-Meyer, it's down to 1%. 1% differential there. Apparently, Meyer gained a little bit in Kent, so you never know. Or actually, Meyer dropped a little bit in Kent, I should say. But Gibbs still has a little bit of a lead. Nothing in out of Muskegon. Ottawa's 23% remaining. So I think when we have like 40% of the vote in, we're going to know the winner for sure. But you just never know. It's the early vote. That could mean multiple things. Either it's mail-in voters that tend to be more establishment, or it's election day voters. And if it's election day voters in Kent County, then Gibbs is going to be totally screwed, sadly. But we got to get rid of Gibbs. Like I said, regarding Arizona, we're going to wait and see when the results pour in. I think we'll really get a big picture of what's going on. But either way, laws need to be changed regardless, big time. I mean, the fact that you have to wait an hour after the polls closed legally to get a single result, do you think that's going to raise people, or do you think that's going to lower people's suspicions, or do you think that's going to raise them? Regardless of what's going on, it's going to raise them 100%. And there's nothing. So you have to wait on some like native reservation of 500 people in order to report all the ballots. Why do they exactly get priority? That's the real question. Why? What gives them the priority? I don't really see a reason for it at all. I think it needs to stop 100%. So All right, make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. If you have not yet subscribed, now is the time to do so. We get 133,000 subscribers tonight. They tried to stop us. We got banned. We got reinstated. Again, no strikes, no nothing. But we got reinstated, so that's good. I'm very happy about that. Nick H says, I don't know much about Adam Laxalt. Is he based? He's solid. Overall, he's solid. He'll be a decent senator. I'm not going to say he's like perfect on every issue or anything, but to have him from Nevada being in the Senate, you'll get a decent senator, big time out of him. Probably better than most people in the Senate right now, which is what I like to see about the new class of politicians. The real thing is keeping these people in line, because you have a lot of people that you'll prop up and you'll support, and then they'll stab you right in the back, and it's like you were never on their side. So we'll have to see. Topher Studio says MTG's a based hero. She gets lied about and taken out of context. If you don't like MTG, you're probably a Fox News boomer. I think even a lot of them like her to an extent, because I don't think that all of the boomers necessarily have bad intentions. I just think a lot of them end up just going for what they know, which is not what they really should be going for by and large. But MTG's great. MTG's awesome. We love MTG. She's done a great job. I've seen her speak in person multiple times. She always does a great job. They're like, oh, MTG's low IQ or whatever. It's like, no, she's not. She relates to the people. If you relate to the American people, you get called low IQ. It's very insulting to the people at large. So, but MTG, she is well liked. I'd say she's arguably, like, in terms of, like, besides Trump, the people that people look up to the most, like for endorsements or whatever, MTG is one of them, in my opinion. It's MTG and it's Trump. I think MTG definitely helped Vance a lot in Ohio get a lot of traction, because you had a lot of people that were questioning, is this guy pro-Trump or whatever, because he, came around late. MTG supporting him definitely moved the needle, and then kind of moved the needle enough to the point where Trump endorsed him. I don't know if MTG endorsed Masters or some of these other people, but she's great. We definitely love MTG because she's a fighter. We need more fighters. We don't need less fighters. We need people that actually have the willingness to take a stand for something, because we don't have any people like that anymore. And there's going to be people that are like, well, she's good on policy, but we need more like intellectual types or whatever. And it's like, okay, you can have both. But MTG's not stupid. It's because, again, it's insulting. They insult MTG for what? She gets it. She does. She has good intentions. Has she said, like, as every single thing that she said in the past, like, in terms of, I guess you would say, like, didn't she say something about, like, reparations? That was cringe. But, like, either way, she tends to have good intentions. And she's a fighter on most, if not all, issues. And that's what matters. She's not afraid to be controversial. We need more people that are willing to, be controversial and effective. There's a reason why she's the other politician besides Trump that's banned from Twitter permanently, because she's effective. That's why. It's true. The Schmidt's on his way to 50 right now. Schmidt's on his way to 50. Sam Madsen said Greenlee County, Arizona, an old mining county, used to be the bluest county in the state, but it's now 66% Trump. Lake's best county, you think? We'll see. Let me look at I actually have this pulled up right here, the 2016 Arizona primary. Greenlee County, that's this one. Trump actually only got 45 in the 2016 primary, which is below his statewide average there, so I don't know. But what was his best county? La Paz. He got almost 70 in La Paz, 65 in Mojave. Like, those are your Trump counties. Not every, like, Dem to rep county is, going to be one of these counties that's super pro-Trumpian candidates in a primary, but we'll see. We got slightly offensive in chat. Let's go. Rep is undefeated. Teflon Rep. It is true. Teflon Rep is, well, the Michigan third primary. Maybe not so Teflon there. But other than that, we're back. We're still Teflon Rep. We're not going anywhere. Even if they take us down again, they're not going to be able to stop me. That's the thing. That's the thing. Which why we got to get people to follow all the platforms, follow the alt tech platforms, etc. We need all hands on deck for sure, because now we know what can happen, right? We know what can happen. So we'll see. Michael Heidelberger says, have you thought about going on Timcast? Both you and Timcast are growing influencers, and I feel like both shows would gain viewership. Well, I don't think Timcast is going to gain any viewers from my channel. It's about like a 20th of the size, and that's not me shortchanging myself. That's just me being realistic. But I mean, if he wants to have me on the show, he's more welcome than not to do so. We'll leave it at that. I would go on. I don't know if his show isn't it in like Tennessee? Or is it in Texas? I don't even know where he has it. But yeah, I'd be more than welcome to go on. But nobody's like exactly reached out to me about it. So we'll see. All right. Yeah. Now, no, our yes is up to 37. I think it is going to crack 40, but it's not going to get much beyond that. Johnson County. Yeah, Johnson came in 70-30 to keep abortion legal in Kansas in the Constitution. It also speaks volumes because the yes campaign would necessarily mean that the campaign that actually, tried to get this on the ballot was the yes campaign. And even they couldn't get it done in any capacity. And they missed vastly in like a Trump plus 15 state. Like, you can't do that. You just can't. It's like every single response to the where is Timcast is like a different location. I don't know if this is like an inside joke. And I actually don't agree with Tim Pool on quite a bit. But I would go on his show because it is a large platform. And I don't really have anything against him personally. But, I mean, he's kind of like, I guess you would say he's more of like a, disaffected, like libertarian type of dude. Yeah, they say he's a fence sitter, which, I mean, he kind of is. That's kind of his thing. But, I mean, has he gotten better over the past couple of years? I mean, I guess. At least he supports Trump now. I think he also supports Trump over DeSantis, which I could be wrong about that, but if he is, that's a good thing. Lady Freddie says, I must leave. Will you do a recap tomorrow? Yes, we'll do a recap tomorrow. Christopher Laurie says, questions on the ballot are usually certain to fool voters. I've seen it many times. Yeah, well, they didn't fool the voters the correct way, if that's the case. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in Michigan, what happens in some of these other places, but it's not ideal. Not ideal with what went down in Kansas tonight. So we'll see. We're still waiting on Arizona. We have 28 minutes before we actually get results. Isn't this painful? Like, they have the results, which they are counting, which is the good news. They're counting. So we're going to get a lot more results poured in at once. But we'll see. Yeah, 15% for the 3rd district. Like, actually get on counting the votes. How difficult is it to actually count ballots? We've done it for hundreds of years. Now it's a problem? Now it's an issue? Okay. Now it's a problem. Yeah, 2022, and we have the biggest, technology in the world to do anything that we possibly want to do. Manny says, will Rhino Rusty Bowers lose tonight in Arizona? Is he in a primary? What primary is he in? It's state legislature, yeah. You have the Wendy Rogers race. I mean, she's being challenged from some crazy, like, neocon who loses her mind constantly on social media. Rogers is backed up by Trump. Rogers is somebody who, does and says a lot of controversial things, but she'll probably win the primary. Maybe not because she's against another incumbent, but from what I can tell, I think that she is favored. I will say she's favored from what I've heard. Bowers and Farnsworth, haven't seen much out of that, but we'll wait and see. But Arizona, literally, should get their stuff together instantly. But yeah, I think that we got to all the super chats that we have now. Still got 5,000 viewers, but we're waiting on Arizona. So Michigan, we're still waiting on a lot out of Michigan. But Peter Meyer, let's check Predict It, actually. Because the last time we looked at Predict It, Gibbs was at 94 cents, and now Meyer's at 88 cents. So that should tell you that it's not looking good. But Newhouse looks to be on the outs in the 8th or the 4th. So that's good news. Yeah, even Predict It thinks that Republicans are going to win the general in AZ. But yeah, it's crazy what's going on. It's unfortunate. It really is, because Gibbs is still somebody that is just he's really good on policy. He didn't run a bad campaign either. So if he goes down because people not knowing what's going on and people just saying, oh, grocery man, I'm voting for the grocery man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. He could lose in November. I would not be surprised if he does, because he's a loser. And he'll lose in 2024 if he wins in 2022. Seriously. I thought that Gibbs was actually going to win by like 15 to 20. So that's the L that I'll take tonight. But what can I say? Ronald Garcia says, is Fred Upton losing his primary? No, he retired. So in a way, he would have lost. He doesn't have the grocery name. He barely got by in, He barely got by in 2020 in the primary against like minimal opposition. Joshua says, what's your opinion of Daily Wire, a step up from Fox News? Not completely MAGA, but fighting important culture wars, one could argue. Daily Wire has gotten better over the past couple of years. I will say that much. I think that I like Knowles quite a bit. Walsh is all right as well. I'm not a fan of every single person at the Daily Wire, but I think that, I don't know, compared to Fox News, like besides Tucker, if you say Fox without Tucker or Daily Wire, I probably would choose Daily Wire, honestly, despite whatever, cringe people might be working there. At least they like try. It's like a lot of it is, they do a lot of cringe stuff, but like at the end of the day, they're at least trying to do something. Whereas Fox is just shilling for all the worst people. Like the whole like electoral politics side of things, the Daily Wire pretty much takes a back seat towards. I mean, besides Ben Shapiro's DeSantis shilling, but he's not even as high up at the Daily Wire as he really used to be. So Tucker Carlson fan says, if Meyer wins, I'm going to be very sad. It's very disappointing. It is very disappointing. But we'll wait on Arizona. If Meyer winning is the cope from the Electabros, that's going to be their cope. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Kent came in. More vote came in out of Kent for Gibbs. Look at that. 15% reporting. And Gibbs went up from 40 and Kent to 45. And Gibbs is now up by 1.2. That's a lot more vote that was put in, and Gibbs actually gained. So that's good news. We'll watch what happens on Predict It for that, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, there's a chance that Meyer does still go down, but yeah, now Meyer went down to 60, and Gibbs is up at 44. So that is big news, because Kent County was coming in big. And it's like, I couldn't fathom Kent County would be super more pro-Meyer than Ottawa would. I mean, they're both relatively GOP establishment counties, don't get me wrong. But I couldn't see the difference being like 30 points or so. So I'm glad that started to even out. So we'll see. But either way, what is Gibbs is now back to 44 cents? Apparently, Meyer went up a little bit off of maybe what looks to be sort of a dead cat bounce, but it's still in play. It is still in play. We'll wait and see. There's just a lot of votes that have not been counted and tabulated yet, so we have a long way to go. Hot Mike says, thoughts on Pelosi's visit. Should we defend Taiwan? I mean, if Pelosi's the one defending Taiwan, then China's going to just take it over. I'll leave it at that. But I don't really know what our main approach should be to Taiwan. I don't want to get into a war with China over yet another proxy state. Taiwan is more important than Ukraine. I agree. China is actually an adversary, more so than Russia. But at the end of the day, I'm not really certain that it should be our top priority. Should get the chips out of there. You know, they do a lot of our technology, which is why Taiwan is so important. We need to get our technology out of there. Our own leadership is so stupid. They've been outsourcing everything to a proxy state that China will likely take over at some point. So, yeah, it's not gonna exactly end very well, and it's our own leadership's fault. But what can I say? I'm not, like I said, I'm not the number one geopolitics expert, but I will look into it more as it becomes more of a pressing issue, the same way I did regarding Russia and Ukraine. Christopher Laurie says election counting has been quick until 2020. Funny, Trump's victory in 2016 slowed the process, yet media says more trustworthy. Yeah, I mean, if it takes this long to count the ballots and the media is going to be gaslighting people about our electoral system being better now than it was before, it's like, no, it's not. It's not at all. I mean, seriously, get it together. What's going on? We need actual leadership that will put the people of this country first, and they're not doing it right now when they're taking this long to count the ballots. Whatever stuff goes on in between that, you could read between the lines and find out. Okay, you can come to your own conclusions. I'm providing you with what's going on right here. But that's the way that it is. Peter Wen says, is DeSantis trustworthy or no? I don't know who DeSantis is, but DeSantis, like I said, good governor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be presidential material. So, yeah, probably 20 minutes till we get results out of Arizona. But the thing is, if the results come in out of Arizona and Lake and Masters win big, nobody's going to be talking about whatever was going on in Tucson. And that's another problem that I have with this. Let's wait and see what happens, and obviously look into it and change our election laws. Change them back to the way that they need to be, the way that they were for centuries on end. Feels like it was better before we even had computers than what goes on now in terms of the speed and people finding out about it. Of course, they had their television or whatever, but the way that it is. Charles Sapp says, done voting Rhino in South Dakota. I'll vote independent for governor, Libertarian for House, and Dem for Senate. Dem for Senate, really? Dem for Senate. Yeah, either way, just don't give the Dems your votes. Just vote third party, if you want. It might actually be beneficial. But, Libertarian for House. You got Dusty Johnson, the unfortunately named representative there. He's turning into Clean Johnson, though, lately, because the primary challenge put some fear into him. He's voted the right way on a lot of things recently, but got to keep pushing these people. And if you think voting Libertarian in a safe red state is the best way to do it, and go for it. I mean, these people don't give you anything for the most part, but some Republicans will, some Republicans won't, but the rhinos are the people that won't. If you're going to oppose them for the sake of opposing them in a state where it doesn't hand it over to the Dems or whatever, am I going to counter-signal that necessarily? I just think it's counterproductive, because if they lose, they're going to get the wrong message from their loss. Look what happened in Georgia. People were fed up at the GOP establishment, sat it out. Okay, I said, do what you want, right? That was my take. Do what you want. And they're doing it to themselves. But then what happens? Trump's fault. We got to get Trump out of the party. That's the way I see it. So while it is good to give middle fingers to the establishment, they're not going to learn from it. They're just not. So T. Deuce says, let's go Patriots, get the rhinos out and take our country back from the crazies. Yes, true. Thank you for the super chat. Polite Rude Guy says DeSantis sucks. We need Trump back. The VP must also be anti-establishment too. We need somebody who will actually reject, etc. Okay. Well, first of all, it doesn't matter because the VP would not be his VP. It would be Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is not rejecting that. Okay. And second of all, Trump is probably going to win outright as well. So I'm not worried about, the VP for that purpose because it doesn't matter. Either way, Donald Trump is going to win the election, for one, regardless. For two, the VP will be Kamala Harris. So you're talking about 2028, basically. Shout out to Deanna Valdez for the 20. Thank you. But yeah, let's check this again. And now Gibbs is at 53. Okay, Gibbs is at 53. Do we have any more results out of Michigan? No, we do not. But Gibbs is at 53. Hot Mike says Meyer just took the lead on Decision Desk. Do we have to look at Decision Desk? Hold up, Decision Desk headquarters. What do they have it in at, though? Do they have the same counties reporting? You know, all this stuff matters and needs to be taken into consideration. So, yep, exactly. Let's go down to Michigan. I'm looking on my end here in the 3rd district. Okay, there actually is a county in on Decision Desk. Greenlee's in, actually. 54% Carrie Lake with a sizable lead. Let me pull this up, guys. We have Arizona results out of Greenlee. The aforementioned Greenlee County, which was not the most Trump-friendly in the 2016 primary, but still voted for him. And Carrie Lake is ahead. Very few votes tabulated. Again, Arizona, Greenlee's not a big county. There were not a lot of votes last time, but Greenlee, she's outperforming Trump 2016 primary-wise in Greenlee. And in terms of the Senate race, do we have the Senate race at all? Apparently not. Juan Ciscomani, who's fairly solid from what I could tell, he's winning the primary in the 6th district. So good news there. Let's check on... Okay, let's go down to Michigan's 3rd. Hopefully we can find Michigan's 3rd. Apparently it's not even here. All right, let me see. Sorry for all the scrolling, but yeah, we could change it. There we go, the 3rd. Gibbs is up in the 3rd, so whoever said Meyer was up in the 3rd is wrong. Or maybe they just... Who knows? Yeah, we got it. Gray Maggot King says Kobach is only up by 2 in Kansas. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he's up by 2. I mean, I don't know if he wins or not, but either way is what it is. He's a Trump ally, but is he like is he an electoral liability? Well, I don't think as much as people will say, but it's not because he's like too far right to win. He just doesn't campaign very well. Like all the people that are like Masters is too far right to win, then they support Mark Brnovich, who does not know how to campaign to save his life and would probably lose to Mark Kelly. And do they have any results out of the Senate race? Let's see. Senate race at all? No, apparently they're not showing it for some reason, but let's check in on Arizona here. They didn't update anything, but maybe it's test results for all we know. Maybe it's not even the actual results. But now, okay, Meyer's at 56 on Predicted now. They keep going back and forth. They just bipolar. Yeah, now it's 50-50. More auto vote came in, and it actually came in for Meyer. That's why. Carter Field says, can you give a brief overview for the night? I've been doing that all night. But basically what happened was the abortion referendum failed, sadly. Dixon won big in Michigan. Schmidt won big in Missouri. Gibbs and Meyer are in a dogfight in Michigan's 3rd. We don't have results out of Arizona. That's it. That's it. Anybody listening now, take notes. Great MAGA King says, Brnovich doesn't campaign, he just swings his nunchucks around. Well, he also puts grease in his hair. Enough grease to power every single McDonald's in Maricopa County for a month. That's what he does. Puts grease in the hair and swings his nunchucks around and loses elections or underperforms in them. Tonight he's going to lose big. And regardless of what goes down in Michigan's third, Brnovich losing will be a solid. And Lake will likely win too, especially if these results hold up. A. Huffman says, A. Huffman 1984 says, this Kansan is disappointed as hell. I hate how this red state seems to go blue at the worst times. Yeah, it's a mess. Phineas Smith says, DHQ as Gibbs up again, by the way, keeps going back and forth. Yeah. I mean, it fluctuates like that. I mean, it's going to go back and forth for a while. We'll see. But Gibbs has had a lead all night long. Look how close it is. 12 votes apart. Depends how the remaining votes in Kent really go. Like, that's the real question mark. But like I said, Ottawa is not much less establishment conservative than Kent is. And a lot of Dems were crossing over to vote for Gibbs because they believe that Meyer was like, oh, now Muskegon came in, 16% reporting. Gibbs has a lead in Muskegon of sorts. So that definitely helps him a little bit. 23% reporting now in the district. So Jared Schaefer says, voted for Gibbs-Dixon today. If Gibbs loses, do we still vote for Meyer come November? No, don't vote for Meyer in November. Honestly, not worth it. He's going to lose in 24 anyways. It's one seat. The guy's a total clown. I don't want him in Congress. I don't care what happens. Vote third party. Don't vote for the Democrat either. Now, people might say you're controlled opposition for saying that. I just don't care. I really don't care. If it's somebody like Peter Meyer, they're not the lesson learned might actually be this guy impeached Trump and people abandoned him more so than he's like a liberal or establishment or no, that he's like okay, hold on. What I was going to say is the fact that he's like, oh, he's too conservative. That's going to go out the window. Nobody's going to be saying that if Peter Meyer loses. If somebody like David Perdue loses, despite the fact he is establishment in that Senate primary, then you will get those people that are going to say, no, we need somebody like Peter Meyer. But if somebody like Peter Meyer loses, the general, I just don't care. I don't care. If he wins, whatever. But if he loses, I'm not going to shed a tear about it. Also, how do I win a debate against a neocon? You just read books and understand how these things work. Okay, now Meyer took the lead. Where did he get the lead from? Where did the votes come from? I don't even know where the votes came from that gave him that lead. Maybe Kent? I don't know. But Kent was always at 20. I'm not sure. Cesar Hurtado says, additionally, why would you take the best governor in the country and put him in the White House? Florida's a beacon of freedom. Why ruin that? Well, that's another thing. You are going to be taking somebody who's fairly solid at the statewide level, and you're going to be putting him in D.C., especially at a time where you're going to be replacing him with a Cuban version of Nikki Haley in Jeanette Nunez, who is not really that solid. So Anon 1556 says, give Gibbs your energy. True. Jared Schaefer says also Michigan is a closed primary. It's not a closed primary. There's no party registration in Michigan, so that can't be true. It's a close primary in terms of this primary, but it's not a closed primary. Two different things. Jared Walsh says we need a new NATO. So I don't even know what that is. Oh, just a bunch of. I think there is that. Isn't that the Pacific Union basically that exists? I don't know. So apparently 289 votes counted in Arizona. That's all we have so far. But turnout so far, 289. So that means you're probably going to see around like 500 some votes in that specific county. In the 2016 primary at large, you only saw that for the presidency. So people are more pumped up for this primary than they were for the Trump 2016 primary. That's how much the energy has shifted. That should tell you a lot about these midterms and how consequential they are and how many people are actually turning out for them. I think you might get, 65 plus million votes on the Republican side nationwide during the midterms. So 6 minutes, we have to wait 6 minutes to actually tabulate these results. It is what it is. But it shouldn't have to take this long. I'll leave it at that. So yeah, let's check the betting odds. Now Meyer's at 70 cents. It's just so close. It goes back and forth, It should not have been this close, but Grand Rapids, just again, the Meyer name, maybe that is enough. Who knows? But we'll see. 20% has reported so far. Meyer closed the gap in Ottawa County. Let's see if Gibbs can do the same in Kent. Multi-Drider says Carolyn Borsenko thinks Republicans are not going to do so good these midterms because of Roe v. Wade. Well, she's a total moron. She blocked me on Twitter for what? Because I said that she shouldn't advocate for censoring people she disagrees with because they're further right than her. That's literally why she blocked me. But it's not just about that. She's literally a lolcow. They have a specific Twitter account that's dedicated to making fun of her called Carolyn Borsenko's Brainstem or whatever. And that account is probably going to pass her in followers someday if it actually gained a little bit more traction. I don't know, but she's crazy. She was saying Republicans need to pander to transgender people, so they could win elections. That was what she was saying. That's where the whole thing started, where she ended up blocking me on Twitter. But what can I say? It's a mess, big mess. She's not a conservative at all. She's a liberal. And let her go rejoin the left. They don't want her either. What can I say? Okay, yes is now at 38. So we're 4 minutes away. 4 minutes away, we'll see. Make Pepe great against this Pinal County ran out of our ballots. I think that's a good sign. Usually a good sign. But on the other hand, it's they should not do that. I say it's a good sign because it means that more people are turning out on election day, which means Lake fans really came out. But the fact that they're running out of ballots is not something that should ever happen. Just print them on demand. What's the deal? Why do you run out of ballots in a specific county? You should have unlimited ballots. Well, maybe not, but you should have enough ballots for at least every registered voter. So you don't run out of ballots. And then all the ballots should have to be signed properly. They should have to be verified properly. So that's it. I don't understand why they would even have to be in that situation to begin with. But either way, I think Lake is going to win. I mean, we hear this stuff here and there, and there are going to be lawsuits if these people are not able to vote on time or whatever. But like I said, I think Lake has got it regardless. But when Lake does win, hopefully people keep up the same energy. Hopefully people understand that this is a problem. This should not be happening. And then they could stop it because this has been going on for way too long. Far too long. So that's pretty much it. But, yeah, okay, see, I don't think Arizona put any more results in. We're 2 minutes away, 2 minutes. Can we wait 2 minutes? I'd like to think so. But we'll go back to Michigan. Yeah, Meyer's up by 1. Gorgeous Ma'am says Carlin represents big AIDS. I don't know exactly what that's a reference to, but her politics basically, you get the gist. You get the gist. Or politically, yeah, I mean, I guess. She's just awful, dude. Her takes are that. Braden says, please say happy birthday, Braden. I turned 16. Happy birthday, Braden. Can we get happy birthday, Bradens in chat? Can we do that for Braden's birthday? He just turned 16 and he gave me a present on his birthday, a super chat. What a stand-up guy. Everybody in chat say happy birthday to Braden. We gotta pay him back. There we go. Yeah, chat's doing it. There you go, Braden. It should not actually be his birthday. just wanted to finesse the chat. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure it's his birthday. Yehuda Berger says, what can I say? Midterm sentences. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't control what happens. I can analyze what happens. I try to influence what happens as much as possible, but I don't control what happens. What can I say? Exactly, what can I say? When the merch store comes back, gotta have a what can I say t-shirt. Not actually, but you know, you get the gist. Which, by the way, buy the merch. Make sure you buy the merch. It'll only be here for a couple more days. So buy the merch. The link is in the pinned chat or the description. shop.redeaglepolitics.com. You guys know where to find it. Nolan Anderson says, what do you think is the best evidence for God? Just look around you. Do you think we came from nothing? Do you really think we came from nothing and every single thing came into place the way that it did? That, I think, is the best evidence for God's existence. Yeah, Soldano is winning some counties. Omarachu says, how do you feel about Brian Dahle running for governor against Newsom? Would he win, and is he a good upgrade and fix California? Well, anybody's a good upgrade against Newsom, but I don't think he has a chance. I will say I think he will do better than the Republicans did during the recall because Dahle's less polarizing than somebody like Elder was. So Jesse Smallwood says, what is the Sodom and Gomorrah degeneracy in Kansas? Can we call ourselves a country if we can't protect the unborn? Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can call ourselves a spiritually well country if we can't, but it's Kansas. It's a weird state. A lot of stuff goes down there that's weird. It's Kansas. And these abortion referendums, got to work on the wording of them in order to actually get people on board and got to actually campaign for them properly. So many people are shying away from a lot of social issues. And even when they do talk about social issues, they always frame it in the worst way possible. And even, you know, like regarding CRT or something, it's like some of these people will be like, CRT is bad because it's like anti-Asian or something. And it's like, it's anti-white first and foremost. Like, just say it. Just have the balls to say it. They don't have the balls to say it. But that's what it is. And so many people just shy away from it. Even when they are fighting the culture war, they're not really fighting the culture war properly. It's better than nothing, but still actually get in there and you know, be able to use resources on something that you think is not exactly popular, because at the end of the day, it tends to work out. You know, whether it's Trump's 2016 election or just the shyness in public polling in general. It's like, actually understand that whatever the media has told you, whatever the election mafia has told you regarding these issues, it's not entirely true. So use your resources on them. Don't be afraid to engage in them. You know, Trump engaged on the illegal immigration thing despite all these polls saying that a majority of people support amnesty, etc., and he won in part on that issue. So keep that in mind. Hot Mike says, thoughts on Trump's executive order F? Can it actually work? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is at all. Let's see. Trump's executive order F. Oh, let's see here. Schedule F, employment category. Oh, so to like completely drain the swamp. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. No, yeah, I hope he tries it if he gets in there, and it would be an awesome thing. Go boy, send $20. Happy birthday. Don't send that to me. Send it to the birthday kid. I'm kidding. But yeah, happy birthday. There we go. There we go. Justin Nick Poor says, opinion on Andrew Tate. He has base takes, IMO. He's a net positive. I think that, he's said some takes that are like normie-con or libertarian or whatever. But for somebody in the culture to be like actually going out there and at least in terms of like the lifestyle stuff, pushing people in the right direction and maintaining a high level of popularity, I'm not going to counter signal it. He's better than a lot of these other people that have been propped up by the right, like Joe Rogan or whatever. So let's see the results. Nothing new out of the Meyer-Gibbs district. Let's go to Arizona. Anything out of... Oh, we have results out of Arizona. And Robson has a 10-point lead? Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Are you kidding me? Is this real? Masters has a lead that's smaller than anticipated, and then Robson's in the lead by 10. That doesn't add up whatsoever. Now, it's still early. I'm not saying that it's not. A lot of these votes are mail-in ballots. But still, Robson up so far, and she's up by 10? Really? That's not good, man. That's not good at all. This is not a good night. That's not a good night at all. Let's check the betting odds. Lake is still at 80 cents, but I don't know. Again, a lot of it is early vote. So there's a lot of vote remaining. But Robson up by 10 in Maricopa. Literally, Robson was never leading a single poll other than the Emerson one where she was up by 1. So we have a long way to go. We'll see. But Masters is up. That's a good thing. Even in Maricopa County, he's leading. But the Lake campaign, I don't know. That is not good. Okay, Lake actually gained a little bit, but yeah, she gained in Gila County. Part of Gila County came in. Fincham is leading the Secretary of State primary, but for some reason, Lake is not winning the governorship. Schweikert is leading in the 1st district. Blackman's leading in the 2nd district despite not having the Trump endorsement. Gosar, thankfully Gosar with 68% of the vote in, Gosar is doing very well. I don't even believe he got that percentage last time. So that's good for Gosar. I'm happy for him. But we have a long way to go. And Wendy Rogers is leading. Russell Bowers is getting crushed. That's good. We love to see Bowers get crushed, but I don't know. I'm hoping Lake can make a comeback. I really am. We'll have to see. Because it is very early vote and these things do change, but you got to be kidding me. Robson, really? I really have to wait and see for the remainder of the results to pour in before I actually buy this. I'm sorry. I really have to wait and see. This is awful. See, and now people, you're just, especially when you wait to withhold the results for an hour, like, do you seriously think that people are going to accept this? It's going to literally destroy the party if Robson wins this primary. It's not going to do it the other way around. It's not. Yeah, Lake is still at 76 and predicted. I probably would assume that she's still the favorite because a lot of this is mail-in ballots. They are early mail-in ballots, but you're telling me that this is the margin right here. That means Lake will probably have an opportunity to come back in this. It's not exactly what we expected to see and not what we wanted to see. So that much is true. That much is true. But yeah, we'll see. What's predicted at right now? Yeah, still 76.25. So not a lot of people are really buying the dip. so far. Not a lot of people are really buying the dip. So you have the Robson Masters voter base, and Masters is now at 35.3, which again tells me that I really don't buy the fact that Lehman is really that close to Masters, especially it being this margin. And there's still a lot of votes that have yet to come in out of Tucson. We don't know what's going to happen in Pima County. We don't know what's going to happen in Yuma County. The border is a very big issue across the southern part of Arizona. And that is an issue that Lake had a very comprehensive platform in for. Okay, so now Yavapai is in 65%, Robson with a 5-point lead. Again, is this the early vote or is it not? This is the real question. So that's a county that Trump went to. He did a rally for Kari Lake. Again, this is still the early results that we see here, but not entirely good from what I see so far. Not good. Masters is in the lead. Masters is in the lead so far by 5, but Robson leading by 9 points. Like, we would have expected it to be the other way around, right, at this point. Even within the votes we saw with the mail-in votes, from what we could tell, we thought it would be 50-50. So we'll wait and see. We thought it would be 50-50, but this is just total garbage. And honestly, Robson's going to really, if she actually wins this nomination, she's going to struggle to pull off the general election, because I know a lot of people that are just not going to vote. A lot of people just won't vote. Let's be real. Because they'll look at this and they'll say, hey, there was the premeditated concerns about whatever that we might not be able to mention, and then this happened. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Now, Katie Hobbs won the nomination easily. She's awful. Regardless, Hobbs is somebody we don't want to be governor of Arizona under any circumstances. But I'm telling you, a lot of voters are going to be so angry that you don't know what is exactly going to happen. You don't know what will happen. So now it's just 48% of the vote reporting. Graham County came in. Lake won the early dump there. So we'll see. Let's check PredictIt. Yeah, Lake is now at 80 cents. This is the early vote. It depends what the actual election day vote comes in at. I will say that. And I want to see what the early vote is out of Tucson. I mean, if that's going to come in at Robson plus 20 or whatever, then that's a serious problem. Because Maricopa County, we understand, a lot of old legacy Republican boomers, etc. We'll wait and see what happens in Pinal. We know Mojave was very close. If it's 50-50 in Pinal, 50-50 in Yuma, Pima's not that bad. We'll see. But you have a long way to go, but it's very disappointing that it's not exactly this margin. So let's go back to Michigan for a second. There's nothing new out of Michigan's third at all. We'll go back to Decision Desk. Clay Franklin says no way Lake loses Mojave, and I don't believe she will at the end of the day. I honestly hope that Lake comes back and wins this big time, but we'll have to see. Yeah, Decision Desk says 57% is in, but Decision Desk tends to constantly get that wrong. So, yeah. Now, Matt Salmon's at 4%. Neely's at 3%. Tuliani Zen's at 2%. Neely and Zen did not drop out. I will say that. But Masters is only at 35%. I don't believe that. I believe Masters is probably going to finish with the higher percentage, which leads me to believe that Lake is going to finish with the higher percentage. But still, this is not what it was really something that should have even been this close, especially in the votes that we have seen. So Masters is now at 99 cents to win the Senate nomination. Literally everybody, even people that didn't even run, are ahead of Brnovich, which again leads me to believe that there are a lot of votes that have yet to fully be tabulated that are supposed to come in and anticipated to come in favor heavily of both Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Now, we still have a long way to go. Who knows who those votes on election day were really coming in for? Lake was supposed to get them. But Lake was also supposed to do much better in the mail-in votes among them as well. So Yuma County's 50-50. Again, Lake is likely going to do much better as the remainder of the ballots come in. That is understandable. We're still waiting on 4 counties to report their mail-in votes. But still, this is not exactly the night you want. I'll tell you that much. So Lake would just need to win the remaining ballots with by like 10 points to win, which one could believe would happen, but I don't know. Mark Fincham, apparently, the guy that was allegedly like the furthest right candidate, he's having no problem so far winning that primary, but Kari Lake's got the issue. Interesting. But Gosar won. Good for Gosar. I'm really happy Gosar won, but, you know, that's the bare minimum you're asking for here. Masters is probably going to win. But yeah. Farnsworth is ahead of Bowers. That's also good news. And Rogers is ahead of Townsend. So, in terms of the state senators you're getting in there, you're getting in some decent people. Let's go to Washington. We'll go to Washington right now. So far, Patty Murray in the jungle primary is only up by 3. Now, a lot of that in is like Spokane, and Seattle's not in yet. So I don't know if I'd read into that too much, but I didn't even know they did a jungle primary for the Senate race. Oh, Joe Kent is in 4th. Yeah, that's what you get when your campaign manager celebrates me getting kicked off of YouTube for no reason. Yeah, you end up in 4th place. You end up in 4th place. Now, it's very early. He might get into 2nd when the results are finally counted or whatever. But Newhouse is winning too, which I don't really think that's a very good development if that holds up, and I don't believe that it will. But yeah, I know Joe Kent in 4th. St. John is ahead of Kent, and I don't even expect that to hold from an electoral perspective. Doesn't exactly add up, but that's crazy. So yeah, new vote dump. Kent just gained. Butler is in 2nd. But seriously, we'll wait and see as the results come in. There's just a lot we don't know, and I don't really want to look into it too much too early because this is what happens. All right, 51%. 51. It's not moving. It's not moving. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 counties that have not came in yet. Santa Cruz County, that one, that's iffy. Trump did much better in that county in 2020 than 16. That one could go for Lake in even the early vote. Apache County, that's up in the air. Okay, so more votes came in. I don't know where they came in from. But there's a lot of votes that have yet to be tabulated. This thing might actually crack 800,000 votes in the primary. 800,000 total votes. They say 58%, but decision desk is going to decision desk. They don't know what they're talking about half the time. Yeah, now Lake is down to 62. So that's a mess. How's Newhouse doing? Newhouse, he went down a little bit. Let's see. Okay. The 8th District Open primary, that one's coming in. Democrats are only at 40 so far in that district, and that's currently held by an incumbent Dem. That's probably going to be a flip, by the way. Probably going to be a flip, if I had to guess. It almost flipped in 2020. So Yeah, there's a lot to really be tabulated in the third and the fourth. So I really wouldn't read too much into the early results. All right. Let's go back to Arizona. Let's go back to AZ. Yeah, Masters is only at 35, which again, let's see what he's at. Is he still at 99? He's still at 99 in Predict It. Which again, if Robson's the nominee, I don't think he'll necessarily be weighed down because Arizona's a state that does split their tickets, and Masters is somebody that has been really, on message about attacking the Biden administration while still, maintaining his, original edge on the issues or whatever. Masters should have no problem breaking 40, especially if Lake wins at the end of the day, which she's still favored in the betting odds, but still got a long way to go. But it's all the psyops. It's basically all it is. It's the psyops, the boomers, and then you have this stuff that happened today, and people are going to talk about it. Regardless of what happened, it's going to make Robson look like a weaker nominee, and I don't even know if she's going to end up winning the general if she does win the primary at this rate. We'll have to see. It's really just sad if that actually holds up. Like, I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised. You don't have a single poll that has it within one, basically. You have one poll that has it within one. The rest of the polls, Lake's up by 10 in every single one of them, whether the polls were conducted by the neocon firms like OH Predictive Insights or whether they're like Data Orbital, and they actually have a solid track record, all had Lake up by a sizable amount, 10 points or so, besides that one Emerson poll. So I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. There are a lot of votes remaining. It is very possible that the election day votes come out and Lake wins them by 20 or 30 points or so. It is still possible. I'm not going to say that it's not. But still, this is not good. We'll leave it at that. It's not good. And there are going to be, results that are going to be tabulated for a while. We might not know the winner tonight. Probably not going to know the winner. But still, why not just count the ballots in one night? How hard is it to count the ballots in the first hour? You could probably get to 50% within 2 hours, all the ballots or so. DS Cuber says supposedly they still haven't counted the day vote. I know they haven't counted the day vote. Rule Americana says Kansas thing is depressing. Absolutely. BR Holmes says, can't read that. Sorry. But thanks for the super chat. Jake from State says, I'm sorry, but not buying that your average GOP voter decided to vote for Robson in Masters in a primary. Yeah, I mean, there are more ticket-splitting voters than you would anticipate. And there's no evidence that they are because Masters is below Robson in terms of the total percentage of the vote by a significant amount. But I will say that, yes, it's interesting. The Gray MAGA King says money talks. Kenneth Malden says Washington has some votes. Clay Franklin says no way Lake loses Mojave County. I think we read that one. Ryan Wingard says in 2020 AZ counted mail-ins first. Yes. John Waffle H2P says, Rep, there's a lot of corruption in AZ, a lot of rhinos, but I think Lake will win. Sam Matson said, I warned about the potential for boomers to screw up AZ on Twitter 3 days ago. Looks like I was right. Maybe. We'll have to see. Garrett Rabin says, I live in AZ. Should I be scared? Maybe you should be now. Gerald Armstrong says, neocon, AZ gonna always neocon. Yeah, BR Holmes, thanks for the super chat. Rapboy King says, if Robson wins, I'm voting Hobbs in protest. See, this is what you're dealing with by nominating somebody like Robson. They think that, Robson's going to win more voters. It's like, no, you're going to have voters that are just going to sit it out. And can you really blame them? Especially when you're shoving their nonsense down people's throats and just drowning out their voice with the money that she uses, that she gets from her 95-year-old husband's wallet. It's not the first elder that she's abused. She's abused elders across the entire state just to get donations. So if she wins, you can't tell me that it's a good thing, or you can't tell me that I have to actively support her. I don't I'm not gonna say vote for Hobbs. I'm not gonna do that. Hobbs is dangerous and would instantly make it California overnight. But Robson is awful, and you can't easily get behind Robson. Joseph Full says they cheated again, folks. Disavow. Can't read that. What am I doing? Why am I reading these super chats? You people are sending them in, and like I said, it's technically against the rules to say it, and I say it because you people send it in, and I'm dumb for reading it. So, yeah, we're gonna exactly. You guys want this to be taken down again? I'm gonna take down the stream when it's over. I'll download it. Probably gonna make a Gumroad so I can start uploading my streams there. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll take it down. We'll see. But it's all you guys' fault. It's your fault for putting it in chat. Scott McInthun says, for those of just joining, can you give us the overview of what happened so far tonight? Yet another 30,000 super chats that's asked the same question. Go to New York Times and look at the results. How does that sound? I'll give you since you sent a super chat, I'll tell you. But if you guys keep asking, what's happening tonight? Go to the New York Times and find it for yourself. If you don't have a subscription, go to Decision Desk. It's free. What's happening tonight? Dixon won in Michigan, which we'll do the recap because I actually want to check this out. But Meyer and Gibbs are still in a close race. Meyer might be favored. Missouri, Schmidt won that race there. And 87% of the votes are reported or so. Schmidt's at 46%. Washington, we still don't know what's going to go down there. But Murray is kind of not doing the best for an incumbent Democrat that doesn't face Democrat opposition in that primary. In Kansas, Derek Schmidt won. Chris Kobach could win. He's probably favored right now. He's maintained a very small lead all night long. And in the Secretary of State race, the incumbent looks to hold on by a narrow margin. Then the abortion thing failed. So what can I say? But yeah, it's a 8.9% lead for Robson with 57% reporting. Pima County came in. Half of that county is in. Robson has a 12-point lead in Pima County, which might be the largest lead of Robson for the night, but it didn't move the needle much. Santa Cruz County came in. Robson has a very narrow lead. Pinal County is not in. That one, I think, might go either way. I think Lake you could maybe make a case for Lake winning the primary early vote there, but it's going to be very close, just like Mojave County, just like Yavapai. It's a similar county. And then you have Apache County, which has not come in yet, or however you pronounce that county. So, in terms of Masters is he only has a 3.8% lead right now. And his home county of Pima is not being too kind to him, but Maricopa is. And we're still waiting on Pinal and Apache to come in. So we'll see what are they saying on Predicted? They're saying Robson is now the favorite. They're saying Masters is still at 99, which is surprising given the fact that he only has a 3% lead. But it's probably going to come. The rest of the votes are going to come out for Blake Masters. Masters is going to win. You're going to get the best senator by far in the Senate. And then you're going to get another Doug Ducey in the governorship because I don't know why. There's no evidence or indication that Robson would be favored in any way, shape, or form before the election besides maybe one push poll that was not even conducted properly. And I explained why it wasn't conducted properly. Even if it ends up being accurate at the end of the day, the poll was not conducted properly. So what can I say? The Willie Deese's primary v. general turnout or just better messaging? Maybe. John Waffle says there is still that group of people who like McCain and want weak conservatism. Yeah, and not as sizable of numbers as you believe it. I mean, there are a lot of boomers that voted for Robson because, they heard Lake supported like Obama in 2008, even though she did it because of Bush's endless wars or something. Jonathan says, is Fox going to call AZ race first like last time? I don't know. They called it with like 70-some% reporting, so I'm not entirely sure if they will. Go Phillies 345 says, Electabros always get to vote their conscience but get mad when some America First people don't vote for neocons. Exactly. This is the problem with these people. Now, Robson does not deserve to win this primary. Like, what did she do? She spent a bunch of money for boomers, basically, to try to hoodwink boomers into believing that she was anything other than the establishment shill that she was. And in November, if she is the nominee and underperforms Blake Masters, I told you so. I told you so. So the Great MAGA Kinks has had feelings. I didn't really have feelings about it. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did, allegedly. Maybe not. Lake is gaining in the betting odds. John Gibbs took the lead in the betting odds again, but the betting odds are the betting odds. That's not what you go off of. But Gibbs, let's see. How is Gibbs doing? Gibbs is closing the gap in Kent County. That's the good news. He's closing the gap in Kent County, which is a good thing. So I don't know what the early vote was about, but Gibbs is doing better than anticipated. He's up by 1.2%. So who knows what's going to happen there, but it's, 60-40 in the betting odds. Lake is now ahead in the betting odds for some reason. I don't know why. What happened or what changed since then, but we're still waiting on any county to report any election day votes. So we'll see about that. What does Decision Desk have Arizona at? Because their reporting percentages suck. But what do they have it at, 65? Yeah, it's not 65. And there's 2 counties that are missing, by the way. Caleb Andrews says, if Arizona goes Georgia, where are the MAGA strongholds? Probably, like I said, in the exurban counties. But like I said, we'll wait and see. But I don't think it's going to go the way of Georgia unless Karen Robson pulls off the primary, which she very well may at this point. Gerald Armstrong says, I'm getting Oz McCormick vibes. Yeah, I kind of am too, but we'll see. At least Oz won. And maybe Lake will win. I'm not saying Lake is guaranteed to lose or something like that. I'm not going to say that, but still, it is very true. It's not something that I'm very happy about right now, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hold. We'll see what happens. We'll go from there, but that's the way that it is. So, yeah, I know I've missed a few super chats. I'm trying to get to them, guys. Surfing Cowboy says that the Kansas thing because of wording, or is that Cope? I think it's part of it. The Grizzly says, wow, what a crushing night for MAGA. It's not over yet. Jeremy G, we already did that one. Hot Mike says, or wait, actually, no, we didn't. Jeremy G says if Karen wins a voting third party in November, he's just not the first person that said that. Hot Mike says, how is Lake losing? I thought she's a lock. It is early vote, but still, and it's not over, but we'll see. Hugh Paul says it looks like AZ's going the way of Georgia. Sad to see GOP voters respond this way to leftist lines of attack from the GOP establishment. Arizona might actually go the way of Georgia. Wow, it might happen. Let's see. Any other super chats that I missed? Yeah, shout out to Julio H. For the 20. Appreciate it. Sam Madsen said AZ results are in and they aren't too pretty. Joseph Foles says I bought a Teddy Roosevelt t-shirt. Yeah, buy the merch. Buy the merch. Internet Idiot Reloaded says what makes Dixon a better nominee over Soldano? Probably viability. It's not the ideology that I said. I think Soldano just doesn't necessarily have the standing to go up against Whitmer in terms of resources. It's not that his ideology is a problem. It's not me being an electabro. Whitmer's a very hard person to defeat in an election. I know this. I'm from Michigan. A lot of blind support for her that just should not exist, that you wouldn't anticipate. But we'll see. Tucker Carlson fan says Kerry Lake down big in AZ. Jake from State says, hey, Red, I want to know how you feel about the Taiwan trip. Feels like neo-lib psyop in the same way as GOP congressman who went to Afghanistan. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's Mark Wayne Mullen, the future nominee for the Senate race there. So let's see. The Willie D says, do you think primary numbers reflect how things will go for the general or just better messaging from one side? Didn't we cover that one? I think that they can play a role. It's not the be all and end all though. Gorgeous Mayhem says, were you and Fuentes twins separated at birth? No, I've never gotten that before. That's funny, but no. Tuberville football team here. Let's hear it from the man himself. Told you that AZ Gov and Michigan third primaries were toss-ups. Okay, you can have that. You can win. You could take your victory lap or whatever. We got it. All right, fine. I was wrong about AZ governor, but you know what? The polls were also all wrong. I'll say that. And it's not over yet. I will say it's not over yet. And I think that the 3rd district very may well end up going Republican at the end of the day. Okay, so we'll see what happens. We have an update from somebody in the Kari Lake campaign messaged me that said that the Lake team anticipated to be down less, and they actually think it's looking good for them. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, or if they're getting their data correctly, but if it is true, then maybe it is a good thing for Lake, given the fact that these are mail-in votes. So, we'll see. I will say that. We will see. But the polls were awful all around, and primary polling is awful. I honestly think general election polling is going to be bad too, even worse than 2020. Just like it's awful. But if this memo is true, the Robson camp might be celebrating a little bit too early, and maybe we're dooming a little bit too early. But we'll see. At the end of the day, Lake is now at 62 cents on the betting odds. But we don't have any results. It's like the betting odds can't tell you everything. They can't tell you every single thing that you need to know. So, and Masters is up big. Masters, I think, is at, 90? Now he's at 98, but everybody else is at 1. I mean, Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar and Doug Ducey and Kelly Ward and Kirk Adams are the next 5, and none of them ran for Senate at all. None of them ran for Senate. So that should tell you how much of a favorite that Masters is. So we got a great senator on the way out of Blake Masters. Now, with the Robson stuff, it is very disappointing for the Lake campaign so far that she's down this much. But the Lake campaign claims that maybe it's not so bad. I don't know. I don't know what will go down. So we'll see. John Seller says other results from AZ. Someone in chat, I think, said Hamad is up big. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, Hamad is up by 5 and probably will win by more than that when it's all said and done. Also, Wendy Rogers and David Farnsworth are both leading. That's good news, especially for Rusty Bowers. He's at 39 in the mail-in vote. It's over for him. It is over. It is done. You could put a bow on that one because that one's over. And you have an establishment candidate that's running that is down big. And then you have Kelly Townsend, who is down sizably, to Wendy Rogers, who's arguably the most controversial politician in the entire country. That's not like a big name in Congress, right? Obviously MTG, Trump. But I think that in terms of pure controversy or whatever, Wendy Rogers is definitely an envelope pusher. And she's divisive even in these circles. I will say that. Let's see. Red Alaskan says, what's wrong with Yuma at the Senate level? I don't know. Yeah, that really, Yuma voted for Brnovich by that much? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I think it's a tabulation error. I can't see Yuma giving that many votes in general. Besides, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same amount of votes tabulated as there are for the governor's race, and there's only 59% reported. Jimbo says, would you debate John Pavlovich politics yet? He's a Croatian national populist that's anti-neolib or neocon. Long live Armenia, never forget 714. Well, why would I debate him if he agrees with me? I don't know anything about Croatian politics, but I'm not going to agree, or I'm not going to debate somebody that I agree with, at least not on politics. Super Slob says Gibbs took the lead. I saw, and that's good. And like I said, these things take twists and turns. I didn't think Gibbs was going to run away with the Michigan race. I thought he would win it, though, by a sizable amount. But I think there's a chance that he holds on. I think that there is a chance he holds on, and he's really narrowing that gap in Kent County. There's a lot of Muskegon left. There's 12,000 votes in the counties that are already voting for him, and there's 98,000 votes in the county that's he's been doing better in. So it really depends where in Kent those votes truly are. So that's good news. Go back to AZ. and nothing is new out of Arizona. So let's see. Yeah, Chavo Escobar says Gibbs is up. True. Waffle H2P says, how dangerous is Robson for MAGA? She's a boring establishment robotic politician. That's what she is. So we'll see. We're monitoring the situation out of Arizona as we speak. Shane Stacy says Gibbs has a lot of support in the GR suburbs. That's true, which also proves that just because it's a district that is not exactly the most Trumpian per nature because they don't like Trump as a person does not mean they're opposed to people that support Trump's policies, which means that down ballot Gibbs has a very good chance at winning that district, which a lot of people said would not happen. But Gibbs has a coalition because he's his own entity. I get it. People that say Trump's name and repeat the baseless like MAGA slogans but don't provide anything of substance, I despise those people, and that's not enough. And they're all grifters. But if you have people that not only are, Trump supporters that are a part of Trump's movement that actually maintain a sense of, willingness to fight hard while still building a coalition and helping expand the Trump base and bringing people into Trumpism, those people are the future of the Trump movement and the future of this country. So I will say that. Arnett23me says, why did 75% of AZ voters do mail-in? They always kind of have to an extent. Not as much as they do now, but even like before 2020, there was a large mail-in operation in the state. So keep that in mind. Go back to Michigan. Yeah, Gibbs is still up. 34% of the vote is in. Good news. We'll go over to Washington. It's been a while. And Kent's in third with 50. Again, this is what happens when your campaign manager decides to celebrate me getting taken off of YouTube. This is what happens to you. If you're part of the CIA and call Christ too divisive, well, you're in third place. Now it might change. This is a lot of mail-in votes, so Kent might do better in the remainder of the primary, but right now he's in third. And sadly, Newhouse is in first, and a Democrat is in second in the 4th district. So honestly, would I sacrifice Culp to get Gibbs in? Yeah. Absolutely, but that's not how these things work. All the votes have already been, I wouldn't say tabulated, but all the votes are technically in, so to speak. They just have to be counted. So, yeah, about that. Okay. Yeah, Masters is only down. Yeah, he only has a 3-point lead. That's not going to hold up. And there's a Yuma County tabulation error. You can't convince me Brnovich is at 56 in Yuma County, but he's like nowhere near in the neighboring counties. Like that's not a, you can't even say, oh, that's a cope or anything like that. That's just factually impossible. Gerald Armstrong says Kent is Crenshaw too. I think that he is different than Crenshaw because he claims to be like a national populist. And he's somebody that's like a Fed. He's part of the CIA. And I don't support him. I used to support him. I did. I admit. I met him actually in person. He seemed like he was a relatively nice guy at the time. But I don't know. He's said a lot of weird stuff, and now he's a part of the CIA, and he can't even name like a few lakes in his district. It's like I can't. I just can't get behind him. He's cringe. I just get a weird vibe from him now. I get a weird vibe. That's what I'll say. Weird vibe I get from this guy. Jay says mail-in systems aren't bad. Utah's 100% mail. It matters how. Well, it does. I mean, I don't like the systems either way. You never know what could happen. You never know what could happen. I don't really trust the system in Utah like to be the best system possible. I'll leave it at that. Drew Blight says, I find it weird Gosar won overwhelmingly, but Lake and Robson is split. Well, a lot of boomers will vote for who they know. They see Gosar. Oh, he's been our congressman for 40 years. They don't know much about him. They'll vote for him. But then they got a mailer from Robson that says, hey, Carrie Lake supported Obama. Oh, they're not going to vote for her. They're going to vote for Robson, despite not knowing that Robson donated to the Gallego family like 2 years ago. So the Hillian Juggalo says, from Kansas, any results in the abortion amendment? It failed miserably. Sadly, it failed. Failed miserably. In-person voting won't be... Well, when is it going to be counted? That's the real question, because you can't drag these elections on for 3 days or so. You can't drag them on for 3 days. Yeah. When are they going to be in? When are they going to be in is the real question. That's what I want to know. When are they going to be in? Because, I mean, they, at least in 2020, they still counted until like 80% of the vote was in 2020. But you can't take a primary how many years to count, and especially expect people to take the results at face value as you display them. I'm sorry, you can't do that. That's malpractice in every single way, shape, or form. Jeff Dax says, not Carrie Lake went door to door for Obama. Who cares what she did in 2008? She was a very early supporter of Trump because of Obama's administration's failures. If anything, her support for Obama in 2008 would be a pull factor because it showed that she, voted for Bush and then was mad about the foreign wars, as she should have been, and then made another mistake and was mad about that and then came into the Trump movement. I mean, I'm more willing to forgive the passive outsiders than I am the passive career politicians that donate money to far left politicians for the sake of donating them to just for making these deals. What can I say? All right. Gerald Armstrong says it's a foreboding sign for the Wyoming primary. No. Cheney is universally hated. She will go down. You could write that down right now. Nobody likes Cheney. The elector bros, for the most part, don't like Cheney. The rhinos, a lot of the rhinos don't even like Cheney, or people that we call rhinos. Like, Cheney is just very unlikable. All right, let's see. Chopper Rocker says Wasserman claims it might be Gibbs in the end. I mean, that's a fair assessment, and Wasserman is not wrong a lot about actually calling elections, not predicting elections, but calling them. He's not wrong. Hugh Paul says someone like Robson's a cancer to our movement, given the fact our House delegation from AZ is very base. She's off-putting given the House bench. True. GJ says you're going to do an overall post-mortem analysis tomorrow on this, right? Well, if there's enough votes tabulated, then yes. Go Philly says vote counting shouldn't stop till it's done. Yeah, it shouldn't. There's no excuse for that. Sam Madsen said the people who complain about Lake supporting Obama forget that Elliott County supported Obama. Yeah, exactly. And should they have? No, but that's not the point. Should they really have supported Romney or McCain either? No. So everyone sucks. What can I say? Yeah, they fixed Yuma. Lehman is up in the early vote in Yuma. Pinal and Apache are not in yet. I don't know when they are going to be coming in, but I'll keep you guys posted when I see this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, Wasserman says that the performance that came out for Meyer, or not for Meyer, but for Gibbs was strong in Grandville. And Granville is not usually your most Trumpian area either. So I think that Gibbs might hold on. We'll see. Gibbs also tweeted out a picture of him eating a cardboard cutout of Peter Meyer, which I thought was pretty funny. So we have that. We'll see. But we have something maybe. It always is a mixed bag, but let's see. Hot Mike says, check AZ GOP tweet. What does it mean? Let me see. Let's see. Let's check their Twitter. What did they say? Apparently, they're working on fixing, or they're making sure everybody's voting out of Pinal County because they ran out of ballots. So that's what it comes down to. Scott Mackinton says Red Eagles fired up tonight. I'm always kind of fired up, but like this is not happy about this. I'm not happy about this, and I'll say that. So yeah, there's nothing new out of Washington either. I mean, a lot of this is early vote. So we'll see what happens in these elections, but I'm telling you, very surprised that Kent's only outperforming St. John by 5. It's crazy what's going on there. But yeah, finish counting the votes. That's what I have to say. Count the ballots. Count them all. Let's see. At least Masters is probably going to win. At least. And it's still early. Like even that Arizona Politico guy that's always shilling for Robson, he's like, I feel good about it, but it's early. So we do probably need to wait. And the Lake campaign actually feels good about it too, which is surprising. They're actually outperforming their target. And if they're outperforming their target, that's probably a good thing. John Waffle says, I'm getting angry at the fact this stuff is happening. It's ridiculous. It needs to be an investigation. Yeah, exactly. Investigate every state that takes a certain amount of time to count the votes, or just every state in general. Change the election laws. And we're not going to do that with Robson. Robson didn't mention, when did she ever mention election integrity? When did Robson ever mention election integrity? People that are saying this is not an issue and that Lake can't win because it's not an issue are literally the same people that are probably like wanting to keep refreshing for extra votes right now, and then they wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. Okay. Caleb Andrews says, how is Virginia under Youngkin? Okay place to live. It's meh. Virginia's not going to come back overnight, if at all. Let's be real. I mean, it's arguably better leadership than it had before, but I don't know. Real Text in Politics says, you think this will end up like Oz v. McCormick? It could. I don't know. Yeah, Lake is, or Robson, see, it goes back and forth. Robson's now at 60 cents on Predicted. So I don't really think Predicted's that useful. But Gibbs is up big now, which you love to see Gibbs up big in Michigan in the betting odds. More of the vote is in. Ottawa County's all the way in, which was arguably the most establishment county out of all of them, from what we can tell. And Meyer lost Ottawa County. He's losing Muskegon, which probably will likely come out for Gibbs. I would anticipate. And Kent County is still in limbo, but Gibbs is gaining massively there. And if it ends up being like even underperforming Ottawa by 5, Gibbs has got this. I mean, the early vote that came in was heavily Meyer, 60-40, and Gibbs is gaining. So if Gibbs wins this primary, I would not be surprised, and I would love to see it happen. Let's see. Jay says, what are your goals and ambitions for your career? Who knows? Who knows what will happen? I'm doing this right now, and I'm only focused on tonight. That's what I'm focused on. I'm going with the flow. We're seeing what happens. It's going to be a good midterm year, but hopefully we can get Lake over the top in this primary, because that's what it's what I've been focused on for so long. We got to get Lake in there. Robson is no good, and right now Robson has a 9-point lead. So Tony 7682 says Kent's one of the biggest critics of IC in the deep state. They killed his wife in the Forever War. If he loses, huge blow to the AF movement. Well, he's been a part of the deep state. He's been a part of it, and like the fact that he's been not only just a part of it, but somebody that's been saying all these sus statements about, what the strategy needs to be. And it just gives me it gives me a very weird vibe. I will say that. And some of the people that he employs, it's awful personnel decisions. It doesn't really convince me at all. I'm not a Kent supporter. And I'm not really a supporter of anybody in that race. I'm not a Butler supporter. But at least she voted the right way on the overturning of Obergefell thing. I feel like Kent might cave in on that because of my inclusive populism, whatever that means, includes everything that the left wants. Alex Kuchar says, just jumped in, AZGov is closer than expected. No, it's not. It's actually further away than expected in the other direction so far. Now, it's going to likely narrow. There's how many votes you need to make up? There's 40,000 votes separate the two? We'll see. Gerald Armstrong says Kent gives off the heebie-jeebies. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying this. I will say that. Many people are saying this. I get a weird vibe from the guy. I feel as if he is a more populist, LARPing form of Dan Crenshaw. They're evolving. Okay, they're evolving. That's what I say. I don't disagree with his platform for the most part, or some of what he said, but there's a lot of things that he said that have been very, very sus. And his past is very, very sus. So we'll see. I know Trump endorsed him. We'll see if he makes the general. But we'll see. It's up to him to prove me wrong if he does make the general and wins. I'll say that much. But until then, I just see him as somebody that is another pushover. And he obviously, he did fight in the war, whatever. He was whatever. But at the end of the day, he gives me the vibe of a very sheepish guy that maybe if he does have good intentions is being bought and sold by the establishment. If not, he's an agent. Obviously, he was a part of the CIA. He is a part of that intelligence community in the deep state. So maybe he's going rogue or something, but some of the statements that he's made, it proves that either way, it doesn't matter. He's being bought and sold right before your very eyes. That's the way I see it. And I'm just not a fan of him. So whatever. Mr. Clean says, I guess if the establishment is fighting this hard against us, I guess somebody good. It's somebody good in the sense they feel threatened by, well, it's not about being threatened, no more so than the fact that we can't actually win. Yeah, the establishment fights back, but you got to beat the establishment at the end of the day. Of course, they're threatened. You have to win. That's the thing. All right, let's check in on Michigan. Yeah, Gibbs is up big now. Kent's now 50-50. Look at that, 50-50. 1 point lead for Meyer in Kent County. Gibbs is gaining. Let's check predict it, which now Robson dipped a little bit there. Gibbs is at 91. There you go. Run the table. Get it done. Get another one out of there. I'll say that much. Love to see it. Now, it's not done yet, but you love to see it. Now, Kerry Lake was at 92 cents and predicted yesterday, so I'm not going to jump the gun here. And it's been 10 minutes since we've seen a single vote come in, and we're waiting on some extra votes. Really? All right, let's see. Yeah, Washington's not reporting any more votes either. I mean, I wouldn't like expect anything else out of Washington. Manny says you skipped some super chats. I'm trying to. I think I got to most of them. Let me see which ones I skipped. I think I've answered pretty much all the super chats necessary. Which is all the super chats because I read all of them. But maybe I missed one way back in the day. Yeah, I can't see any that I missed in a long time. Westfield 90 says, thanks for what you do. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I did miss yours, actually. I'm sorry about that. Manny says, have you read Michael McKenna's Daily Color op-ed saying that GOP's November dreams could come crashing down? No, but I bet I will read it at some point because we'll see. Gerald Armstrong says, wait for the mysterious dump. Well, if you know it's coming, is it that mysterious? It's just the dump. It's the dump. at this point, which it should be mysterious, or it shouldn't happen at all, I should say. But Trump 1776 is, what do you think happened in Kansas? A mix of bad wording and just bad campaigning, and Kansas being cringe. That's it. Epic MC says, do you think any of the results will change in Washington? Probably. It really depends on where the grassroots comes out on election day. I think that Culp will likely gain a little bit more. He might get into second. And then maybe Kent will Kent gain enough, though? I don't know. We'll see. Alex Kuchar says there needs to be some people in charge that make sure that people counting are doing it at a good pace. I agree. So at least we have Michigan. Sort of. They're counting the ballots. Meyer, oh, look, we need Kent to flip. We need Kent to flip right now. Because it's just a travesty what's going on. And it's not even about the Lake Robson thing in and of itself, because there's a very good chance that Lake does pull it off at the end of the day. But seriously, I mean, come on. How drawn out does this process really have to be? How drawn? I understand it's not going to change until we get good people in there. And then if Lake loses, do you think that you're actually going to get good people in there? I mean, Fincham apparently has won his primary. I will say that. And the reason why people are asking, why is Fincham winning so big but Kerry's not? Keep in mind that Fincham is underperforming Kerry's raw vote total. Same thing with Masters right now. It's just that there's other options that are splitting the vote. And referendums are cringe and dumb. I will say that. Even if they work out in our favor, I am kind of opposed to them on principle to an extent. And you could say that's a cope or whatever, but like, it just, I'm not the biggest, I've never really been the biggest fan of them. The people, we elect representatives for a reason. The people don't always make the best decisions. Our founding fathers knew this. This is why I'm so opposed to the term democracy. Our leaders will throw it around even on the quote-unquote right time and time again as like a virtue. But that's not exactly how it works. All right. T. Jax to Max says, love your takes, bro. AZ is killing me. It's killing everybody. John Waffle HTP says, this is why I believe 2020 was insert word here. Yeah, I mean, exactly. People look at this. I mean, listen, I'm going to say a hot take right now. Regardless of what happened, if they counted the ballots in 2020 the way they did in 2016 and we knew the results, even the results we got at the same pace, do you really think that people would have like took it the same way? I highly doubt it. I mean, there still would have been claims, legitimate maybe, that would have warranted some investigations into certain stuff. But most people would probably not have said a word about it, and who knows what would have happened. But that's mainly because they count the ballots the same way. They count it the same, or that's because they did not count the ballots the same way. They counted it the same way they're counting it here, which is a problem. Yeah, 41%, Gibbs in the lead. Yeah. This is why you don't trust the betting markets, because they fluctuate too fast. And that's why I don't really trust it either. I just love the Twitter feed right now. It's funny. It's honestly funny regardless. I'm just saying people are just being funny on it. It's not like that what's going on now is funnier, that they're talking about Lake losing. We'll see. Kevin Kansas praised Kansas less liberal children. That's dark. Okay, disavow. I like, seriously, come on. But funny to an extent. Westfield 90 says, heard some analysis recently that Trump and GOP's failure was that they should have had competent attorneys lined up for months in advance like Dems did. Just seems GOP are clueless. Yeah. Oh, Cocasino did flip to Lake. I don't know if you guys saw that, but more votes were reported out of Coconino, and Lake took the lead there. So that's good news, I guess. I don't know, but we'll see. Very cautious about this. We're waiting for more votes to report. But hey, Lake took the lead there. Very narrow lead. And it's not exactly a state that, or it's not exactly a county that was very friendly to Trump in the 2016 primary. Well, he won it by 6, but nationwide or statewide, he won it by 23. American Advocate says too many Californians moved to AZ. It's deeper than that. This is the Republican primary we're talking about, not a general election. You think the Californian Republicans that would move to AZ would be a little bit, more of a group that would have a spine, unlike Greg Abbott. Does that just say that? I just say it again. No, not even just because of the whole wheelchair thing, but because he doesn't have a spine. For those of you who don't know, Carrie Lake said Abbott did not have a spine, Ducey did not have a spine, and the media was like, she's making fun of him because he's in a wheelchair, and it's like, no, but it's pretty funny if she like made that as a joke with a straight face. I will say that. Alex Cashmanian, thanks for the super chat. Fellow Armenian, I assume. But yeah, 57% reporting. Actually, no, Apache County came in. So we're just waiting on Pinal. That's the one county the early votes have not reported in yet. And there's probably, I don't know how many there are going to be, but it's probably going to be maybe 3% of the state. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. But if Lake takes the early vote there, it's a good sign. Because that's where you had a lot of people on Election Day that could not vote because they ran out of ballots. And if they ran out of ballots because people were just rushing so in there to vote for Lake, well, either way, it's like, yeah, exactly. You're going to see a lot more Lake support coming on Election Day. But we'll see. Civic Nationalism 1776 says, keep in mind that even if Lake loses, we can still make Biden a lame duck. We have to push forward. Don't be blackpilled. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's one election, but it's a consequential election. Arizona is a very consequential state. G. Smith said it has been unexpectedly close for Oz, Gibbs, and Lake. We all thought we'd get landslides and all. Should we get a lot more cautious about our hopes at this point? Yes, but I mean, I don't think Gibbs, it was necessarily that close. And Gibbs may run away with it at the end of the day. And Oz, I thought it would be close, but I thought it would be close between him and Barnett. I didn't think that it would be close between him and McCormick. That was the issue that I had with that. And like I said, there's a long way to go here. It very well could end up being that Lake wins at the end of the day by 5 to 10 points. It could also end up being the fact that she won't win at all. And that is a gap that is more easy to close than you would think, depending on the Election Day vote. But we'll see. Lake is ahead in the betting odds. Very impulsive. Somebody called them autistic. I call them impulsive. You could maybe make a case for both. But the betting odds definitely are something that you can't always bank on. And I know this, and I still look at them because it's interesting to see what other people say, because maybe if somebody says something on Twitter, it'll alter the betting odds. So we'll see. But Gibbs is likely to win, and I'm very happy about that. In the 8th District, it looks like Jung is favored, and who knows what will happen there, but that's probably also a good thing. Westfield 90 says, you still sure Cheney will lose? Yeah. I mean, listen, Peter Meyer is going to lose tonight. Peter Meyer had a lot of support financially. He's a part of the Meyer fortune. And he still ended up like getting below 50% to some like guy who didn't even have any name recognition and jumped in the race very late. It is very white pilling, 100%. And Gibbs is going to be a star, 100%. Conrad Gallmeyer says, what the F happened? Just got in here. Go check out Decision Desk. Go check out the New York Times. I've been through the summary 30,000 times tonight. I appreciate the super chats, but you guys got to stick with it. All right. But either way, it's a mixed bag, and Lake is down in the early vote in AZ. Masters is ahead, but not by that much, but he'll still likely win. That's your summary. And Gibbs is beating Meyer. But Nathan McDaniel says we could have rolled into the White House with an Abbott Cawthorn ticket. Like, the jokes like that are just so easy, but they manage to be pretty funny. Exactly says TSMC is supposedly bringing a chip plant to AZ. Makes no sense. Chip manufacturing takes a lot of water. AZ has water problems. Bring somewhere else. Yeah, bring it to Wisconsin. Bring it to Michigan. Bring it to the Rust Belt where you actually have the Great Lakes, or just anywhere else. Great Lakes are freshwater too, FYI. Callan Shaw Indie Game says, thanks for the stream. Some anon posted on Patriots.win that the automated call they received in Pinal County saying they had run out of ballots, but you can wait in line. That's good, by the way. So that means it's not that shady if they could still wait in line. Pinal very behind schedule. Yeah, that would explain it. But as long as people get to vote, it's not an issue. And it might be, like I said, a good thing if they ran out of ballots, assuming those people are there to vote for Lake on election day. It would be a very good thing. 100%. Civic Nationalism 1776 says Cheney will lose, period. I wonder what Sticks will say about tonight. That being said, you only taste defeat if you accept defeat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy about it. And yeah, a lot of people that hate me and are very cringe on the internet are going to revel and bask in this. And obviously, if I was that wrong, then maybe they have a right to a certain extent. But still, it's not over. I'm not going to say that it's over. There's a long way to go. And we got to keep fighting and see what happens. That's it. And Lake seems to be underperforming compared to where we thought. The Lake campaign says she's hitting her target. She's doing better. The betting odds, which again, we can't trust, say that she's, also doing better than expected. I don't know where those votes came in from, but they didn't move the needle at all. Sam Matson said, all these what happened tonight questions are precisely why we are getting the results we are. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know if that super chat refers to the fact you have low information voters or whatever, but we'll see. But either way, you have a lot of people that don't know what's going on, and nobody knows what's going on because the results are taking too slow to be counted and to get in. So it's a double-edged sword regarding that, 100%. And the Greenlee County thing, ironically, that's the county that came in the most for Kari Lake in the early vote. So we'll see. Anakin Solo 719 says, can we find a Costello running mate for Abbott? That joke's going a little bit over my head right now. Politically says Trump just endorsed Karen via Bob Dole. Haha, funny. Okay. But the joke doesn't even add up. It doesn't make sense. Like, if you said Bob Dole endorsed Robson, that would have made a little bit more sense. But whatever. Polite Rude Guys has just got here. Can you give me a summary? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know those super chats are well-meaning, and I'm not trying to demean the super chatters, but it's like I get so many of them. It's like crazy. It's like I appreciate the donation, but check the New York Times, check Politico, check Decision Desk. It's free. Exactly says, let's make America the manufacturing capital again. True. And like I said earlier, I was reading this book about free trade, and there's all these psyops about it. It's like we could easily manufacture televisions here. Technicians that, would be manufacturing it would make a decent amount of money. Japan does it. They're a first world country. But we don't do it for some reason. We don't do it. We've gutted manufacturing. We've ceded a lot of industries that we could have to these other countries. And as a result, our workers are struggling as a result. And you have people that are strung out on opioids across the rural Midwest and Appalachia. It's not the only reason why, but it's definitely something that I guess you would say, puts a little bit of a strain on it for sure. Alex S. says, TSMC had complained that the chip plants in the USA is exercise in futility. I agree, we don't produce engineers, just woke, useless idiots. Shame. I love this country. North Carolina, Russian, Ukrainian engineer, assuming that's what NC means. Well, I mean, we import our engineers from India, among other countries. H-1B workers is what they're called. And that's what happens. So, and that's another problem. But we don't produce engineers anymore. We produce gender studies majors. That's what we produce. Great idea. Kobach is leading. Again, or he always was, but I mean, he expanded his lead. And that's good. I mean, he's a solid fighter, and I hope he does very well. We'll monitor the situation there. But Aaron Beachy says, how do I access the New York Times? I think you would probably have been better off using that $1.99 if you're serious and taking it to the New York Times and getting it. Well, you probably don't want to subscribe to the New York Times, but I have to because it's actually good for elections. But just look at Decision Desk. It's pretty easy. Even so, I think you can see New York Times without logging in on election nights for the election stuff. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Washington Post, you can't. But New York Times, I think you can. Alex Koshmanian says, like I said, I want Trump to win to end the establishment, but I'm done with 2020. Let's find a winning message like Trump policies that won. Well, election integrity is a winning strategy. I don't think talking about the same issue over and over again is necessarily going to, win you an election on its own. If you run a campaign in 2018 on Russia, which a lot of Democrats did, it doesn't always translate to electoral victory. However, this is a problem. And you have to pivot the conversation to changing our electoral system so that this does not happen again where you wait days upon days on end to count the votes. It can't happen at all. Gerald Armstrong says, if we started major manufacturing here, things would be expensive for a time, but prices would recover. That's what happens when you outsource everything. Yeah, but look, I don't mind paying $30 for an extra for like a TV or an iPhone as long as it means that the American dream is still alive in some capacity or something like that. That's what it comes down to. The whole price thing's a little bit overblown. I mean, we haven't been saving that much. Look at prices are through the roof on everything right now because our leaders don't know how to run the economy. Like, if we had inflation like this, but it meant that the American dream was still alive, I think I'd be okay with it even. I think a lot of people would. I mean, am I wrong for saying that? But no, the American dream is deader than ever. So DS Tuber says, is it wrong to be worried about Pennsylvania with Lake's Arizona performance? No, that's completely neither here nor there. That has nothing to do with a general election in a state halfway across, not even halfway across the country, the whole way across the country. 78 Prowler Spud says, reports coming out that Pinal and Pima County do not have enough ballots in more than 20 precincts. We have to do better than this. Love your work. Well, thanks for the super chat. And we do have to do better than this. Westfield 90 says, are the Arizona votes just mail-in votes right now? I think most of them are, but there were some, I think, Election Day votes that came in Coconino County, and Lake took the lead there. So if that gives you hope, take it and run with it. Polite Rude Guy says, Lake will win, Masters will win, MAGA, I hope so. Masters will win for sure. Lake, I'm hoping, but you never know. Zachary Marnett says, how do we bring back manufacturing? Don't we already have an automobile tariff that was in place in 64? It's not just tariffs. There's a whole lot of things that need to be looked into. And we just need to have an economy that puts America first in general. That's step one. Step two is we need to incentivize companies to keep their plants here and to bring their plants back here as well. It's not just about tariffs. Tariffs can work, but they have to be done properly as well. I know you have more of the libertarian types that are, more anti-tariff, although you do have some like libertarian nationalist types that support them. But yeah, okay, Lake took the lead in Yuma. Lake took the lead in Yuma County. There you go. Another county that Lake took the lead in. She took the lead in Yuma. She has the lead in Coconino. Gerald Armstrong says, I'm not against it, though. What does that refer to? Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree. It might be a little bit more expensive from time to time, but I would still support it. And it probably would stabilize. Doomsday Machine says, these rep streams are my favorite way to spend my hour-long breaks at work. I hope Lake wins. A bit disappointed Greitens lost, but Schmidt honestly isn't much of a downgrade. Still better than Blunt. I agree. And I'm not upset with the Schmidt thing. I knew he was going to win for like a week or two. So Eric won. What can I say? Eric won. Oh, Gibbs flip Kent really. Okay. Yeah. And I am happy about a lot of the results that took place tonight. But some of them were just too expected. And I'm happy about Missouri. I'm happy Hartzler lost. Neocon. Better than most neocons on social issues, but still a neocon. And Gibbs has taken the lead in Kent County. There we go. Now, there is a lot of the vote left. It is 56% is remaining in the district. But still. I mean, Ottawa's all in, arguably the most establishment county out of all of them for the GOP, and Meyer couldn't even crack 47. And even if he manages to win Kent County, it's not a guarantee that he even wins the district. And Muskegon is in 51%, and Gibbs is netting 1,000 votes there. And he net almost 2,000 in Ottawa. And now Gibbs is up in Kent County. So we'll see. Wasserman called it for Gibbs. Yeah, exactly. Wasserman, say what you will about him. When he's not being Dave Wasteman, it's usually on election night when he knows how to call elections at the right time. And now Lake, for some reason, has now she's down by 8.6. Tristan says, I'm surprised how large St. John's margin is in Washington's third. Yeah, I mean, I was shocked by it too. Like, she's at 15.1. Really? It's crazy. Thomas Martin says, why is it you think Robson is doing so well? Most polls had her down 8 to 10 points leading up to today. Well, why is she doing so well? Look at the result. She's up by 8.6% with 58% of the vote in. Now, it is true Lake is anticipated to win the remainder of the vote by a significant margin, but we don't know if it's going to be enough. I sure as hell hope it's going to be enough, and we're going to keep streaming because apparently Election Day results are starting to trickle in a little bit, even though it's not much. Politically, says Lake and Lehman seem to have strengths in the same counties, and so do Masters and Robson. Have Masters, Robson, and Lake Lehman been running together? Well, no, but Lake was initially lobbying Trump to endorse Lehman, which thankfully he didn't, and now Lake and Masters, ever since Trump endorsed Masters, Lake's been on the Masters train too. So there are similarities there with the coalitions, but I mean, you can't compare the two elections. You can't. I mean, Masters is somebody that's there at 34.6. Lake is 6 points ahead. So are there really that many ticket splitters as you think? Or are we just reading the map wrong? I think it's probably the latter, honestly, whether you agree with it or not. Thomas Martin says, yeah, but it seems weird people would vote for Masters and turn around and vote for Robson. Well, I kind of covered that right now. Noah Bowdy says, don't worry about me, Rep. I vote down ballot Republican in the primaries. Yeah, I know. These people. They are real. Too many of them. John Stewart says, I don't know if you saw it, but Yuma County flipped. I did see it. Make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel as well. How many likes do we have? We have almost 4,000 likes. Hit 4,000 likes on the stream. Let's go. Got to hit it. We got a lot of people in chat today. A lot of people. And we love to see it, absolutely. So, did Gila County switch? No. Gila County's always been for Kerry Lake by some margin, but I think Lake might have gained a little bit there. Maricopa, nothing out of Maricopa, but the Maricopa Election Day vote, that's what it's going to come down to. And I don't know if Robson's going to maintain that size of a lead in Tucson either. We'll have to see. But, yeah. If Lake comes back, you're never going to hear the end of it from this guy. But I'm not so sure it's going to happen just yet. But I'm hearing good things. And now John Gibbs is up big. Yeah, everybody that was talking about, Gibbs is going to go down. Yeah, about that, I told you so. Wouldn't happen. And I was worried for a second there. but we'll see. But make sure you guys like the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you are new or have not subscribed yet. And if you have subscribed, put the notifications on. We're getting closer to 134K. I don't think we're going to hit it on stream because we're still ways to go, but we are making up some ground. So yeah, 4,000 likes. There we go. Oh, 4,300 almost. Let's get to 5,000. 5,000 likes, I think we can do it on this stream. 5,000. But yeah, Gibbs has got this. Gibbs, that's a big victory right there. Gibbs is a Chad. We love Gibbs. He's great. He's going to be a future star and just very good on policy all around. Could be easily the next senator out of Michigan. But Arizona, it's all coming down to this race because, yeah, go bag some groceries. Yeah, go bag some groceries. Exactly. Tell them to go bag some groceries. I remember, what was it? I remember, like, I would play Madden as a kid, and there was, like, this one trophy. I don't know if it was, like, Madden 10 or 11, where it was, like, you know, if you sacked Kurt Warner, I think it was the last year Kurt Warner played in the league, you would get this trophy on the PS3, and it said, go bag some groceries. Yeah, that's the trophy that you get for supporting John Gibbs. You get the REP Go Bag Some Groceries trophy. By the way, press 1 in chat if you actually know what I'm talking about, because I feel like most people have no idea. Daniel Carter says, not sure how much to read into it, but no abortion in Kansas is outperforming our primary vote. Some may have skipped primary vote and just voted on referendum. That too. I don't even think that many people remember what I'm talking about, but maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. I'm sure some of the people that, yeah, it's Madden 10. Some of the people remember that trophy. It's that nostalgia. Real Texan Politics says, Meyer has been fired. Meyer has been fired. All the money in the world. I remember there was this one guy that I was like, it was early 2021. And he did a video on my video on like the impeachment 10, and he rebutted only the Michigan's 3rd district, claiming here's why Meyer's gonna win this, and this, and it's like, yeah, sorry about that, but it didn't exactly pan out that way. But I'm vindicated. Teflon Rep wins again. That's another one in the books. We're coming for you next, Robson. We're gonna try. We're gonna put up a fight. We're going to put up a fight. Whether we win or we lose, we're going to put up a fight. We're not going to give up. We're not going to give in, because that's what they want. The establishment wants me to give up and give in, and I'm not going to do it. I'll tell you that much. You might say, oh, you're losing it a bit here. No. I'm just running off of adrenaline at 11:27 p.m. when I probably got to get up at 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'm just analyzing an election. That's what I'm doing. Jeremy G says, Peter, go back to your old job where you belong. Exactly. Go back to Meyer. He probably can't even get a job there. Who would even hire that guy? He's like this leprechaun-looking, creepy dude. And I'm glad he's gone. On every issue, he sucks. It's not even just like, oh, it was like Tom Rice. Like, Tom Rice was actually not even that bad of a congressman until he voted to impeach Donald Trump. But either way, this is what it comes down to. But Peter Meyer is down, one down, another one down. We'll see what happens with Newhouse, but it's very good to see Meyer take an L tonight. But we're still waiting on Arizona. Now, Masters looks good. Everyone agrees Masters likely is going to win. He probably is going to win by, I don't know by how much, but he's probably going to win by, I'd say, around 10 or 11. And it all comes down to the Lake Robson match, which, again, they're only 40,000 votes away. There's 39,000 votes separating them, and there's 200,000 votes or so remaining. That's what it comes down to. Let's see. Based Cato says, I was away earlier. What happened with the Kansas constitutional amendment? Now shitlibs are gaslighting, thinking this result means Roe's a winning issue. It's not a winning issue. They dropped the ball already. The generic ballot polls have not moved. whatsoever. And if they have moved, it had really nothing to do with Roe. I mean, it just means that this amendment passed, or it failed to pass. That's what it means. And it's sad, but who knows? Chris to the J says, you mentioned you're against Citizens United. Wasn't it about a free speech issue? Negative documentary on Clinton getting sued by pro-Clinton group. Money in politics is legislative, not court. Well, it definitely was a court case that kind of, I guess, gave ammunition to the people that said big money in politics is okay. And that was more of a time where big money in politics would help out the neocons more so than the Democrats. But now that the neocons are on their way out and or joining the Dems, it's definitely something that's hurting America First candidates or grassroots candidates. You look what happened with Michael Cassidy. That should tell you that big money in politics is a massive problem, because that election, he won in round one. He won the plurality of the vote. Then the runoff was like 2/3 for Michael Guest. That's an issue. It is. All right. Gray Maga King says, why do you get up so early? Just circumstances more so than my usual time I get up, and I'm trying to stay disciplined. Spilsy Blaze says, first thing I did this morning was vote for Gibbs. Good for you. You did your part, buddy. You can pat yourself on the back. Yeah, Gibbs, he's up by 5. Yeah, he's up by 5. Oh, they rolled it back. Yeah, either way, it is what it is. It's just an error, probably. I don't think it's that big of a deal. New York Times is just being the New York Times. Let's see. James Murdoch says, what's the summary of Trump's endorsements tonight? He hasn't lost a single one, has he? Did a Trump endorsement lose? I don't think a Trump endorsement lost. Lake's the only one that might lose. Maybe Kent. Maybe Kent. Let's see. Okay, Alex Kuchar says, how about cleaning up the trash, Peter? Yeah, Peter, you gotta clean up the cafe at Meijer. You gotta dust off the horse that still costs 1 cent to ride. See, only the Meijer people get this. Only the people that have actually been to a Meijer understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, you gotta dust the Coinstar, Peter. Dust off the Coinstar. Yeah, you gotta. What else do you do? What else does you gotta do? Yeah, give out the. Gotta get the deli items going. Get the underrated fried chicken. You gotta bag it up. Gotta bag it up at the deli. Yeah, go work the pharmacy counter. He's probably strung out on pills, given the way he looks half the time. I'm sure he'll love that job. What else? What else does he got? What else you got to do? He's got to sweep the floors. He's got to, I don't know. He's got to, dust off the produce. He's got to wrestle with the lobster in the lobster tank. Peter Meyer, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Could have had it all. You're part of the Meyer fortune, but you have to be this like leprechaun-looking dude who looks creepy, fights with like 15-year-olds on Twitter, and hates Trump with a passion despite getting elected in part off Trump's name. And you might say, well, technically that's not true because he outperformed Donald Trump. But it's like, it doesn't matter. Still, Trump's base and his energy definitely helped down ballot regardless. Everybody agrees in terms of taking back or keeping a lot of these close House seats. Absolutely. But yeah. His grandfather's very upset with his behavior. Very upset. Absolutely. Drew Blythe says, if Kansas voted against regulating abortion in their constitution, what's stopping them from doing it just by passing it themselves? Well, the Supreme Court is Democrat, actually. Believe it or not. Kansas is a weird state, man. You don't want to mess with Kansas. Don't want to go to Kansas. Don't want to set foot in Kansas. It's just a weird place. Ben Andrick says, how's it going in Washington's 4th? I hate Newhouse. Newhouse is up right now, actually. Okay, Lake gained 0.1%. There you go. Where was it? Where was it? Was it Yuma County? Or I think it was Coconino reported a little bit more. But we're still waiting on Maricopa's Election Day vote, because if that comes in and Lake cuts her lead in Maricopa to like 4 or 5 and cuts her lead in Tucson and takes the lead in a lot of the exurban counties, then it's very good. It's a very good development. We'll go look at Michigan. Yeah, Gibbs is up. Okay, yeah, Gibbs is up by 4 or so right now. We wanted to go to Washington to talk about Newhouse, though, not Michigan. I know it's late, but yeah, there's no new votes that are going to be reported for a while. Sad, but it is the way that it is. Washington, I expect it out of Washington. I don't expect it out of Arizona. But we knew it was going to happen like this, but it's just sad that they can't get it together. Seeing it in full display puts it in a whole new perspective for sure. Let's see. Yeah, Lake is at 60 now on what is Gibbs at? What's Gibbs? Where is Gibbs? Can we find Gibbs? I feel like I'm Trump at a rally, just trying to find the guy in the crowd. Except I'm like trying to find what's like directly on my screen in front of me because I'm just, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Yeah, Gibbs is up. He's at 99 still. Yeah, Gibbs has got it. It's in the bag. We're waiting on Lake. Carlos Danger says, Penile County has shafted America. Ha ha. So funny. Rubik's Cube says, Andorra is responsible for Lake's failure. I don't know why a micro country would be getting involved in elections like this, but I don't know. Do we have to enter a new collusion type of thing going on? Is that what we got to do? I don't think so. I just messing around. I just again, nobody understands the esoteric lore. Go Philly says, stock those shelves, Peter. Yeah, I want this meme to continue, by the way. I want to be making fun of Peter Meyer for the rest of my life. I don't want it to just be a one-night thing because that's how much of a clown he is. Yeah. Angel Hernandez says, you inspired me to join American Virtue. Thank you. I'm not sure how I inspired. Well, I mean, I did promote the thing, but yeah. It's true. I guess I did. Well, I guess you're welcome, I guess. Barefoot Bermuda Mower says factcheck.org is founded by the Annenberg Foundation, which is funded by the Gates Foundation. What does that tell you? It tells you not to trust the fact checkers. They don't check facts. They're opinion pushers is what they are. They push people in a certain direction. Benson X is at least Kobach looks good in Kansas. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, it's a good thing. I'm glad he's going to be the nominee, and he likely will win. I guess, like, what counties are left, like rural counties that don't have that much sway? I mean, Johnson County was Warren's biggest county, and that's all in. I mean, even Topeka voted for, and Sedgwick, there's still some votes left, so maybe there's some room there. I can see why they're not calling it, but I think that there's no reason why he should not be able to win it. So, Gerald Armstrong says, take the grocery carts to the cart station, Peter. Yeah, it's another thing. It's like, what else does Meijer have that other grocery stores don't have? I think we got everything for the most part. Yeah, now it's to 8.5. MH says, what's up with Pinal? They're still counting ballots. I'm just hoping that the mail-ins come in and it narrows the margin somehow, because if that happens, which it very may well, that's good news, and that means the election day votes are going to swamp Robson, at least there. Doomsday Machine says they're locking up at spam in NYC. Spam, if they're not careful there, they only spam they'll have left will be with their email accounts. Yeah, I mean, people are stealing spam, like the meat, really. Someone says Peter Griffin is better than Peter Meyer. Yeah, obviously. Jorified says, go empty the bottle and can return machine, Peter. Exactly. Go restock the Vernors. Go restock the Vernors. Go make sure that the Freestyle Coke machine is fully operational. Real Texan Politics says apparently Lake's lead in Yuma is about to grow. Well, yeah, I mean, it already has grown. And it will likely grow even further. And if she's going to be, if she's already doing better in Yuma. She's likely doing better in most places. Polite Rude Guy says, call maintenance, Peter. Clean up on aisle 10. True. Verner's is better than Peter Meyer. Yeah, I don't think I've found Verner's at all in the state of Texas. Maybe I have and I just forgot about it. But yeah. Doomsday Machine says, yes, they are in fact stealing spam. That is how bad it is in NYC. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Theft of spam. I'd rather go hungry. I'm sorry. I'd rather go hungry than eat spam. I'm sorry. Is that just like... is that too hard to say? Spam is like disgusting to me. DS Cuber says someone needs to edit Meyer's face onto the big box smart jib jab video, and he'll be scrubbing toilets till they stick him in the grave. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the Hawaiian watch list. Hawaii is coming after me. Mason says, ride the penny horse, Peter. Well, we already covered that. I said clean the horse. I'm not going to let him ride it and work. Are you kidding me? I mean, he'd be the type of like old dude that would want to ride the penny horse, or Sandy is the name of it. Yeah. Go dust Sandy, Peter. Do it. Why not? I don't know. Like, I would feel more confident if we have more votes coming in. Like, that's the thing. Like, you just have to keep reminding yourself that the electoral system is screwed up, the way that they count the ballots. And Lake will still likely pull it off if some metrics that we know are right. So we'll see. Got a long way to go, but the margin has to narrow. It already narrowed a little bit. She's down, what, 39,000 instead of 41,000? So we still have a ways to go in terms of counting ballots here. And there's still a couple 100,000 ballots that have not been counted. And basically, of those ballots, Lake needs to outperform Robson by 40,000. So maybe the Robson folks were right about it being closer than expected. I agree. But still, the great MAGA King says, go scan the items. They wouldn't even let him be cashier. It's just too much of like a prestigious job for him. He'd have to do all the dirty work. He'll have to like, I don't even know what that would be. They'll put him in charge of like the unloading the truck, and then like, I don't know what'll happen. He'll like drop the food all over the place. He would never get hired at a Meijer. He couldn't even handle it. It'd be abysmal. He'd have to dust the horse. And the only reason why he'd get the job is because he's a part of the family fortune. Trust fund baby. Couldn't even use his trust fund to win an election. John Gibbs is up by 7 points. It's over. It is literally over for Peter Meijer. He's up by 5 in Kent County. That is the home of the Meijer headquarters in Grand Rapids. The Meijer name is everywhere, and he's losing to some guy who nobody knew who he was 6 months ago. Great guy. I'm not saying that to disrespect John Gibbs. He did a great job, but Peter Meijer is awful. Oh, man. I think Meijer taking the lead is what really, or Meijer losing the lead is what really shifted the emotions tonight. TMYEO3 says ban pornography, but a Chinese-style firewall around it. True. It's not a good thing. It's not a very good thing at all. A lot of people, I mean, still don't get it. A lot of people still aren't ready for it, but it is. Like, if you have something that reduces the amount of gray matter in your brain at a higher rate than, like, cocaine and methamphetamine, this is not a healthy thing, and it should be a health crisis. And Masters, I think, supports some restriction. Vance supports some restriction. It's becoming in the Overton window. So go out there, find a real woman, and make some babies. Do that instead. I think that we should be doing that instead. I think it'd be a much more beneficial thing to do. I don't see why it should be that controversial of a take. It's not normal, but that's how these things can warp your mind. So I'm not even just not opposed to it. I support that 100%. Civic Nationalism 1776 says Santa Cruz County just flipped. Oh, it did. It flipped to Lake. Yeah, a little bit of a gain here and there. The KGB show says, hey, do you want to do a 545 or 815 for the ambiguous steak restaurant? I thought I already made a reservation. I think I made a reservation, by the way. So I think it's going to be we'll discuss this later. This is behind the scene business, not for 4,000 people to know. But they'll find out eventually. It just better be to celebrate the Lake victory. It's the ultimate revenge. It is. Steven Nizik says Sticks said 3 of the 4 elections tonight would go MAGA. I hope Robson Lake isn't the one that doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I think that Sticks was probably anticipating Fincham to lose, and I thought Fincham would underperform, but apparently not. So, I don't know. Schweikert's going to win likely. Crane is probably going to win, which, again, I mean, Blackman, he's all right. He said some base things, but he's also said some cringe things. So, we'll have to see. Schweikert is kind of corrupt, but Barnett and Norton split the vote. Barnett supports DACA, so him losing I'm not really going to shed a tear about. I initially supported him and then find out that he's a part of this, like, I don't know, populist Inc. crowd that is fine with mass immigration. And not even just mass immigration. They're fine with amnesty. That's what they're fine with. Doomsday Machine says, how much you want to bet that they counted all the Robson ballots first? Moreover, how much you want to bet at least 2/3 of the remaining votes are Lake? Well, I mean, they didn't count all the Robson ballots first, but these are the Robson-heavy ballots that they counted. That is true. They counted the mail-ins first. The remaining ballots are probably not going 2 to 1 Lake, but they might. You never know. Might be close to that. I'd love to see them be that way. And by the way, Salmon's vote share is going to dip too, because the Salmon vote's all in for the most part. I mean, you probably had people that went today and voted for Matt Salmon because they either just don't pay attention to politics, didn't know he dropped out, or just said, I don't care if he's on the ballot, I'll vote for him. But it wasn't really, that much to make a difference. Robson, you got to go down, Robson. Got to go down. Got to go down big time. We'll see. But like the stream. Let's get to 5,000 likes. We're 300 away. 370 away. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We're getting up there. We're We're not going to hit 124 or 134 tonight, but we might get closer to at least 133.5, which is pretty epic. They tried to stop us. They tried to take us down. But I don't know. I really don't know if this is going to happen at the end of the day. So let's go back to Michigan. Yeah, toss-up. That one guy, toss-up. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like Gibb might win by more than a toss-up margin, but maybe they take the W in terms of being right about the proximity of closeness of the AZ governor's race. But if I'm the Robson camp, I'm not super happy either. At least I'm in the fight, but I can't sit back here and say, oh, I'm favored. Braden Novak says, how you feel about Don't Walk Run? I don't he is kind of, at times he's just very just run-of-the-mill normie con, but in terms of just watching his videos to get caught up on whatever the dumbest thing Biden said, you kind of have to do that in this arena if you're going to understand what the normies are talking about, right? Because that's who's voting. But I don't have anything against him. I think he follows me on Twitter. I remember watching a lot of his videos back in 2019 or whatever, when I was working as basically a security guard, and I would have to stay up till 7 a.m. and I didn't really have to, I didn't really have anything else to do, so I just watched YouTube. He kind of made me feel a little bit more calmed down about the whole automation thing, because it's kind of overblown. Patrick Collins says, base 1350 John Gibbs ratios, this cringe loser Meyer. Yeah, Meyer, the guy who panders nonstop to Democrats or whatever. And John Gibbs, basically this based black guy, just comes out swinging. He's like, yeah, on his website, 13 do 50. We must fix this. It is a problem. And it's so true. And we love John Gibbs. And John Gibbs is another one that will join the Congressman Who Follow Rep on Twitter caucus, which is growing by the election cycle. It's growing by the day. This is the slow march to power, or the long march to power. They fear it. They do. They really do. Some people might say he's not controversial enough, and I agree. I'm not that I try not to, ruffle too many feathers because I think it's, I just don't really do it in my line of work, but the effectiveness of influencing electoral politics is definitely can go a long way. And it's something that's arguably very important because they say politics is downstream of culture. I think culture is downstream of politics. And you need people in politics that can change the culture. And you're not going to do it with people like Peter Meyer, who are now going to be sweeping the floors at an actual Meyer. You do it with people that can actually affect policy and use power for good and change the culture as well. So it goes both ways. We need people fighting the culture war and the electability war. I think they're intertwined. I fight in both. I do. So that's my take on it. Slightly offensive comes back, says, I hate the establishment GOP. Me too. Me too. Very true. Nolan Anderson says, Pete Meyer to the front for a price check on the dignity lost from your time in Congress. Thanks for all you do. That's a good one. There we go. Brian Watson with 50. Buy a case of Verner's on me, or as a certain person says, Vernon's. That's esoteric. I don't know if anyone's going to get that. But for the win in Michigan's third or 5,000 rides on the penny horse, I'm hoping for a Kerry Lake victory tonight as well, since AZ is my California exit strategy. But I won't move there without Governor Lake guiding the state to become solidly red. So true. So true. 39,000. That's as much as it will take. Can we close the gap? I'm hoping we can. We'll have to wait and see. Slightly offensive again, sent 50. There we go. Another 50. The 50s, back-to-back 50s. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Bro, this race is so upsetting. Absolutely crushing to see the losers try to S us and possibly S it from us. We need better candidates. Masters is my boy. But Lake is my girl too. I don't love women in politics, but she's better than most. That's true. Exactly. She's a fighter, I will say that. She doesn't govern as a woman the way that somebody like Nikki Haley or Kristi Noem would. She's actually a fighter. And we'll see. We have a long way to go. I'm still relatively white-pilled. The betting odds still show Lake in front. I'm not going to sit back here and say, oh, it's all over. But if it's close, then, it's really upsetting that if we see Kerry Lake go down tonight. But I'm not so sure it's guaranteed. I mean, she's closing the gap. It's now under 39,000. We still have a ways to go, and we're going to keep watching. So thank you for tuning in. Thanks for the super chats. Big time DS Cuber says, bro, you skipped my super chat. I read the big box smart one, didn't I? Oh, I read okay. See, I thought it was a duplicate. DS Cuber says, for the uninitiated, the Big Box Mart music video is hilarious, and it's great commentary on globalism and neoliberal consumerism. Go watch it right now. Yeah, you might as well if you're going to be, in between results or whatever. Curly Kaylee says, sorry I'm late. Any updates on AZ? Not really. I mean, since the last hour. Lake is down, but she's closing the gap. We need her in the driver's seat right now. Dragon fan Tim says, Meyer can pump gas at the Grand Rapids now. Yeah. They don't have any Meyer in New Jersey or Oregon, I think it is. It's like illegal to pump your own gas there. Maybe they've changed it, I think, in Oregon. But I think Oregon and New Jersey. That's the one Fetterman tweet that I actually found funny, which, again, it wasn't really that funny, but it found clever, was the fact that he's like, I bet Oz doesn't even know how to pump his own gas. Now, Oz is not from New Jersey. He might have lived there for a little bit, but he's from Ohio. Like, seriously, he's lived in Pennsylvania, too. If Fetterman wanted to attack him effectively, he'd be like, he's a Hollywood elite, and I'm like, for the people, which he's not for the, Fetterman's not for the people, but if he wanted to attack Oz effectively, he could, but he's not doing it. And as a result, Oz is going to win. Despite his flaws. Probably going to win. So, John S. says, thanks for making great videos. You're my favorite channel. Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad to be back, by the way. That's another thing. We're glad to be back. 40 hours for no reason. Was completely not even my fault at all. It was completely just something that should never have happened whatsoever. And big tech, although they did the right thing in restoring the channel, there's a lot of work to do. And I encourage people to check me out on other platforms as well. It's funny, though. I get comments from people, and they're like, you're a coward for coming back to YouTube. They're commenting on my YouTube videos saying this. It's like, okay, you first. I'm on all these other platforms. I'm not going to sacrifice 133,000 subs that I have for 4,000 subs to make a point when I can still be more influential in politics and the culture on a major platform. Okay, but if you want to follow me on the other platforms, please do so. I mean, I support alt tech 100%. We need it. We need the counter institutions. A lot of those are not necessarily perfect either, whether they're not fully, put together because they're new platforms, or whether that they also engage in a more diet form of censorship. I haven't seen Rumble do that, though. I know they have a terms of service, but I mean, they kind of have to for like Apple purposes so they can have an app store. But even that's a problem, that Apple can remove your app. Let's say, make your own app. Apple removes the app. Oh, well, so much for making your own app. If Apple just can remove the app from the App Store. JRY Wolf 1999 says, Peter Kinzinger, it doesn't have to be this way. Being Adam Kinzinger Jr., even in a Biden +9 district, is unacceptable. Good riddance. Yeah, exactly. Meyer, gone. Love to see it. Yeah, there's nothing new out of Washington tonight. We could not even check that. I want to check Michigan. The other races. I don't think there's any statewide races for anything besides governor. But, everyone that I know voted for Dixon. And she's probably going to win the general. Are there concerns about the DeVos family? In a way. But at the end of the day, the DeVos family's not even that bad. I mean, they're not that good. They're kind of boomer cons on like economics, but they're actually really socially conservative. Their education policy is pretty decent. Their social policy is decent. Dixon opposes sanctuary cities. Like, as governor, that's all you need to do. Now, Rinke is establishment. I like Soldano. I do. I'm not going to sit back here and say that I don't like Soldano, but I like to see him run for something else in the future. I just don't know if he would have the resources to defeat Whitmer. It's not that he's too far right or whatever. I just don't know if he'd have the resources. I don't know if Kelly really would, and he's kind of under fire for some stuff, even though I support him 100% on his fight against the FBI, which arrested him for zero reason. So, Civic Nationalism 1776 says, what's with Pinal County? They ran out of ballots because so many people wanted to vote for Kari Lake. I hope it was Kari Lake. So, we'll see. Yeah, Soldano should be the lieutenant governor. That would be a good ticket. 100%. Okay, here we go. Here we have a tweet. We have a tweet that I'm going to read off. That's good news for Kari Lake. Robson is up by 38,000 votes or so. But every single vote dump, Lake is getting over 60. Robson is getting under 30. That is good news for Kari Lake. The estimated vote total remaining cast, there's 336,000 votes out of 800,000 that have been cast. And Lake will be at the end, if this holds up, which is not a sure thing, by the way, but if it holds up, Lake is expected to win by 62,000 votes and or 7.75%. And this is from Garrett Archer, who is, again, a part of the election mafia. Not exactly, in my opinion, a very right-leaning source or a a very good guy in general because he's a part of the election mafia, right? He calls himself the Oracle of Election Twitter, which is the election mafia, another word for the election mafia. And he has 65,000. He works for a major network. He's verified. And he's the one analyzing this. And then our good friend Gus put this thread together at Gus Fadden on Twitter. Great guy. And this is what he came up with. So, yeah. All right. We'll see. If that happens, I told you so. I told you so. Wait and see. We'll see. The betting odds, again, fluctuating. Lake is at 60, then she's at 50, then she's at 60, then she's at 50. But who knows? Bob K says, do you think a Don Jr. v. Newsom would be very good? I think Kimberly would make that funny. I don't think Don Jr. is going to seek the presidency. He's gotten better on the issues, though, and I'm going to give him credit where it's due. I think Tucker is changing John Jr. to some extent. I will say that. Like, it's a good thing that he's, he was the one that was helping Trump get in the right direction in terms of endorsing Masters and Vance. It was mainly Don Jr. So, Saga Fraga says, Michigan is definitely a white pill. Proud to vote for Dixon, and my friends voted for Chad Gibbs. My prayers for Arizona Chads. Yeah, we pray for the AZ Chads. We pray literally and figuratively and literally. Conrad Gallmeyer says, Jesus, please let Lake win. So true. The Great MAGA King says, what percentage is 76,000 votes? It was like 8%, around 8%. If it holds up, and that's being generous to Robson, if it holds up, Lake should end up winning by 8%, according to this. Now we'll see. Pinal in. Pinal is in, and Robson has a lead, but that's just 24% of the vote. There's a big election day turnout in Pinal, and even so, Robson did not move much at all. She's still up by 8 she's up by 8.4%. That's the same margin she was up by before. And it's not that big. I mean, it's not really that much of a difference. She gained 1,000 net votes out of that vote dump. 1,000. If that's all the mail-in that's in out of Pinal, then that's really good news for Kari Lake because she will be able to make that up. 100%. DS Cuber says, epic, we want Chad moments only. So true, bad people do exist. That I just ran the numbers. The last vote dump was 71% Lake or greater. Good. Joseph Foles says, pull up the Archer tweet. That was a Gus Fadden tweet. Go to @GusFadden on Twitter. Great guy. Worth a follow. Civic Nationalism 1776 says, Pinal came in. Yeah, I saw. Shout out to Eric Billiter for the super chat as well. Okay. We're in the driver's seat now. Look at Lake. Lake gained. I don't know where she gained from, but she gained. Something came in. Now it's 8.3% deficit. Every single vote dump, she is gaining. In every single vote dump. And there's 41% remaining. And if it even is half of the margin that she's currently gaining at, which I don't know why the betting odds, again. Okay, now Lake is up at 49. What even is going on with the betting odds? I don't even know. Ignore them. Ignore the betting odds. But we'll see. I think they're looking at Pinal. That's what it is. But 40,000 votes, 40% remaining. She's got to gain 10,000 votes for every 10%. That's basically it. Or no, she's got to gain not even 10,000 votes 10,000 votes for every 10%. Right? That's about right. Okay. Brandon Fairbanks says, if Tudor Dixon wins the general, I'm the first to dub her Tutty D. Let it be known. Okay. We'll see. Patrick Cullen says, stand back and stand by. MAGA is inevitable. True. It is inevitable, regardless. If it's successful or not, it's still inevitable because people are fed up and they're not going away. Fed up people that are going to be the loudest people in the world. The loudest. The louder they get, the stronger it will grow. That is true. Is Missouri really done counting? Pretty much. How many votes did Deshaun Porter end up getting? He got 1,550. I put it at 1,000. He got 1,550. He was in the Discord server. So just kind of have to check. Which, by the way, if you want to join the Discord server, join redeaglepolitics.com. It's $5 a month for the website. You get an exclusive video every week you don't see on the channel. You get access to my articles and the Discord. Look at Lake War Room tweet. Was there a tweet on the Lake War Room? We'll see. Lake War Room. Lake is winning day of voters 58-33. That's what it says. Okay, that's good news. And thank you, Richard, for the super chat, which kind of explains that a little bit more. But yeah, I know it's taking so long, but I think that the margin is being made up to a certain extent, and we could even do the math off of that. 58-33. That's 25% of a lead. If she has a 25% lead, and you have 40% remaining, then you would anticipate that margin to be sizable enough to get Lake the victory, even if it is closer than we originally anticipated, 100%. Jay Offner says, Carrie Lake has 885,000 followers on social media. Swamp Karen has 13,000. How is this an even race? Because Karen Robson can reach into her husband's pocket and basically get $15 million to spend on boomers who don't use social media. And that's part of it. Slightly Offensive says, is it even probable Kerry can win? Do you think it's R-worded? I think it is definitely probable that she will win. I think that the way that they count the votes is very, you know what it is. But either way, I think that Lake is the favorite. If the ballots are breaking the way that they're anticipated to break, it should be good. The remainder of the vote is likely going to come in for Lake. Thankfully, the mail-ins have all been reported for the most part. So whatever's left is left. And if Lake wins those voters by enough, I think she might be able to win this election. But we'll have to wait and see. Carlos Danger says election dysfunction in Pinal County. Yeah. True. I mean, it is true. Whether you like it or not, you could say, oh, it's a joke or whatever, but that's actually what's going on. It is election dysfunction in Pinal County. Yeah. It's instead of like, how do you fix this? Instead of Viagra, it's a state legislature. Yeah, there you go. John S. says, can you please make a governor prediction? And I'm getting worried for Mastriano and Oz. Yeah, we'll do that probably later this month. Busy, got a lot of things going on. I've been very busy lately. Just got the channel back, which is great. But in terms of, wait, I believe, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. In terms of Arizona, it's a Republican state that is run by a Republican governor, a Republican state legislature, and I believe a Republican Supreme Court. I could be wrong if they even have one. Some states don't. But this is still allowed to go on. The good news is Mark Brnovich, who did nothing to fight back against the legislation that made this happen, is down there at 20% in the Senate race. That's the good news. He's too busy putting grease in his hair and swinging his nunchucks all over the place. And he could do that all the time now that Blake Masters is going to the Senate, regardless. And Masters' lead is going up too. And yeah, Lake is now she's down to 8. It's down to 8.1. Did she flip a county? Where did the votes come in from? I'm still trying to find them here. Oh, Cochise is pretty much all the way in. and Lake has a lead there. She flipped Cochise and it's all in. Greenlee Moore, that's come in. She's doing very well there. Coconino, she's doing better in. Yuma County, she's expanding her lead. Again, the border is a very big issue down there, and she campaigned comprehensively on the border. She basically said, I'm going to do everything I can to build the wall, and if Biden wants to come in and arrest me as a sitting governor, bring it on. That's what she said. And right then and there, it's like, you know what you're getting with Kari Lake. Why do you, what does it exactly matter what she said 20 years ago or 15 years ago when she was a part of the media in Phoenix? I don't know. Let's see. Silver Witness says, why is there a huge discrepancy between mail-in and day of votes? Because the grassroots Republicans like myself, like everybody that I know, likes to go to the polls. And a lot of Democrat voters or independents that lean left that voted for Biden might have requested a Republican ballot and cast a ballot for Robson to stop Lake. And those voters are going to be mail-in votes. This is why I'm a proponent of closed primaries without exceptions. Obviously, it's not as bad as it is in Georgia when you have a semi-open, semi-closed system, but it needs to be fixed. It does. Because those Republican voters that are, diehards, that are going to register as Republicans are going to do so mainly to vote for the most conservative candidate, usually from what we've seen. And you might say, well, wouldn't they just be legacy Republicans or rhinos or whatever? And some of them are for sure, but Trump did much better in the primaries that were closed than the ones that were open back in 2016, and it wasn't even close. All right, so Doomsday Machine says, my last super chat for tonight, by that 58-33 margin, she should win by around 185 grand. I don't know about that. I mean, she would probably she'd probably net around 85 grand, I would assume. But we'll see. We got to get this thing done. Got to count the ballots. It's getting closer. It is, but is it getting close enough? Let's check. Yeah, now Lake's ahead. This is why you don't trust the betting odds. That's why you don't trust the betting odds. Nolan Anderson says Meyer can get Berno a job in the gel and hair aisle. Yeah, no, that is actually true. I think he'd get fired for putting too much gel in his hair the first day. Apache flipped. I'm not seeing it. I thought it flipped and then I don't know what they did. Okay, did it flip on Decision Desk? Or what's the deal here? Because it's only 26% reporting. Let me refresh. I don't know. Oh, NBC. All right, I'm gonna pull up. Should I pull up NBC? Oh, I'm pulling up NBC. We're doing it. Or at least on mine. Let me see what they have. Yeah, they have Lake within 38,000 votes. They have Lake at a 7.6% difference. Maricopa, they say 71% in, but they have the same vote total. Yeah, it did flip 100%. Santa Cruz flipped. I mean, Lake is up in every county now except Navajo, Pima, Pinal, Maricopa, Yavapai, which they say is 99% in, which is a little bit concerning, and Mojave, which is 95% in, which is also concerning. But on New York Times, Mojave's at 52. Yeah, okay, there it goes. Navajo needs to flip. We need Navajo to flip. We're painting the map red, boys. We're painting the map red, and we love to see it. Ascending says, New York Times says 177,000 left in Maricopa alone. If Lake wins by 25%, that nets her 44,000 votes, more than enough to flip just Maricopa. Yeah, I know. I didn't even know it was NYCMM. So many different accounts. Very mysterious fellow, but we love NYCMM. He's always been a great ally and a great asset. He does a great job. It single-handedly trolled the Atlas forum so hard to the point where they just kicked him off for good and IP banned all of his alts and IP banned his IP on his phone. Like these people, it's crazy. But no, he's great. He's great. But yeah, it's literally within 8 right now. Yeah, betting odds are flipping back and forth. We'll go back to Michigan. Let's see Meyer. Yeah, Meyer's down by 5. 50% reporting. I think I mean, he gained 0.2%, but I think that was from like vote that came in out of Muskegon. Like the guy's the favorite right now. I mean, he did really well in some strongholds that are not exactly your most Trumpian strongholds in the Grand Rapids suburbs. Trust me. Nicholas Trumbo. Nicholas says, I'm from Pinal County. Do you think it will flip? P.S. I voted in person today as well. Yeah, I think it will when it's all said and done. I don't really trust the NBC percentage totals because there's no way that this is all that's in out of Yavapai and it's at 95% reporting. This is probably about right. And the map is being painted red as we speak. So we'll see. We have 40% to go. There's a lot of votes left in Maricopa. There are votes left out of Pima. Pinal is a lot left that probably we'll see which way they go. But it is going to be closer than expected. I'm not going to say it's not. But let's see. Yeah. For real. Did they call it for Gibbs or on New York Times? No, they didn't. They called it for Gibbs, I think, on some other platform, or they called it for Gibbs via Wasserman, which he's always ahead of the curve when it comes to this. It's like the one thing he's good at. You know, the one thing he's actually good at is just calling elections while they're going on for the side that it's going to go. He's good at one thing, literally the only thing. But you know what? He is good at it, so you got to give him credit where it's due. But yeah, Mojave's about to flip when more votes get tabulated out of Mojave, which there are more votes there for sure. We are in the right direction. We're on the right track. Yeah, now Lake's at 60. The betting odds are just so, like, just bipolar. It's crazy. People don't know what they're betting on. If you have insider information behind the scenes, and I'm pretty sure it's legal, people make a lot of money on Predict It. They do. Let's see. I'll read some chat messages as we go by, but if you guys still want to keep sending super chats, I'm not going to oppose it, but now it seems like chat, is kind of slowing down a little bit so we can at least see people in chat a little bit more. Yeah, everyone is ratioing my predictions thread, and it's seems like my predictions are panning out to be more accurate than they were an hour ago. It's crazy. But yeah, Robson, she's the one that's reeling right now. Lake is on the move. She's within 38 grand, 38,700. We just need to count the votes and Lake will be winning. Just count them. Ascending says if Lake pulls this out, I'm going to spend at least an hour interacting with Rufus, AZP, Poster Tubs, etc. Everyone should join me. The Epic Troll comes tomorrow, actually. It's very subtle. I think a lot of people will like it. Stinger says, I just love your work, so here's a super. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, even so, is it going to be closer than we may have thought? Yeah, I agree. And there are multiple reasons for why that is. But if Lake wins, they're never going to hear the end of it because these people will celebrate prematurely. And yeah, I technically doom prematurely too, so I'm not fully innocent in that regard. But it's seriously, these people. It's crazy. But yeah, La Paz County. And the thing is, Mojave County, that was Trump's strongest, or one of them. I think La Paz was his strongest county. Mojave's a sizable county compared to counties you would expect in a place where most people probably can't even name a single city in. I know Kingman and Bullhead City, but that's because I look at maps more than I probably should. But Mojave County, Trump got 64% of the primary vote there. Ted Cruz got 21 in 2016. And right now, right here, as you could see, Robson has a slight lead. That's probably not going to, it's probably not going to hold. Slightly offensive. Yet again, thank you for the super chats, Elijah. If Lake loses by the thin margin, it's over, but Masters can do it. I regret not answering my DMs from her. I missed it until today. She's doing so well. Really need her to win. If she loses, what happens? Well, we'll see. I think Masters does have it right now. His lead keeps expanding, and that's awesome. But, I mean, if Lake loses, I mean, I'm sure that she'll remain a power player in the Arizona Republican Party and within the Trump base. But it's like, we need her to win. We need her to win right now. In terms of like what she would do after, I mean, she's not going to be able to go back to media the way that she was, because she was a part of like Fox 10. And even though Fox is like vaguely right wing, it's like their local affiliates tend to not be even that. So you're looking at what Kari Lake is going to be doing now. I don't know what she'll do if she loses, but hopefully she pulls it off, even if it's by a thin margin. Ben says, breaking, Stacey Abrams takes the lead in Arizona. Yeah, she ate everyone else. So like the one write-in vote that she got, yeah, that's how she won. She just ate everybody else. It's true. But yeah, I don't want to think about Lake losing right now. I want Lake to win. You know, I feel like the mindset of, oh, it's if she goes down, it's like, I think we'll cross the bridge if we get there, but we got a long way to go. Yeah, 2,000 meals. I saw that meme. It was kind of a boomer meme, but it was really funny. It was like Abrams, like in the documentary, 2,000 meals. It's, yeah. 2,000 meals, so basically like one day of her existence. Okay. Pat says the Kansas abortion measure is such a bro moment. Yeah, I think that's the big L of the night. And it's not going to be talked about that much, but it is underratedly the biggest L. Venator says, speaking of Arizona, thoughts on Barry Goldwater. He did some good things, I think, but I mean, he's kind of like a cringe libertarian at the same time. Like, he did move conservatism towards Reaganism, but then instead of like having the Buchanan wing gain more of a footing, it just pivoted back to the Bush wing. So, yeah. J.R. Wolf says, electors went from Ye Bros to garbage bros by supporting elitist KTR. Yeah, even what's-his-face called Robson the devil. Do I think Mojave and Pinal flip to Lake? How close is Maricopa? I think that Mojave and Pinal most certainly do. Maricopa might not, but you don't need to win Maricopa to win the state. Also, Just Politics says, do you think Lake will win this in the general? Yeah, I think that she'll win the general if she wins this, but I think that look, it's cut down again. Now it's at 7.7. Where were those votes dumped from? Where were they from? I think Coconino. Could be wrong. I think Coconino. Yeah, and that's not a very pro-MAGA, pro-America First county. I mean, there's a college town there. It's Flagstaff. There's a lot of like native reservations up there. I'm pretty sure the Grand Canyon is in Coconino. I could be wrong, but looking at the map, I'm like 95% sure it is. And Lake is gaining as more votes come in from Coconino. I'm most worried about Maricopa because we don't have any of these election day votes in from Maricopa. We don't have any in from Pinal. When those come in, Robson's margin will be cut. By how much? I don't know. But it's almost certain that they'll be cut down, even if it's Robson +5 and Lake flips back the other counties. It's more likely than not Lake pulls this off. Trump 1776 says, the betting odds is tremendous. It's great. Totally amazing. No one's better than the betting odds. Yeah, no one's better at the betting odds at being schizophrenic. That's what's true. Patrick Collins says, can you make an official rep projection for Masters? Yeah, the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can now project Blake Masters, the winner of the Arizona Senate primary. Masters has defeated Layman and Mark Greasy-Haired Nunchuck Swinger Brnovich. It's not even close. He will win big. And I mean it, because the remainder of the votes that are going to come in heavily for Blake. And that's huge. So we love to see it. Make Pepe great against his protesters outside Maricopa election office demanding they count the votes. Good. Good. They better count the votes right now. This is what they should count the votes. Should count them all. Don't hold the votes back. People are going to be more sussed out if you keep holding the votes back. And this is something that is true. So, what can I say? Still, 40% remaining, and that lead has been cut even further. I don't know where that vote dump came in from. Let's see. I don't see it. Oh, yeah, it came in from Pinal, and it didn't move. And those are probably mail-in ballots as well from Pinal. And the margin, I think, was cut a little bit in Pinal. Saga Fraga says, what do you think is going through Meyer's brain right now? Cocaine? Heroin? I don't know. Dude, the guy's coping so hard. It's funny. He looks like he's on something. Really, looks like he's on something. Yeah, we keep the MAGA hat on. The MAGA hat doesn't usually... I haven't been wearing it lately that often, but it does not come off for these streams. I'm trying to make sure that my green screen background is, good, because the lighting changes. I started this stream when it was light out. And the lighting changes as the night goes by. So I got to make sure that everything is fine. And that we don't exactly, have all this color spill. But, yeah. Can I make a call on Gibbs? Yeah, I already called Gibbs. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can project John 1350 Gibbs, the winner of Michigan's 3rd Republican primary. Going to be one of the most based congressmen. And it's only going to be for 2 years because then he's going to the United States Senate. That's true. Carrie Lake is talking to the audience. I'm sure she is. That's fine. That doesn't mean anything. If Robson declared victory, she'd be a moron. I think Lake arguably has more of a... I think Lake is more of a case for it, if anything. Yeah, she's still at 60 in the betting odds. Let's see. There was another vote dump, but I don't know where it's from. I don't think... Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. But I think Lake gained a little bit, but not too much. So, there's that. It's awful that we have to wait this long. And it's also awful that Lake is not doing as well as she probably should be, but, is what it is. Robson had all the money in the world. Gold-digging Robson. Literally. Apparently some guy in chat said about this tweet that Carrie Lake is beating Robson 64.4% head-to-head on day of voting. Yeah, that'd be more than enough to carry her. Wouldn't even be close. Talk about the remainder of the ballots here. Yeah. All Meijer stores shall be rebranded to Gibbs. I think Gibbs tweeted a meme about that. It was funny. Exactly. Says, hey, Rep, I always wanted to move to a city in a red state. I don't have a degree and was wondering which city is good for blue-collar jobs. Just find a job. Look at jobs that fit your description, and then you'll find a city in a red state that'll have one. That'll be my take on it. DFW's getting crowded, but we'll take an extra Republican voter in the state of Texas, 100% of the way. Let's see. The math. I want to pull up the calculator. So if there's 39% of the votes remaining, you could do this. 485, 191, divide it by 0.61. minus that by 485, 191. That means we have 310,000 votes remaining. Lake needs to win those votes by what seems to be 30, we'll go 38,000. It's a little bit under that, but 38,000. So of those votes, she needs to win it by 38,000. Now of those votes, you have to divide 310,000 divided by 2. No, it's math. We're doing math at 12:30 a.m. here, 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 155,000 minus that by 9, or add that by 19, because that's half of 38, and you get 174,000. She needs to win them 174,000 to 136,000. Now 174 divided by 310 is 56%. Lake needs to beat Robson head-to-head 56-44 to win. That's it. She needs to get 56.2% of the vote. Can she do that? I think she can. She's hitting that target every single place. She needs 56.2% of the vote remaining. She's already cut the lead down from 9.5 points or whatever to 7.7, and we've only seen the vote total move 10%. She's doing it. She's doing it. So we just need to see it in real time. And a lot of that dump is going to come from Maricopa. A lot of it will be from Pima. Now, she might underperform in some of those, and she'll overperform in some of the other places. But either way, I think it's going to be enough. We need Mojave to flip. We need Navajo to flip. We need Yavapai to flip. When those three flip, then you're only going to have 3 counties that are going to be... Okay, I don't even know what happened there. But you're going to have 3 counties that need Lake to shave down the margin, cut it in half, and that might be enough. This dude's watching my... Yeah, don't watch my stream in 2x. What are you doing? 5 hours behind. Like, seriously? Just, like, look at the results and then catch up. Come on. That's a Lalo moment right there. Exactly says definitely not moving to Texas. Too damn hot. I mean, I don't blame you. It does get hot here. I don't mind it, though. I really don't. But Trump 1776 says Trump versus Hunter Biden 2024 video. Yeah, it's not going to happen, buddy. Trump would win, but like he would not win every state. There are Democrats who would unironically like crawl over broken glass to vote for Hunter Biden. So I'd rather vote for Hunter Biden than vote for Joe Biden. I mean, at least Hunter Biden is an honest product. You know what you're going to get with Hunter Biden. And at least he knows where he is despite, all the drugs that he's on. He knows where he is more so than Biden knows where he is. I'll say that much. So Caleb Andrews says move to Wisconsin. Michaels is going to fix it well. Hopefully. We'll see. Crypt Keeper says, and we all just sitting here acting like this stuff isn't predetermined. Well, if Lake wins, the thing is, will you say that, though? And that's another question that I have. And I don't necessarily agree that it is. And that doesn't mean that stuff isn't sussy. I'm just saying you gotta fight the sussiness. Masters beat the sus, whatever you call sussiness or whatever you want to call it. But Carrie Lake, you still have a little bit of a ways to go there. But I think that if the math checks out, she's going to win, which is true. The math is there for Lake. I don't see it for Robson. She has to play an insane amount of defense. It's like Oz McCormick, except if they just count the votes, it wouldn't even be Oz McCormick. Because that was too close for comfort, for Oz at least. Not for McCormick, it was very uncomfortable. Yeah, let's see. I'm just looking at Twitter right now, and it's like, yeah, Gus, we have a new tweet from Gus. I want to pull this up, actually. I didn't pull up the last one, just read it out. I'll pull up the Gus tweet. Tweet from Gus. Gus says, this is an update from Gus Fadden, who is a friend of the channel, one could say. 1:30 a.m. Eastern. Robson at 236 and Lake at 198. 316,000 votes left. The final estimate from the vote dumps we've seen, Lake is allegedly in front by 7. So, that's good news. Now, I will say this. I'm not sure that the 60-30 thing is the best, method to go. It is possible it ends up being like this, but even if we're just being cautious, Lake needs to win them 56 to 40 to 43. Actually, 56 to 44 would be enough. That's like the baseline. If Lake wins the remaining votes 56.2 to 43.8, she's got this. It's over. Lake would win, but they're just not counting the ballots. Now, if the ballots start to come in 50-50 the rest of the way, look twice. I'll leave it at that. But either way, a win is a win in politics. A win is a win in a primary. You got to get through it. You got to get through to the general. Top Dog Obedience is, what's your prediction? Kirk and Poso predict Lake. I think Lake is going to win this thing by a few points at least, honestly. If the margins of the election day votes hold up, that's an if. Which, again, is it a little bit too close for comfort? Yes. But will she have won? Yes. The American Populace says, has Fox called it for Robson yet? No. All jokes aside, I don't believe they have. But I do get the reference. I'm not that far gone tonight, given the fact that I haven't really backed out. But okay, they're coping. They are coping hard, man. They're coping hard about Meyer. Yeah, Democrats interfered in the primary. No, Meyer just sucked, dude. Democrats didn't interfere in the primary. I mean, they kind of did, but Meyer just sucks. And he's not even as electable as Gibbs anyways, even playing by your dumb logic, knowing how Michigan elections work. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, we'll see what happens. I thought that the early vote would go a little differently. But at the end of the day, if the election day vote does come out as strong as Gus has indicated and as some of the other people that I don't like have indicated, then I think Lake is the favorite by a few points here. And it's not going to be a good night for the Copers yet again, but we'll see. I mean, there's still a long way to go. Check AZ Dem governor's race. Yeah, Hobbs won it big. That's not surprising. Lopez only won Santa Cruz County because that's down by Nogales where he was mayor of, and he only won that by 6. And Hobbs is hated by the far left and the center left. So if Lake wins the primary, which I think she will, she'll have no problem in the general election. Now, Robson, on the other hand, you might have an issue there. I think there is a reality where Robson would be able to win by like 10, but there's also a reality where Robson loses. Lake is more polarizing. I can't see her losing, even if it might be a little bit closer. So I actually think Lake would do better than Robson on aggregate. I'd expect, Lake to win between 3 and 7. Robson could win like by a little bit more than that, but she also could lose. And I don't want to lose the election. The Honest Patriot says, but is this goated with the sus? Yeah, we could use that. Goated with the sus. They're busting it down mail-in ballot style. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It just, now the votes got removed. Oh, interesting. I don't know, man. I mean, they removed votes in Michigan and they put them back. I don't know what they're doing. That is goated with the sus indeed. Top Dog Obedience says, did Karamo win? I thought that was a convention thing, wasn't it? That was in Michigan. I didn't see anything about that. I don't know. Please look at Washington. I don't think anything's new. Nothing changed out of Washington at all. It's all the same. Murray's only at 54% with like a lot of the mail-in votes in. And she's like the only Democrat in that race. I think Smiley could get that within 5, honestly. I really do. But it would take a lot of good campaigning. It would take a perfect campaign. But I think the chance is more so there than it would be on most election years. Aiden Mohart says Hunter Biden isn't on drugs. He's on Parmesan cheese, if you know what I mean. He's on both. He probably does snort Parmesan cheese thinking it's Coke or something. I mean, he kind of gives off that vibe. Anyways, Prairie Lake wins, and it's glad to see Meyer lose. He can go be a janitor, one of his family. Yeah, exactly. Cope about it. They can lose. He lost. Take the L. Hunter Phillips says, do you think Ken will win in Washington? I don't know. He might advance when all the votes are counted. I just don't know. Golf Guy 05 says, I'm running in Missouri's 98th State House District. We had a very encouraging turnout today in a very 50-50 district. Thanks for all your content. Well, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Nick H says, I lived in North Dallas my whole life, and I remember 10 to 15 years ago when Dems would stay in the closet. Now my neighborhood is invested with Beto signs. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but what can I say? Ghost Alone says, from California rooting for Lake, bit late to the party. What's this with Mojave County? It's just mail-ins. Literally just mail-in votes. And it'll get redder for sure. It's even 50-50 now. Ghost, okay, we did that one. John S. says, check NBC, they're more updated. I did, and their numbers are a little like iffy in terms of the percentage reporting, so I don't really trust them too much. Matthew Goodwin, thanks for the super chat. BRGRS says, does Kerry Lake still have a chance? Yes. We live in a society, says, considering that Manchin is the last blue dog left. Yeah, barely, even if you, that's being generous, by the way. What do you think the prospects of them pushing Manchin for 2024? 0. He wouldn't even win a primary. He'd get decked and destroyed in a primary. So, wouldn't happen. Yeah, Lake is stabilizing in the betting odds at 60. Yeah, I'll look at NBC on my end. Let's see. NBC says they have Lake within 7.4. Their vote counts are getting slightly better, I guess, in terms of being more accurate in terms of the percentages. But no, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly like what is it to really take away from NBC being different. It's not really more up to date. 244K. That's okay. There are more votes overall, but yeah, actually no. It went down to, didn't it go down to 7.4? Let me see. Let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up NBC real quick. NBC. There are more total votes in, for sure. I will say that. Which means that it is going to narrow up and get closer. Yeah, Robson is up by, 7.4 here? She's only up by 37,000, under 37,000 votes, 63% in. Here they say 60% in. And Robson's up by 7.7. So 3%, and it decreased by her lead decreased by 0.4%. Yeah, and Lake just gained a little bit there. I don't know where she gained. I don't know where the vote dump came in from, but I think Yavapai gained 3%. Lake gained a little bit there. So the margin's being cut down. I'm actually going to go get some water, and I'll put this on the screen. I'm not going anywhere yet, but basically it, yeah. So All right, I'm back. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here, actually. Okay, you guys can still hear me. All right, let me close the door real quick. There we go. All right. Lowered the lighting a little bit, so hopefully it'll reduce the color spill on the screen. But I'm back. We still have 3,600 viewers, and the votes are changing. Lake is now within almost 36,000 votes, which is epic. We love to see it. It's getting closer. NBC has it within a similar margin, 7.2% there, which is pretty epic. So we'll see. It's getting closer and closer as the votes get counted up. And we're going to keep fighting. That's what matters. We got to keep fighting. Let me see if I missed any super chats. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Richard says hello. Yeah, you're not Brian. I know Brian's channel. You're not Brian. I know Brian very well. Steven Knizek says, uh-oh, rep is gone. Here comes the honking drop. Well, it didn't drop that much, and we're actually 200 people up since I'm back. Clay Franklin says, why does West Michigan often support conning types? It's the Dutch reformers that live there, basically, that control that side of the party. The video maker says, follow Garrett Archer on Twitter for more AZ governor updates. He gives you accurate updates as to where the remaining votes are counted from. I mean, yeah, Garrett is cringe, but like he knows a lot of stuff. I'll leave it at that. Ben says, RSBN Twitter, Lake loosely claimed victory. Well, I mean, that's probably the right move. Just say we're going to keep fighting and we're going to win this in the end. Like, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Electabros are going to be like, it's dangerous. You can't do that. It's like, well, what do you want her to do? Like, we need big counties to report their dumps, and we're going to see, like, massive shifts. General Kenobi says, thoughts on George Wallace? He's not relevant. He's been gone for how long now? I mean, I will say that, like, I don't know. He's very hawkish. He's very hawkish on foreign policy. He had some good one-liners. He did, but you know, he's very controversial even for his own day. He did like recant his more controversial stances on like race and things like that. But I don't know. I feel like he could have probably won the nomination in '72 if he didn't get shot. I mean, that was a big thing that really hurt him. But he would have gotten drilled by Nixon. But he would have at least won some states. He would have won some states. He would have won some states in the South, been a little bit more competitive in the Midwest because he actually focused on issues other than, he didn't really talk about like, you know, segregation or whatever in '72, which was part of like his own political liability most of the country because they just viewed him as a single issue kind of guy. But I think he faked it. I really do. I think he faked a lot of his policies. Like, you're telling me the guy was like, you know, not fully anti-segregation, but he was like relatively liberal for a Democrat and at the time on it in Alabama, and then he instantly comes out of nowhere and he just basically rises up in the ranks and becomes like the number one segregationist. And then the second it's not like beneficial for him to be a segregationist anymore, he basically became like, I don't know, he just recanted his stances or whatever. So it's very interesting. He's an interesting fellow. There's a lot of stuff there historically, a lot of historical material about him. But did this dude seriously say I'm not Dominican? I don't know where you're getting that from, Lalo. I don't know where you're getting that from. Nothing against Dominicans, but I'm just not Dominican. It's just completely untrue. Wagner survived her primary. Let's see. Yeah, all the incumbents did all right in the primaries, except Wagner underperformed a little bit, but yeah. Let's see. Red Eagle is mixed. It depends how you define race, really. I guess if you consider like Middle Easterners or like, people from the Caucasus or Mediterranean area to be non-white, I guess you could say that. But even then, that's pushing it in terms of mixed race. I think racially ambiguous is a better terminology. That was a typical 1 a.m. water grab. Yeah, all right. So as you talk for so long and only have one glass of water, you're going to need to refill on it so you could actually get your voice back. I mean, we've been going for 5 hours and 46 minutes long. It's crazy. No, I'm not a Judeo-Armenian. I don't even know what that even means. There's a new terminology for everything nowadays, isn't there? Southern Missouri says there's about 300 grand votes left in AZ. Lake has a chance. Yeah, I know, absolutely. Joseph Vol says Stephen Richer Maricopa is the new Brenda Snyder. I thought that would be what's his face who's running for Secretary of State. Wouldn't it be Adrian Fontes? Yeah, Adrian Fontes. He's running. Let me find him. Yeah, right here. I mean, even then, I don't know if he's going to win. He's only up by 5, and a lot of votes are left on that side, but we'll have to see. Video Maker 2341 says, do you know any relatives still living in Iran? I do not know any of them at all that live there. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that, there's still some Armenians that live there, and I'm sure I have extended family that's like, I don't know, fourth cousins or whatever that do, but I just, those people are just connected by ancestors that I've never met before. Yeah, down to 7. I saw it, down to 7. 34,000. Hold the line. Take the energy. It's not fully updated here, but it's getting closer. Where did the votes come in from? I don't even know where the votes came from. Oh, Maricopa County. Look, Maricopa, that's what did it. Maricopa County is down to a 9.3% lead. 9.3% for Robson. Thariel Hayden says, realistically, do you think we're going to find out the results tonight for Arizona? No. I don't think we're going to find out the final results. I'll monitor I'll actually look at Archer's or whatever, that guy's Twitter. Yeah, Maricopa is supposed to come in frequently. Lake beat Robson in the last vote dump by 25 points, which again is supposedly a good batch for Robson. But Lake only needs 56% of the remaining vote to win statewide, assuming it's head-to-head. And if she's getting 59, I think that's a little bit of a cope. So we'll monitor the results as they come in out of this Archer guy's Twitter or whatever as well, because he's breaking, like, believe it or not, he's breaking it down pretty well. Say what you will about the guy. But Maricopa is starting to come in a little bit more. Lake trails in Maricopa by 30,000 votes. She trails statewide by 34,000 votes. The other 4,000 could be made up in other places, but we'll see. As long as Lake narrows that margin, that's all that matters. I mean, she doesn't need to win Maricopa County to win statewide. I've said this for the longest time. When I met Arizona Politico in person, before the 2020 election and before he was bought and paid for by the people, the Koch brothers, he was the one that's saying, "Oh, you gotta You got to win Maricopa to win the state. There's no exception. You could not see a fathomable election where that couldn't happen. I mean, which is not even true. Look at 96. Obviously, that was a third party, was messing with the final totals, you would see. But, I mean, technically, you don't need Maricopa to win the state. You probably should do very well in it and do very well elsewhere to win the state, but you can win a state without Maricopa County and Pima. I mean, give Trump 0.4% in every county. He would have done it in 2020. And I think he can take Arizona without Maricopa in 2024. Although I think he will stop the bleeding there when he does it. So 4,000 people at 2 o'clock in the morning for a primary election. That's huge. That's only down 1,000 from our peak. But this is a big deal. Very big deal. Yeah, Lake will win Mojave, guys. Lake is going to win Mojave. She'll win Yavapai. It's 7% with 38% reporting. Or left to report. We could do literally the same math that we just did. There's still 300,000 votes remaining. Now Lake needs to win them by 34. So once, we take them, what it would be, 166 or 168,000 to 130 or 2,000 even. We could take it from there. Let's see. 168 divided by 300. Yeah, she needs realistically less than 56% of the vote. And that's assuming that she would need to gain 36,000, not even 34. If you take it down to that, the margin narrows even further. It's going to be a big day tomorrow, but just for other stuff for me, because this has gone on way too long. Yeah, she needs less than 56% of the vote. So whatever Garrett said, he doesn't fully grasp what's fully going on in terms of thinking that 58% for Lake is a good batch for Robson when Robson is far below. Yeah, it is still good for Lake overall. Exactly. I think Lake's going to win by a couple points. We'll see. It is just exhausting. Not because Lake is losing, because I think Lake is on the right path. Yeah, 71 cents for Lake. It's like, count the votes. Please just count ballots. Do it. I believe in you. I believe it. Just go to the ballot counter, start going through them, start counting the ballots. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. Let's see. Zane Wallman says Matt Salmon getting 4% of the vote. What a joke. Yeah, it is what it is. Oliver King says, do you support Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? I really don't care. I mean, either way, it's not like Pelosi's presence makes a difference in anything, really. Nasty Mandy says, if you had to grade tonight so far in thoughts, I give it a C-. And even if Lake wins, I'll give it a C. If Lake loses, I'll give it an F. But it depends on the end margin. But Lake is the favorite. She has to be. The math is there. It's not even just there. It's like Lake would need to, in realistic numbers, she'd have to get below 54%, assuming take the salmon vote in equation or whatever. Because it's not head-to-head. But of the ballots that are head-to-head, Lake needs 55% or so to win. She's got this. I fail to see a reality where she doesn't. But all right, we'll see. Polite Rude Guy says, I will not sleep. Civic Nationalism says, Lake is looking like she will win by what margin? I don't know. I'd say by a couple points. Too close for comfort, for sure. Let me check the Masters margin, by the way, while we're at it. Oh, look, Lake gained even more. Where did that come from? Oh, Mojave, it finally came through. Where you been, buddy? It's been all night long. Seriously. Masters is up by 5 now. Okay. It's a 6.6% game because Mojave came through. And you still have 38% of the vote reporting. So now I have to do the updated math on what Lake needs. Because now it's, what is that, a 33,000 vote margin? Yeah, there's still over 300,000 votes remaining. And of those votes, we'll divide that by, what, 2? Right? And we add 16,500 to each side. Yeah, 168,968 to whatever that was, 304,000. Yeah, 135,032, right? Something like that. Which again, 168 divided by 300. I know I'm doing math right now. I'm boring you people. Yeah, less than 55.5. It keeps going down. All right, let's pull up the. Well, I might just pull up the Garrett Archer feed. Yep, those ballots went for Lake 58 to 33. Lake hit the target. And I think that Lake might do even better in ensuing vote dumps in Mojave. But that is good news for Kari Lake. Because now you built the red wall on the east and the west. It's good. It's epic. So we're definitely bringing in the margin here. Here we go. Hayden Mohart says, I swear old people are counting the ballots. Yeah, it is mostly old people that do this stuff. This is not like a drill. Like it unironically is mostly old people. Doomsday Machine says, I'm back. I seriously think she's going to get 2/3 of the remaining. Lake should hopefully win. She doesn't need 2/3. She needs 55% or so, 55.5%. And she's hitting that target in every single vote dump. All right, new tweet from Gus. He says, let's check it out. Yeah, now Robson leads by 34K, 307K outstanding. Assuming it goes 60-30, Lake would win by 7.2. Assuming that it goes, I guess you would say like 55-40, or even, let's just say 55 to 32 or whatever. Like Lake would still win by a couple of points. I would expect it to. I don't know about the 60-30 metric being the most accurate measure, but it's very evident that Kari Lake is got all the momentum. So, yeah. Yeah, get rid of the bot. There we go. I don't know how many mods are still in chat. I think we have at least 1, if not 2. But we're still hanging in here. All right, let's check Michigan one last time. Michigan 70% reporting. The Gibbs-Meyer race is still at 54. They haven't called it yet, but it's pretty evident that Gibbs has a lot of the momentum. Meyer conceded? Oh, really? That's pretty funny. Kerry Lakes is huge. I don't know if that's... I don't know if... Like, I would assume that you're going to get that regardless. Let's see. Anonymous says, hey, Rep, when are you going to review the 33 German federal... I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not a History Channel. But I think that chat might have been baiting me. Endeavor25 says, is John Doyle okay? Hasn't uploaded in forever. John is fine. I saw him a couple days ago. He's getting by just fine. But he doesn't make videos, so that's on him. You know, he's gotta get in the content kitchen, but he hasn't for so long. So I don't think... No, New York Times never called Gibbs race. That's literally a Mandela effect. Yeah, we need a 2022 commission. Yeah, we do. We need a 2022 commission. Where is John? What is he doing? Real questions. We don't know. Nobody knows. I don't even think he knows where he is or what his upload schedule is. So, yeah. .6%. Hopefully it's not 6.66%. That'd be a little bit of a problem, but I don't think it is. Yeah, Lake is now in the 70s on Predict It. Shout out to Albus Dumbledore for the $1 super chat. Every one counts. Every dollar counts. This is true. No fake LTE accounts. It's so annoying. It's so passé. No new ballot dumps, huh? I thought Maricopa was supposed to start reporting quickly. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. Attorney General's race? Yeah, by the way, congrats to Gosar for what a massive victory. 65-13. Most controversial congressman arguably in the country, besides maybe MTG, comes away with a massive victory. You love to see it. And his district is a little bit less of his old district too, and he still came up with a massive victory. Like, his district goes more into Maricopa County. He still won it. Big time. Wasn't even close. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right. Yeah, Hamada won big. I mean, he's going to win by an even greater margin at the end of the day. He's up in most counties. He'll win. He'll be the best, one of the best AGs in the country, honestly. Yep, that was the 2016 primary. I don't think we really need that anymore. We can close that window. Yeah, Red Bull. I drank a pot of coffee today. I spaced it out though. So Red Bull Eagle, yeah. Red Bull Eagle indeed. So we're waiting. Under 33,000. It's under 33K right now. Yeah, I got to call Hunter Biden, get some. Yeah, there you go. I mean, he'd have it. He'd have it. Hunter Biden and his cocaine. He's always high energy. I mean, he's energetic. Biden should probably, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to Biden doing some for his own good, because then he'd actually have energy for once. You know, he doesn't have any energy. He's, you know, what's the worst possible thing that could happen? The Gray MAGA King says, still will be here all morning until Kerry Lake takes the lead. I'm not streaming all night long. If we get some like big super chats, we might consider it, but I'm not going to beg for them, okay? But I'm just basically talking about how economics works. I actually know it was 6 point. Oh no, it is 6.6. Okay. Eric Chavaria says, what is the abortion vote about in Kansas? Okay, so they have a provision in their constitution making abortion legal permanently. There was an amendment that would get rid of that and make it legal for the governor or whatever to limit the amount of like abortions that could take place, or to ban it. So it's like, you know, now they have this amendment that basically would have gotten rid of that, and it failed to pass. In fact, no was to keep it in place, or keep the abortion amendment in place, and yes would be to essentially get rid of it and to make abortion, or at least have the chance to make abortion illegal in Kansas. Yes got not even 42% of the vote. Now, I wonder how many people knew what they were voting for. That might be the cope. But still, the results don't even make sense given how some of the results came through on the county map here. Doesn't make much sense. Also, Chris Kobach, the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk, can project Chris Kobach, the victor. There we go. That's epic. We're waiting on Yavapai. Lake, take the lead in Yavapai. It's where Trump did the rally for you. She takes the lead there. That's good news. I'm going to get it within 6. Am I getting commented on in the Lake? I didn't know about that. Let's see. Oh, this guy, a genius who has unfortunately now lost his mind. Oh, apparently I see that they baited me into this. They did. It's just like the same two people. I don't really care. It's funny. Yeah, Lake is winning. Lake is winning big in the betting odds. Oh, now it's 6.2%. Okay, where did those votes come in from? Wasn't Maricopa. Oh, it was Pima. Oh, Robson dipped in Pima a lot. That's not good. That is not good for Robson. Oh, not another bot. Get it out of here. Get it out. They're all like the same like website that they give. It's weird. Of all the streams they could go into, why are they targeting me or my stream or politics streams? It's like, seriously. I don't know, dude. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to check on the analysis here from Garrett Archer, who's cringe. But yeah, Pima County, it was 64-29. 64-29, guys. Civic Nationalism 1776 is they're trying to get you banned. I don't know. Was it the bots that did it? I don't know. Maybe. But they target everybody. So it's like, I was the only one to actually get banned for that specific thing. But we won the appeal. We're reinstated, so. Yeah, that's big news. Yeah, in Yavapai, more votes came in at 110. Lake won those 67-28. So Gus's 60 to 30 thing is not. I mean, it depends on what county, but it's definitely on the table. 31,000 votes separate the two. 31,000. Ross Johnson said thoughts on the terrorist Biden kill. I mean, I haven't paid that much attention to the news in that subject. I know it's bad, but I've been so busy lately, and I'll get back in the swing of things eventually. I could promise you that, but you're way too vanilla to get legitimately banned. I kind of agree. I agree with that take. I actually do. Like, it's interesting why that they would target me of all people. I mean, I do push the boundaries on some things, but not like within the actual TOS. You can't legitimately use that as a claim. Yeah. I don't know about vanilla as the flavor of the channel, but I kind of agree that it's a little too vanilla to get it banned for the sake of political purposes, which it wasn't banned for that. And thankfully they brought it back. Now, they didn't have to, but they did it. So then it's like, okay, yeah, this was really just a target of some sort, but we won. Navajo and Yavapai are going to flip. Pinal, I think, will flip too. There's a lot of votes there that have not been tabulated. Shout out to Will G. Very good at hiding the power level. This is true. Very good. All right. Yeah, I'm not exactly vanilla, but it's not exactly like a channel that you would expect. Like, why is he still on YouTube unless you're like a person that's super far left? But yeah, all right. What can we just wait for besides more votes? Yeah, Lake's at 80. Lake is at 80. Oh, Lake is at 80 cents on Predict It. Okay, I don't know. The walls need to close in more. I'm not satisfied. I am not satisfied whatsoever. Not satisfied at all. We must not stop until all yellow is off this map. Maricopa even might not stay. Right. Oh, we have a 20 from Joshua Whitfield who says, congrats on winning the appeal. Thank you. Causes probably some triggered staffer, but they'll never admit it. Good luck the rest of the way this year. These are the times we live in. Yeah, and follow the Rumble, follow the Odyssey, etc., just in case it happens again, which it might. But I don't know. It could have been a staffer, but then another staffer just reinstated it, or it could have just been an accidental bot target. And the reason why I actually am entertaining the idea that it was an accidental ban is because it was reinstated on my own appeal. So that was pretty epic, but it was a dark 40 hours, but we had to do it to come back stronger than ever before. So we'll see. John Waffle says, do you think it was a group of progressives? I don't know. The only people I saw celebrating the ban were like the DeSantis people. It was crazy. Like, those people, really? Did they really like get in some group chat and try to mass report? For what? But either way, I won the appeal. So let's see. Real Texan Politics says Lake should have played Gold Digger by Kanye West at a rally as an ad or a nod to KTR. Yeah, I mean, I would have. I don't know if it fits her aesthetic, but I definitely would have. Freedom Lover says sus stuff going on in Maricopa. Well, they need to count. It wouldn't be sus if they counted. Just count. Now, thankfully, I think they're going to count, and I think Lake, regardless, is going to be on top, but we'll see. Shout out to Will G for this super chat. Every dollar counts. This is true. Every single dollar counts. It all makes a difference. It all goes to the Rep Foundation, which is not real. But, yeah, it's true. Yeah, Pima got closer. Scott Neely's doing very well there. He's at 6%. For some reason, he's ahead of Matt Salmon. I think it's the only county that anyone other than La Paz, Neely's in second. But yeah, well, Neely didn't drop out. Shout out to Jesse Belanger for the 10. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see. Oh, we're back to 4,000 views. 4,000 viewers. There we go. Yeah, Masters is only losing Gila, but when the election day votes are counted, he might be ahead there for all we know. Trying not to scroll too much. Tucker Carlson fan says 4,000 viewers at 2:30 a.m. Very based. Yeah, Masters is the easy favorite. What is his lead at now? Yeah, 5.3. Yeah, it's going to probably go up towards 10, honestly. Might even eclipse it. Humanoid Gaming says, what do you expect from the Wisconsin primary? Not much. I mean, Michaels is going to narrowly win, I think, but we'll see. Sam Madsen said, who would have Hank voted for in Arizona? I don't know. I feel like Hank wouldn't, like, actually Hank is like not even the biggest like pro women in politics guy when you think about it. So I honestly would not be surprised if he initially supported Matt Salmon. He probably also may have, I don't know who he was supported in the Senate race. He could have gone for, I don't know. He could have gone for either one of the three. I think you could make a case for either one, but I don't think Hank is super ideologically neocon, but we'll have to see. Kai is in chat. Kai Clip sent 5. Rep, please, what is happening with Carrie? We are praying. Also, I hit 5K today, so I'm giving you $5 as tribute. Well, really, congratulations. But Carrie Lake she's on the offensive right now. She was down by 10. Now she's down by just over 6. And the remaining ballots, there's 300,000 remaining ballots. She needs to win about 55% of those to win this election, and she is winning around 60. She is hitting her target. She is probably going to win. The betting odds have Lake at 80 cents now. They had her at 40 cents a couple hours ago. So there we go. JV Leroy says, here's some money for the Red Bull entertaining night. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too late for going and getting some Red Bull, but, I can't stay up all night. I have things to do tomorrow, but I appreciate everybody for super chatting. The God Pill says, $MULN is the new GameStop retail stock. Squeeze easy money, people. Okay, thanks for the super chat. I don't really know anything about crypto. But, yeah, we've been going for 6 hours and 18 minutes, but it's a little bit exhausting. What can I say? We've had how many people stop by? A lot of people stop by. Close to 100,000 total people. The fact that we're live at 2:30 on the East Coast and have 4,000 live viewers plus says a lot. Warrior Poet 808 says, shout out from Hilo, Hawaii. Glad you're back. Well, thank you. We got the Hawaiian people in chat now because they're off work. It's probably like 9 o'clock p.m. for them. Albus Dumbledore says, thoughts on the Minnesota primary. Isn't it like a state convention, pretty much? Didn't they kind of do that? I mean, I don't know. When is their primary? I'm not sure, but we know what's going to happen. Oh, we got Nuance Bro in chat. We got Nuance Bro. Let's go. Masters got that win. You're going to be getting a decent amount of money in a couple of days, I hear. Nightshade 4120 says, what are your thoughts on Greg John Forte? Do you think he has a future at the federal level? Obviously, years in the future. I don't know. He doesn't give me like a president vibe, but he could definitely be in the Senate or something. Ranch Chicken Salad says, any updates on Washington District 3? I don't think we have any updates out of Washington. Yeah, nothing moved. I'm not going to check it anymore unless people super chat me too, but Johnny says, Wendy Rogers news, please. Oh, Wendy Rogers won, I'm pretty sure. She's Yeah, she's at 56% of the vote, and that was mail-in. And Rusty Bowers got crushed. And he keeps losing support. So I'll tell you that much. Yo, we got a big super chat. White Kanye came through. White Kanye, he's the winner tonight. He sent the largest super chat of the night. Shout out to White Kanye. Carrie Lake will win, but stay vigilant of honking. I'm very white-pilled. America First is inevitable. Also, will you and Kai do a collab stream sometime soon? We did one before. I've had him on the show once. I've never been on his show, but I'd be open to going on. And yeah, I mean, we could do it at some point in the future, but we'll see. Top Dog Obedience says, I can't sleep until you call it. Well, I'm going to probably go to bed at some point. We got Luca Cacciatore sent 5. We pop out at your party. I'm with the gang. Thanks for the super chat, Luca. Appreciate it. All the Twitter space people. They're pouring in. Johnny's, we already did that one. Nighthawk 2174 says, gotta love how long this is taking. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy what's going on here. It's definitely interestingly taking a long time, but I think that we're going to get the result that we want regardless at the end of the day, and it's going to be a very good thing. So let's see. Shout out to Krispy Kreme kolaches. Yeah, we've let's see. No, a lot of fake accounts in chat tonight. It's crazy. But we got a lot of real accounts too. A lot of real accounts. That's good. But we're waiting. I mean, we can look at the betting odds all we want, but yeah, 83. They just keep going up. Tulip says, okay, that's kind of flying a little bit too close to the sun there with the TOS, but he says, tuck your chain. Yeah. But I'm telling you, we're looking at the updates. We haven't had any updates in 11 minutes. Cook Political has the Senate race with Masters and Kelly as a toss-up. Yeah, I think Leno. It could even be Lenar at the end of the day, even among these people's own logic. We'll see. But Masters, great guy, did very well across the board tonight, and won every county except maybe one, and I'm hoping that he could flip Gila by the end of the day, but he really had a good showing, and he's going to have an even better showing when all the votes are counted. He's only up in Maricopa by 6, and again, he's a good fit for Maricopa. He's doing well there. People say, he can't win. It's like, well, he's doing pretty well there, so I don't know. Nate Crable says if Kerry wins her and DeSantis need to be on the ticket in 28, they would crush it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Top Dog Obedience says with a Lake win, Trump goes undefeated tonight. Yeah, because of Eric. No, he lost because of Eric. 2 Erics lost, 1 Eric won. He just endorsed Eric, so it's up in the air. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know where if there's any more. Pinalp reported more mail-in votes, and the lead didn't move, from what I can tell. So, yeah, they're processing mail-ins because they're at the 42. Yeah, make sure you guys like the stream. Subscribe if you have not subscribed. I'm sure most people have, but we'll see. Yeah, Lake only got 41% of the dump in Apache, but Karen got 33%. It's just a weird county, and it's not really a consequential one. So it is what it is. But there's just so many ballots that have not yet been tabulated. Just count them. It doesn't take that much effort to count ballots. The Marvelous Butthead said, be careful, women want you too much, they be scams. Yeah, a lot of bots in chat. It's true. Michigan's still counting. Yeah, 53% in the 3rd district. Gibbs is ahead by 4.5. He's probably going to hold on. Lake is at 82. Just exhausting. Waiting for these votes to come in. 3 minutes since we've had any votes. It's crazy. Angel Hernandez says, do you think we should ban the IRS? Why not? Why not? I mean, I kind of am like sort of in that camp, but not really. Like, it's just not a pragmatic thing to do it. I like audit the IRS, get it off of people's backs. Got to find ways to do that, but I'm not in the mood to talk economic policy at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Freedom Lover says, everyone knows why it's taking so long. Well, we'll see if hopefully they keep the same energy about this, process after Lake wins, regardless. Shut the slime ball with 50 says, love your rep. Keep pushing AF candidates. I will. And I have. And I'll continue to. Matt D says, I feel like Kansas was the biggest disappointment. Yeah, I mean, even if Lake wins, it's still a little bit of a disappointment because she would have underperformed. But either way, she's going to win the general. And got to get behind her. Make sure everyone else gets behind her. So, yeah, leave it to Kansas to have the biggest L of the night. Adrian Rosario says, greetings from Vancouver, Canada, Trump 2024. Well, thank you. We got the Leafs in chat, the Canadians. Even the Canadians are watching this election that's really of no... Yeah, it's like, when do you ever see an American watch, like, the Manitoba governor primary or whatever, or premier, I should say. I don't even think they have primaries for that, but... Yeah, I mean, the Pinal dump was mail-in. Like, I don't really put too much stock in the Pinal dump because of how mail-in it was. Yeah, Data Guru guy said it was literally early votes. They're not even election day votes, and they only broke for Robson by 9. So I'm pretty confident that Pinal is gonna flip. We need Yavapai to flip now. Like, Lake's only behind 700 votes in Yavapai. If that flips, it's a massive development because then the red is just getting redder. And Navajo needs to flip too. I'm sure it will. Navajo flips. It's only a 196 vote difference there. But we're waiting on Pima, Pinal, Maricopa. I think Pima might flip at some point. We'll see. Depends on what goes on. I mean, wouldn't it be sweet justice if every single county flipped? Every single one? It'd be beautiful. It'd just be a red map. It'd be like, what happened? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing's coming through. Washington State. I mean, there's nothing new out of Washington State. It's not worth talking about. I need a break. Well, the break is sleeping. That's the break. Why don't we end it at 2 Central? How about that? We'll end it at 2 Central unless we get juicy results. And I say that in the second I go off, there's going to be a massive vote dump out of Maricopa. Watch. Which, again, you have to do it, because if I don't end the stream, the vote dump will never come. So, Rally Evo Work says if Carrie Lake wins, what chance you give her against Hobbs? She'll win. She'll win by like 5. If she pivots the right way, she could win by more than that. The Great Magga King says, what type of water do you use? Tap, fridge, or water? Yeah, it's usually filtered, but now I don't have time to filter water, so I'm just going to have to go get it from the sink. But we're going to have to go to sleep at some point. I mean, you can't, like, the vote should not take this long to tabulate. I get it, but come on. You have 2/3 of the vote in. If by then it gets down to a 6-point lead, which let's say it does, because Robson isn't gaining from this point forward in any county. If it gets to a 6-point lead with 2/3 reporting, that means that Lake needs to win the other third by 12, which would mean that she wins it, like, whatever votes are remaining, probably like, I don't know, 52-40 that she'll be able to win. And she's winning every vote dump by much more than that. So, yeah, she's winning every vote dump by like 20. Yeah, just now I'm checking DMs the first time. So everybody's going crazy. Let's see. Yeah, nothing's new. Go to bed, wake up, Bernie Sanders wins the Arizona Republican primary. Real, true. We'll see. No, not doing an all-nighter. I didn't even do that during 2020. Probably could have gotten a lot more super chats and viewers and subscribers, but no, it's not always about that. It's not. Which, by the way, we're 50 away from 133.5K, so make sure you guys do subscribe. And Lake just gained. Where did she gain from? Where was that dump from? I don't even know. Peter Wentz says August 16th will be a huge stream. Yeah, maybe. Is that Florida? Yeah, I think it's Florida. Not as big as this, though. This is huge. Oh, Navajo. We got Navajo. Come on. We need... Yeah. See, they're falling one by one. Not only did she flip it, she leads there by like 7 points. Some people are saying Maricopa. I didn't see anything out of Maricopa. Yeah, it's good. Not enough, though. 6.1% of the vote away. Oh, it's Wyoming and Alaska. Yeah, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, Navajo flipped. So... Robson only has 4 counties on her side. There's no way she holds Yavapai. There's a slim chance she holds Pinal, given the fact that she's falling behind in all the other like similar exurban counties. Will she win a county when it's all said and done? That's the real question. And I think she might win Maricopa by a hair. She might even hold Pima by a little bit too, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Lake is at 85. You people are some weird people, man, I tell you. This is what you're doing at 2:39 a.m.? Really? Man, this is comical. I didn't see a vote dump in Maricopa. Let's see what it came in at, if there is one. I didn't see anything. Maybe it's on NBC. NBC. Yeah, Lake did narrow the margin there to 20,000 votes. Yeah, she did. Crazy. So if that vote dump comes in, it's going to be a good development there. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll really just have to wait and see. I need more water. I'll be back. Okay, we returned. We have returned very quickly here. Everything's fine. I think we only went down like maybe 100 viewers, if that, not even. So they'll be back. Electronator Music, thank you. Polite Rude Guy says, if you sleep, you're a weak rhino. Well, I think we're all weak rhinos at some point, aren't we? The Dictator says, we know Liz Cheney's going to lose her primary, but imagine if she contest the results. She won't do that. It won't even be close enough to contest. If she does that, she'll be laughed at. I think she knows that, by the way. Sick, yeah, it's epic. Electronator Music says, let's hope fake Lake takes the L. I assume that's ironic, by the way, but is there really a vote dump on the Secretary of State website? I don't know. I think we'd find that out via somebody. Doomsday Machine says, I have a post on Facebook dealing that the GOP has the advantage on education. Could I share it with you? I don't know if it's really that important. You could DM it to me. Yeah, there's a thing called, or a tweet from the Data Guru guy that says Maricopa incoming. Which, again, we'll see. Let me check Decision Desk on my end. I'll see if they're updating anything. Which, again, is not a sure thing. But we'll see. A lot of results. Yeah, Maricopa was narrowed. But, oh yeah, now it's down to 4. On Decision Desk, it is down to 4. That is true. Yep, look, it's within 4. We got it within 4. Look at that, 47 to 43. 71% of the voters reporting out of Maricopa. Robson only leads Lake by 4.7. There you go. That's huge. That is huge because that lead is cut and there's a lot of vote remaining in Maricopa County that probably is going to go heavily in Lake's column. Lake won those voters 65 to 30. 65 to 30 she won them. That is huge. And there's 32% of the vote remaining, and that lead has been cut in half from what it was when there was 62% reporting. So already in real time, that lead is now down to 20K, and that lead is essentially all from Maricopa County. The Pima County lead, we don't know what's going to happen there, but even so, of the remainder of the vote, Lake needs to win not that high of a percentage of it. There's probably, even if you want to say there's, I don't know how many votes are remaining, but 30% of the vote, she needs to win the remaining votes by 20,000. That's not that much. I mean, we knew that vote dump had to come in at some point, but that's huge, and that's not even the only one. Ben says you asked for juicy results. You got juicy results. True. DSQ versus best. U.S. history, resources, books, documentaries, etc. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not the history expert. I'm sure you could find it on the internet somewhere. Top Dog Obedience says, thanks for staying awake. Yeah, thanks for being here at a ridiculous hour. Electronator Music says, hey, Rep, do you have Lombardo winning? Yes, I do. Watch my last governor's map and watch my next one. You'll see it. Wouldn't be shocked if he won by like 5 or so. I think it'll be less than that, but wouldn't be shocked. 71% of the vote is in out of Maricopa. Lake is now at 92. It's happening before our very eyes in the middle of the night. John Waffle says, what do you think Cheney will say during her concession speech? Mention, I'll continue my fight for democracy and gay sex for Afghanistan. I don't know what she's going to say. Amy Woofter says, you're so tired. Sorry. Love that you are still reporting. The whole family is watching. Well, probably shouldn't have said what I just said if the whole family's watching. But, I mean, if the kids are up at 3 a.m., they're probably, they know what's going on. Thanks for the super chat. The dictator says extend the stream. I don't know. We'll see what we get. But I think that the results are on the wall. The writing's on the wall. We know what's going on. We know what this is. And we see it. Yeah, 4,000. See, now the viewers tune in. They look at the results. What's he saying about the results, they say. And then they tune in. This is true. I wouldn't say it's rated R. I'd say I keep it relatively PG-13 as much as possible. Memetologist says stop. No, keep counting. It's the opposite, actually. Robson is like, stop the count. Steven Isaac says almost 2 a.m. Chicago time. Rep has turned into Ron Paul. It's happening, meme. We love to see it. Well, it's going to happen at some point. We just want to see it happen while we're awake, don't we? I mean, come on. Yeah, I want to see what Arizona Politico is saying. That guy is a mess, dude. Delphin Martinez says, thanks for staying awake. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad to be here. Civic Nationalism 1776 says, look at predicted comments. The COPE is real. I don't have to look at it. I know what they're about. TMYE03 says, Wall Builders is best for American historical resources. 1776 at Real Clear is great as well. Also look at his Hillsdale College online courses. There you go for the other super chatter. Yehuda Berger says, Pinal's the next to flip. We'll see. Oh, yeah, he is coping. He's like, oh, well, Robson didn't declare victory and Lake did. It's like, well, Lake was right to do so. Maybe. We'll see. I think she is right to do so. So they could keep coping for hours all they want, but guess who wins? I win. Apparently, we're waiting for I think they say Lake will take the lead when there's 77% reporting. Abe Eckstein says 90% in Maricopa. Not sure if it's enough. Not true. It's at 71. Don't trust Decision Desk's percentages. They're always awful. That's why I use New York Times, even if it's slower sometimes. White Kanye says Lake needs 53.8% of the remaining votes. She'll win. I think she'll smash that at this rate. Slimeball with another 50 says press D to dunk on Robson. I'm pressing D. There we go. Got that verified badge with the yellow coating to it. Don't see any of the neocons on the election mafia side of things having that, but what can I say? But, yeah, press D. Did Davidson lose? I didn't even notice. I know he, fired all his campaign people. Oh, he didn't even cut. Wait, that's the fourth. It's not the fourth. Oh, he got fifth? Oof, that's tough. Jared Walsh says Robson will do a 3 a.m. cheat. Disavow, have to, TOS, whatever, but I don't think so. It's not going to happen. I assume Fake Doyle says I uploaded. Yeah, that's not going to happen at 3 a.m. It's Fake Doyle, by the way. You're not real. We know it's not real. But I don't know. If you're sending me money and you're not being malicious, I'm not gonna hide the account just yet, but we'll see. We're on watch for it though. Aaron Willis says Tim Ryan basically running a MAGA. Tim Ryan is running a grifter campaign. Red Alaskan says Washington Post said Robson position to win retracted. Now they have to. If it's the real John, you could type in chat with the verified badge. We would see it. We would see it. Jim Bob says this feels like 2020, but the inverse. I mean, Arizona, like, got closer as the days went on, as more counting happened. It just wasn't enough. So, I mean, in a way. Abe Eckstein says Garrett Archer on Twitter says 90%. 90%. Let me see. What did he say? 90% of... Oh, Maricopa is 90% done with Election Day ballots. Okay, he did say that. So there's some like provisionals that haven't been fully tallied yet, so we'll see. Doomsday Machine says it's on Truth Social. I mentioned you in it, and the post includes a Dem biased poll. Thanks for streaming this potentially momentous occasion for AZ. The Gray Maggot King says Arizona Politico just said Karen will squeak the win out. He's literally coping hard. He's coping pretty hard, in my opinion. I don't see it. I really don't see where the... I mean, like, there's a lot of votes that have yet to be tabulated and reported. It's schizophrenic fluctuating. Is what it is. I don't really put much stock into it. I think it's because they look at the tweet that says Maricopa is 90% done with election day ballots, and then they decide to bolt. We'll see. Wait for those votes to come in. 4,100. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's exhausting. We're 32% remaining. Now, the question is, what about the ballots that are not election day, but are not early? How do they break? The provisionals, etc., that they count last. They broke for Trump in the 2020 election. Big time. So we'll see what happens. I mean, you remember Trump was down by 7 with like 70% reporting. Then he was down by 5. Then he was down by 3. And then like 10 days later, he was down by 1. Then he was down by 0.3. And it just stopped there. So we'll see. Yeah, Lake is now bouncing back up. It's literally Pennsylvania all over again. Except this time I actually like Lake and I don't like Oz. I say hold your nose and vote for Oz. But he's got to earn my trust. But I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of votes left. They haven't even counted the election day votes out of Pima. And there's a lot of votes there as well. I mean, those would be enough to also make up the gap as well. We still have to wait and see. Seeking findings says Kerry Lake for the win. We're going to go for 6 more minutes. That's what we're going to go for. But I think Lake is in a fairly decent decision. Or a very decent position, I should say. It's late. Yeah, Lake is back up to 80. Buying the dip. One tweet can change your betting market. It's crazy. I think that probably you do have some other ballots that have yet to come in out of Maricopa, but no. Yep, we'll see. 68% of the vote is reporting. A lot of votes left out of Yavapai. A lot of votes left across the entire state. Another vote dump that didn't move the needle. I don't know where at all. Still trying to find it. All right, we're getting closer. Thank you all for joining the live stream. Like the stream before it's over. Like it. I'm not going away this minute, but like the stream. Subscribe if you haven't. And we are going to We're going to see what happens, guys. We're going to see. I think it's going to go down the wire. I think Lake is probably the favorite. I think she's the favorite. But we still have a long way to go. And there's 32% reporting. Can't wait for Yavapai to turn red. We'll see what happens the other counties here, but there's a lot of red, a lot of Carey Lake red that hasn't exactly been counted, but otherwise it's been real. It's been great, 100%. But still, I don't know. We'll see, there's a lot that hasn't been tabulated for me to say, oh, this is for sure going to go this way or this way. But it's very clear that Lake is the favorite right now to take the lead. They're just not counting ballots fast enough, and we'll see. We did very well tonight in terms of coverage. We got 5,000 total people for a primary that's taking place in Arizona. We have 4,000 people at 3 in the morning on the East Coast. Sam Madsen said, Cotto needs to be put in asylum. I assume he's like tweeting about the abortion stuff like nonstop, knowing him. Shout out to Kai for being in chat. We do love rep, and we love Kai too. Kai's great. We love all the super chatters. We love everyone that stopped by. Shout out to Amy Woofter, says Yavapai will flip next. Yeah, probably. That's Prescott. That's north of Phoenix, an hour and a half north of Phoenix. But yeah. Shout out to exactly fake John Doyle. If it was real John Doyle, probably would have sent more than $2. Let's be real. Is that Teflon Rep? Teflon Rep cannot lose. Take the energy. We'll see what happens. Electronator Music says, hey, Rep, like the channel. Keep it up. Thank you. How many hours did we go? We went 6, almost 7 hours. It's crazy. And I know that there's going to be a vote dump when I leave. John Waffle says, thank you. Good show. Thank you for stopping by and for the super chat. But, yeah, I'm going to go so we can get the vote dump because I know there will be one when I go. And I won't be here to analyze it, but that's okay because I'll analyze it tomorrow and you'll still be here. So, now you have somebody using my name now. Perfect. Very sussy. That's okay. All right. All right. We're going to end it. It's over. Thank you, guys. Samuel Coleman says, what do you think of Washington primary? Nothing. Nothing's new. It just didn't move. We'll see. So much we don't know. But thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow in a video. Oh, now we got Kevin Lee. I'm sorry, Kevin. No, I have to go. I'm still going to go. So I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll know. Shout out to Steve Johnson. Thanks for all the super chats that we got. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Red Eagle out.